Prot Warrior. I know for a fact I want to do more Prot Warrior. That is going to be the main thing I want to play today in terms of tanking. I want to test a little bit more Blood DK, some Warlock, some Resto Shaman, a few others. We'll see what we have time for, basically. I'm not 100% sure exactly how much I'll play of each, so we'll see what we have time for. But let's go ahead and do it for today. We are ready to rumble. I finished everything I need to do this morning, and I feel alright. I wouldn't say I got like a ton of sleep last night, but I got enough sleep last night. So I feel like, I'm gaming. Alright, I see Arson online. I see a few people. Let me see what groups we can find, which will be important. Good morning, buddies. Good morning, Osiris. When you play PTR, you need to find people to play with, which can be quite difficult to do, actually. Can be quite difficult to do. I was 3 seconds too late for first, buddy. Snagged it from you, Osiris. Absolutely snagged it from you. Okay, so I know for a fact I want to test more Prot Warrior. And somebody has to grab first. Yeah, this is going to be PTR. I want to test a bit more of Warrior. Realistically, I really think I could be playing Warrior next season, so we'll see. But first and foremost, I want to see what my friends are doing. If I could play with people that I know, I would feel a lot more comfortable on PTR. Your guild recruiting, I need to find a guild still. I need to find a guild that has raid times that work for me. Just any group that I can game with on a more regular basis would be excellent for me. Looks like Arson is on the last boss of Halls. Wait, why don't I just play with Arson? Arson's on the last... what's up, Spec? Thank you. Thank you for the sub, Spec. It's always a good way. That's always a good way to start stream. Spec, do you guys want to game at all today? I know Arson. I said hi to Arson earlier. He is the premier Affliction Warlock, and they just got buffed today. You know Warlock got buffed today, Osiris? The buffs, actually, Demo got probably the biggest buffs, which is weird because that's the one spec that didn't need it, right? And times do work for you, no pressure. How long did it take for you guys to... We're testing Unholy, I bet. I think I want to test my Prot Pally, but would you mind waiting for Arson a little bit? You guys are both testing Unholy. Would you guys mind waiting for Arson? It looks like he's almost done with the key. That's why I switched. Fair. It looks like they're dying on the last boss of Halls, but it looks like he's almost prepared. I want to see whatever Affliction Warlock can do, he will do. He is a very good Affliction Warlock, so hopefully we can get him in here for something. He's a very chill guy. About 80% efficient. Hey, honestly, 80% efficient is pretty solid. I think that a lot of DPS players play even less than that, though. You're supposed to spam Ignore Pain like Ironfurt. No, Keyblord, not exactly. Warrior doesn't play exactly like this does, actually, though. So far, I got Glacial Ties or Ashes of Dam. That's a lot of mounts. Do you think, Sleazy, when you farm that many mounts out of curiosity, does that diminish the value of them? Like, do you think that the whole buff to getting mounts, like, do you feel cheated in any way? Do you feel like, meh, like it's like your accomplishment means any less because you got those mounts? Or what does that mean to you, out of curiosity? So we have a lot of crit, we have a lot of haste, we don't have a lot of mastery, we have just enough to reach the 10% DR penalty, and we have no verse. This seems like a generally good stat breakdown for Warrior. As I'm not consistent, people like Chef History with Lock. Yeah, I think that... Lock and stuff like this. You got so much dopamine rush from this. So is that a good thing or a bad thing that you can get that many mounts that fast? Keyblord, when I play Warrior today, I'll be learning it a little bit as well. It's been a long time since I actually played Warrior for a season, so I'd be very curious to see how it feels. Let me see. Arson is done. I'm going to see if I can snag him. Keys? Question mark? You want to do? I got 2 DKs with me right now. Me at the moment. I got 2 TKs with me at the moment. It looks like he's alone. I can do 1 or 2. Bet. All right. I think we snagged Arson. Excellent. I believe we've snagged Arson into a key. Okay. So what does he want to do? I can heal, tank, or whatever if we're playing with Arson and stuff like this, though. You don't get mounts like this on a regular basis. That's true. I don't mount farm, though. Yeah? He said gross. All right, so the question is, do we want to try Which one do we want to try? My warrior. I haven't done Gambit or Halls. I mean, I did Gambit, right, on the warrior? Yeah, yeah. So, what about Halls? I haven't tanked Halls yet. I've actually only healed Halls, so I'm excited. We have a solid base. We're missing a shaman, a hunter, I think, but the group, I feel like we should be more, probably like week 2, 3. You know, I'd consider it, Osiris. If you could link me some of your logs, I'd been kind of curious, though. Bearing a barrel, but not want to swap from Fury to Prot. So, Ignore Pain is more of a maintenance buff than it is a you press this on cooldown, because there's actually a lot of both defensive and offensive benefit to pressing Revenge. So you don't want to just needlessly spam Ignore Pain on a Prot Warrior. It's something you don't want to do. Can we test Halls? Halls is a little bit harder. If you guys, I don't know if you guys want to test Halls at all. I haven't tanked it, so why don't we just go into Halls and I'll see how it feels to tank it as a warrior without Dwarf. So I have no bleed dispel on me. I'll have to actually be tanking it properly. Halls of Atonement, Mythic plus 12. There are other tanks which I actually feel like might be better at Halls of Atonement, but I'm kind of curious. Let's do Halls of Atonement, if he doesn't mind doing it again. Good with Halls Arson. Of course, I'll see what I can find from All Leadership. Just took over. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, Spanky. The other option I have for raiding is I was thinking that maybe I could do like a community room. It's kind of like, so it's interesting. No, I just got on today. I was gonna test slower and D and Rager. I'm sure I could live a 12 without technically a meta comp though. Yeah, what's up, Truff? What is your question? Truffle, Dore, wow. What's up? What is about a healer? I mean, there's a Prez evoker, technically. I mean, I was playing Prez in here before, and I was able to caught the tank a few times. I don't know how bad the bleed hurts. I just know that Warrior tends to struggle with bleeds, so I'm curious. I haven't actually tanked Halls. Like I said, I healed it on 14 a few times. I'm a pug heal. You're a pug healer. Is Binding and Binding worth running? Good question. To be honest, Binding and Binding, the embellishments are so minor, you can absolutely play whatever you want. There is a 0.1, 0.2% difference. I run Binding and Binding on my druid because I needed to craft a ring early this season. It's so irrelevant. The embellishments are so small and so not impactful that it's basically whatever you want. There's a holy Paladin. I love testing new specs. What's up, Honey Badger? Thank you for the sub. How are you today? And what spec do you play, Honey Badger? So if you're a pug healer, it's 100% up to you. I mean, first of all, we replace embellishments with higher item level on the early in the season 3. You're not wearing your embellishments. I did eat today, Penguin. I did. Keeplord, I'll try to explain the warrior like as I do this. Did I sleep? No, I didn't sleep well. Sleep well. Who sleeps well? What World of Warcraft player sleeps well? Leslie, excuse me. Warrior looking good. Unfortunately, I hate how Warrior plays. Fair enough, fair enough. And the truth is that I really think there are 3 highly competitive tanks right now. And I genuinely believe you should play the one that fits your playstyle. Yeah? For me, I prefer Prot Warrior over Blood DK or VDH, so I would play Warrior if I wanted to play a meta tank. Just wanted to drop in for the Prime sub. I played Bear. I'm glad I hope you like Bear. Bear is still going to be good next season, but it's... I feel like they're going to buff it. Do you know what I mean? I feel like they're going to... Sorry, I was not ready for this key. I think they're going to buff Bear. I could not imagine really... That's what I was looking for. I'm looking for a flask. I need to go get a flask real quick. I'm sorry. I just can't see a world where they would leave it like this. But even a 5% buff to Bear's damage is not quite enough. Double hamburger and you go live. Solid soap. Played Bear, and I know it's looking weak for next season. It is unfortunate. I love Bear. Don't get me wrong. I love Bear. It is looking weak, though. I would say, you know what would be a good dungeon for Bear? You know, no joke, actually. You know what would be a great dungeon for Bear? Halls of Atonement. Halls of Atonement would be a fantastic dungeon for Bear. This would be probably one of Bear's maybe best keys, because normally you can just power through bleeds, among other things. And the fact that you have decurse. I think that this would be... But, like... It's a little rough for sure. It's not looking too hot right now. So, fair enough. I even might swap. I mean, I was for sure gonna play Bear, but the truth is that I might swap off of it if I really wanted to like push higher this season or go for it. I'm pretty sure I would swap off bear, which is saying something. You know what I mean? Like if I'm willing to swap off of it, then yeah, it's tough. Dotting as a tank. Yeah, I mean, bear is just the easiest gathers. It's the chillest. I'm going to do big pulls here. I don't know how it's going to go. We have no decurse, so we're going to find out how this goes with no decurse. I learned monk somehow. Monk is so nuanced. Brewmaster is so hard to... Also, sorry, you asked me a question. Totally not Aviva. My favorite anime is Gintama. Do you know what it is? I forgot to grab the key. I forgot key. Anyone got? I just realized I forgot. That's why I was in the city. I knew I was doing something. I just forgot what it was. I can go get it real quick. I like Gintama. Oh, you got it? Perfect, perfect, perfect. So I will reset right now. Gintama is not just funny, but it is actually so inspiring. It's one of my favorite animes because if you watch the whole thing, which is Ask, it's 366 episodes, but when you ask the entire thing, when you actually watch the whole show, it ends up being the best action anime. It has some of the best quotes, the best life lessons, the best everything, man. I like playing Blood DK, sets me up for nuances of Brew. Yeah, a little bit, but Brew is so particular. 12, no decurse. I'm also learning this, though. What are the posters behind you of? Posters behind me. I got... You know this one? So, you know the one in the middle. The middle one is the easy one. That's Fairy Tail, yeah? You know that one. That's a popular anime. That one? Spice and Wolf, Hollow. I like this quote a lot, more than anything. It just says, remember the lesson, not the disappointment, which is a hell of a life quote, by the way. Absolutely, this is like a cheat hack for life. If you can live by that, huge. Because life doesn't always go the way you want it to go, but if you can just remember the lesson that you want to learn from it, you can be a happy, joyful person, even if life doesn't always go your way. So trying to remember the lesson. That one, this is one of my favorite anime, but nobody knows what it is. It's also a particular anime. Remember the lesson, not the disappointment. It just basically means when you look at your life, it's okay to go through things and be emotional, but the truth is try to remember what you want to learn from something, because everything is just fuel. Like if something really bad happens to you, it's just fuel for change, and it doesn't have to be anything. Wait, isn't that on Mythic? I put it to Mythic. Weird. Try again. And then that one's No Game, No Life, which is a banger gaming anime, like an absolute fucking amazing gaming anime, but a little bit hard for people. Okay, dungeon difficulty set to Mythic. This should be good now. Yeah, so it's an absolute amazing gaming anime, but kind of maybe hard to get into just because a lot of anime humor, and anime humor is sometimes hard for some people who are normies, you know what I mean? Setting PTR keys on the warrior, I see. Good luck. Indeed, you will pump. We'll see. This dungeon will probably be, I think, maybe the hardest dungeon for warrior. I could see this being warrior's weak point, actually. Would not surprise me if this was the pain point of warrior, this dungeon, but I'm still going to pull big, and we're going to go for it, though. Saying about brew nuances, always remind me, because you know me, I'll get distracted. Keeplord was saying, just want to wait till raid time and drop. I'm going to lose their minds. Fodom. Yeah, dude, there's so much Fodom going on right now. It's going to be insane. Disc Priest will be solid. Your Disc Priest, I mean, they would have to nerf it, though. Let's get 21. You would have to... Essentially, directly... Okay, gotcha. You would have to... They would have to really significantly nerf Disc Priest, I think, in order to play it. Wait, Arson not here. Cancel. Well, don't pull. I want cookies. And Void Weaver will come back. I'd say they nerf Oracle. But so the thing is that Void Weaver struggles with a few things, by the way. I don't know how they're going to nerf Oracle because I think my perspective is that it's not that good in Raid. And they tune around Raid. So what if they don't nerf it? Hear me out. Like, what happens if they don't nerf it? Like, what? Honestly, think about that. What happens if they don't nerf Oracle? It will exist like this forever. It kind of means they clearly want it to be a thing. All I know is that they very clearly want Oracle to exist the way that it does. Like, there's no doubt about that, right? Am I playing the right talents? Give or take. All right, let's go. I was having a Kraken raid. But it's not like, so when they go for raid, right? Because sorry, brew nuances. Nuances of brew, I couldn't even tell you some of the really important ones, and it's very specifically just because I am not a Brewmaster player. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm actually not a Brewmaster player. So I would have a hard time explaining to you the differences of brew. How close am I to these? Oh, that's unfortunate. So I'm just going to go over here. I need to tag these, but they're a little bit farther range. This is my first time tanking this dungeon. This is going to be a gigantic tank dungeon. This whole thing is just going to be a tanking dungeon. Halls of Atonement is going to be how well you can play as a tank. Honestly, this is going to be one of the best dungeons for tank expression. The routing, the actual ability to understand like where you take damage and stuff like this is going to be a massive thing for Halls of Atonement. We pulled that slasher. I got it. All good. I'm going to rally cry. Probably proc a cheat. Oh, that frontal. Oh, I'm probably dead. Maybe don't pull the slasher. I didn't realize. Oh, we could technically do this pull next. Hold up. Reset. Reset real fast. Reset fast. Let me aggro first. Warrior issues. Warrior problems. Let me aggro the first and try not to aggro the big guy. Let's just reset real fast on the first pull. Basically, Warrior felt fine even with a heavy bleed on me and whatnot. That felt okay. I was just saying that I main Blood DK. So, the nuances of Brew is like... They ran away and pulled it. Oh, is that what happens? So maybe I could tank it closer. Maybe I could tank it on those corner things then. Maybe that's what I could do. Reset. I want to see what Arson can do with a proper run. That's all the convo was so far. Sorry. Basically, how do I explain Brew? Okay. So you know how most tanks, they don't want to take damage? Blood DK is even Blood DK is like this. Brew is kind of like you want to take damage because that's how you do healing. And so you have to really get good at understanding damage patterns. Because you basically, do you know what I mean? Because in order to play Brew successfully, you have to manage that line between life and death. Kind of the same as Blood DK, if that makes sense. Like, sort of the same as Blood DK, if that makes sense. Right, exactly, Truffle. Exactly what Truffle's saying. So if you understand, you're like, cool, this will do 80% of my health bar, great. But if you're wrong and it does 100%, GG's. So it's just like the nuances of Brew, because there's also about 5 different passives that affect your self-healing. There's a bunch of things to keep track of. It's a little rough to just be playing it pitch perfect. The rotation is very regimented, even without Breath of Fire, which is the current build they're playing, which removes a rotational button. If you miss a global, you could die. It's just a pretty particular type of tank where it's not spammy. It's the opposite of spammy, right? Hey, totally not Aviva. Thank you for the gifted sub. Hera, congratulations. Hera, is your name actually, by the way, a mythology reference, like a Greek mythology reference? So what we want to do is we want to tag this one with Heroic Throw, tag this here. I'm probably going to pull these and then Heroic Leap. So I'm going to at least dot them. I think the important thing here is that I dot them. And then we're going to charge here, probably Shield Wall right away, because I want to charge to this pack and group everything like this. I really don't want to proc my cheat death that fast. I'd rather keep my cheat death for when the bleeds actually start. And then this should be perfectly gathered. And then I'm just going to AoE taunt and disrupt and silence, which is something that Warrior can do now. And then I'll shock them here, give or take. So this thing basically just improves, I take a lot of extra damage, and we're just going to dodge the Quake. I think this corner is actually pretty good for this. I like this corner. I like this corner strat for tanking this. I feel like that could really work. I had lost aggro on that one mob. My bad. Warrior aggro is going to be the hardest thing, dude. Oh, you're gifting it back. You're paying the sub forward. I think it has a mythological background, but it mainly came from a game. Hera is Zeus's wife. So, like, in mythology, right? Hera is Zeus's wife. I think you actually go, maybe you go here. I think you go here. Try this, actually. In order to play Brew, you must consume Brew in real life. Honestly, like the whole fantasy of Brew is definitely like that, right? Like, that's the whole point, though. The gifting subs going back and forth. Are you the type of person, by the way, who can't... Like, I'm the sort of person, I have a very hard time accepting gifts. So, you know, when anybody gives me a gift, I have such a hard time with it. Warrior aggro and pugs. I don't know how I would recommend people to do warrior aggro and pugs. It's just like, I love warrior. Oh shit, I went in. That charge right there, I charged the wrong target. These nameplates, I'm not a huge fan of, I will say. Not a huge fan of these nameplates. I'll rally cry this one. Because that was my cheat death just now. I have, oh my god, the bleeds. How much did that actually, 20 million? 20 million? I hadn't tanked this before. This is my first time to wait. 20 million a tick. Bro. What? Wait a second. Okay, so you can't pull dogs. Okay, so warrior can't pull dogs. Do we want to reset real fast and just get a clean run? One more reset. Oh, wow. 20 million is insane. I didn't realize. Okay, I knew it hurt. But I've been healing tanks on this, and I guess they have ways to reset, though. Thank you guys for the subs. I appreciate it. Right, the difference here is that Blood DK is the lessened impact of miscalculating. Yeah, so Brew is not like you can't just Death Strike Brew back. Does that make sense? Bear would be fine against that, probably. Warrior is going to have a problem. I stood there for a bit, accumulating stacks. I didn't realize, it's more just that, like, in Pugs, Warrior without a misdirect, I'm so scared that people are just going to start dotting stuff early that I have to, like, I take so much time to gather, because if I don't, like, technically I could just pull this first pull faster, but I feel like I'm pressured into making sure I tag stuff. Yeah, maybe. I think I would just have to kite them out better. I just have to understand that those things stack faster than I thought they did, and I would just kite them out. Like, we used to do that before. We used to Vortex or Typhoon or knock them back and stuff like that, though. What do brews get? So, brews have very high skill expression, but for slightly different reasons. That's insane. I mean, that ticked literally my entire health bar in one tick of the bleed. Okay, so gotcha. Cans accumulate, stacks of bleed. Understood. And I maybe should be dwarf. Okay, go. Sure. Also, I forgot to say, tier list is now live on YouTube. Ready? We'll put this on after, though. Oh, I forgot to actually link it. I'll link that in a second. All right, we'll link it after this attempt. A good brew can manage fucking everything up and min-max. But, like, I don't really even know how to... It's like Pres Evoker. It's like brew is conditional, but it's conditional to the point where... Your brew is a rough community perception because a bad brewmaster will just die. It's very complicated, and I can't... There's no answer. I can't just be like, oh, you got to make sure you have your shield up. Like, that's not the answer to brew. So, Thunderclap 1. I don't want to charge to this, though, because I'm going to waste my charge. I need to bleed this without actually... Oh, I proc my cheat death. Dude, I'm so scared of gathering as a warrior. Warrior gathers are going to be, like, the actual worst thing. So I dot this. See how, like, that right there? Like, I didn't technically dot that right. So now I have to worry. I won't have cheat death for this pull. There is going to be the bleeds here. So I'm just going to manage... I'm just going to manage myself without cheat death. Which will be... Bro. How do I... Okay, so do I not pulls in the first pull as warrior? How do I manage that better? I can't see the bleed stacks on my UI. That's one thing that's happening, is I can't see the fact that this is happening, though. No, I just probably need to... Like, I did that first pull before. The problem is that I didn't... Can we just not tag? Actually, if we can not get aggro, that'll be easier. Like, don't hit anything. Yeah, I mean, I could have shield wall. I just didn't realize the stacks. I couldn't see the stacks on me. I need a way to find out how many stacks I have. Chill's video was great. Hopefully your channel is growing. You deserve it. Thank you, Honey Badger. I appreciate it. No, it's not. It shouldn't be that. I just don't have it, though. Who's getting aggro? Yeah, the healer is scared. The healer is, like, that's what I'm worried about. The healer getting aggro. That's here. Let's got confused on one thing. Is about choosing the healer for Pug. Is it Shami is great? No. Honestly, I genuinely think Shaman is a better Pug healer. Because Resto Druid... So, like, in this poll, right? Resto Druid, what can it do? It can heal the tank a lot. But what is it going to do? Resto Shaman... Yeah, basically, like, don't... Basically. Yeah. The only way is I'm just going to try to tag that from range. And if we can just let those guys come in... I think the... I need to track my bleed stacks better and not proc cheat right away. Push for 3k on heals as well, just to round out the tank DPS heals. I would do it, Osiris, if you want to. Yeah, if you want to. I gotta see if I can... I gotta get a Thunderclap on them just to apply Rend. I mean, I literally just got clapped. Man, that's awesome. Yeah, I don't need sack at the beginning either. Okay, ready? I should be able to manage this on a 10. I need to... So, what I didn't realize is I can't see my bleed stacks, and that's what I need to track here as a warrior. So, Brewmaster, everything about Brewmaster is conditional, and that's the problem with it. I can't just say, oh, you click this here, or you click that there. It's technically, it depends. On this first pull, you could do this. On the second pull, you could do this. On the third pull, you could do that. Or you could do this. Or you could do this. Or, you, like, does that make sense? And that makes it very hard to explain how to play Brewmaster, if that makes sense. I think I could also just not pull these in. So I'm going to leap here, and then I don't take any damage, right? Because then I also don't have to get hit in the back. That right there. That aggro, so I AoE taunt early, but that means that when the dogs come in... See what happens? See what happens? That's what I mean about aggro. Because if these dogs come in like that, I'm not going to be able to get aggro. That's the problem with it. So there's Cheat Death and Shield Wall. And then I kite out. But I already used that, so I'm going to have to just reset the bleed stacks. Shield Wall again. And I won't be able to because I don't have Heroic Leap. So, aggro is like a terrible thing on Warrior. Let me bring Druid or something. Aggro is like so nasty on Warrior. If I can't. No, it's just aggro. It's just aggro. If everybody waited, if everybody genuinely waited for stuff to come in, it would be fine. Yeah? If everybody just waited for a second, it would be so fine. But since people are not waiting, then Warrior's going to have a problem with that particular pull in the bleeds. Okay. I might actually just... I'm going to go play either that or Blood DK or something. I could also play Blood DK for this. That would be fine. But Druid would have a decurse for this group. Watch, I'm going to tank this later on a warrior, and it would be just fine. I'm learning resto druid, so do you know how to do one? Yeah, I know how to do resto druid. I wish Pally was stronger. Dude, Pally is really good. Pally is, like, super good. You want to see Pally in this dungeon? You want to see Pally? Should I just play Pally for a second? I'll show you Pally. Warrior... It's just warrior problems. Like VDH pre-4. I wanted to see Blood DK. Okay, Blood DK or Pally. Pally would do insane damage. I just want to say that I love your videos. Thank you, Raphael. I'm very new. All the people who, by the way, if you compliment me on my videos, I really appreciate it because I am very brand new to making stuff. I just want to play Pally because we have 3 DKs in here, and Pally will be able to carry this key. No, it's just in my pushes, where if I was a healer, I'd have gotten through it. Smash out healer. Yeah, I think if you... I mean, honestly, as a solo queuer, I think that tanking and healing is probably the best way to go, for sure. Tanking and healing is a better way to go than DPSing, though. I was watching your today. I was confused about one thing. So, the reason Shaman, Lucid Void, this poll that I'm currently... The reason we were dying there, right? I know, Sam. I know. Come here. I know you guys aren't. I know. I was just trying to figure out, like, how I could manage that on the warrior, and I think with maybe with like the Pally that we were playing with, I would have a hard time with it. Okay, I haven't played my Pally since the 4-set buff. This is gonna be fucking awesome. Let me maybe grab some avoidance gear, not that it matters too much, or some Reishi wraps or whatever, and I'll be right there. Cool. I just want to make sure we get through this dungeon, so if I play Blood DK and things don't go well, I could still probably die to that bleed and stuff. Let me at least get a few pieces here. Pally will probably just be playing something like this. Does everything still have avoidance on it? Yeah, it does. I don't know why they did that, by the way. I don't really understand exactly why the whole avoidance thing had to happen. That seemed, like, pointless a little bit. Why they put, like, avoidance on actually every piece. Seems unnecessary. Oh, I don't have room in my bags. Oh, boy. Where did all that just go? I have to find everything now. LOL. Avoidance for Halls of Atonement bleeds. I mean, technically, I don't know if the bleeds count for avoidance, to be fair. Like, I don't know if the bleeds count for avoidance. Hold up. I need to sell some stuff just to, like, get room in my bags. And then I had crafted the rings and whatnot, so that should help. Let's have at least a few pieces. At least let me get a few pieces, right? Yo, are you a gold holder? Why do you have so many mats? Oh, this is PTR, so no, totally not Aviva. On PTR, right? Yeah, let me explain. Let me explain, Lucid, why Shaman would be able to make such a difference there. The thing that's killing me is the bleeds. Resto Druid can only do HPS, but it won't save me getting one-tapped. A Resto Shaman, what they would be able to do on a pull like that, they can be CC, but a Resto Druid would be able to Vortex in Cap Roar, and then what? Vortex would be kind of nice, but a Resto Shaman can all of a sudden knock up to prevent a bleed application, and then it can cap totem, and then it can basically Earth Ellie. All three of those abilities, let's call knock up similar to what Resto Druid can do, but a well-timed cap totem, on a pull like that would be kind of massive. It would be really helpful, actually, if I had a well-timed cap totem on a pull like that. New dungeons. Well, technically old dungeons. To be fair, it's technically old dungeons. All right, watch how much better this is going to be on Pally. A well-timed, yeah, so basically Earth Ellie and Cap Totem would actually be able to, it's not even the dispelling the rage thing. It would actually just be the ability to technically prevent some bleed stacks on me, or have me reset bleed stacks and stuff like that. What happens if I walk forward? It starts the RP. I don't know if it helps. It won't help a little bit, though. Healings are pretty much set in PTR. I don't know if they're set in PTR. There's going to be a lot of tuning still. I kind of expect some Resto Druid nerfs, just because its output is too easy. Let's get it. No more Warrior problems. Warrior, I was worried about this dungeon on Warrior. It's certainly going to feel like that a little bit, though. So Shaman has more utility to help the tank, in my opinion, than a Resto Druid does. Resto Druid just has infinite HPS, which does matter, to be fair, right? This dungeon is kind of where I started, and plus, if you don't count Mop. This one has I kind of have a special place in this too, though. How's Rhett? Rhett is struggling a bit, honestly. I think that Rhett is struggling a little bit. It doesn't have the output. The best thing that Rhett has going for it is utility. The best thing that Rhett has going for it right now is just its straight up utility. Okay, so let me make sure I get one of these kicks. Ardents. Please don't take aggro early. Please don't take aggro early. So what I can do on my Pally is I can just bubble right now, and then I reset my own bleed stacks. We have that one Houndmaster in the back, which won't come in very well. All right, you guys want to see, what do you think the overall DPS meters look like right now? Out of curiosity, what do you think the DPS meters look like? If you had to guess, because I can see that right now it's not on here, yeah? I can see right now it's not actually on here, but if you had to guess what it was, what do you think it is? I actually forgot to change my talents too. Oh, not quite. Not quite. I actually forgot to change my talents here. Let's go down here. Let's go down here. Let's do the jump. I think I like this route, where basically, because of aggro reasons, I'll be able to just walk straight through. Put my weapon out. Gonna Kings now. So basically, tanks that I was playing with, they didn't actually get past X amounts of bleed stacks. So I Dwarf now, and then I'll be back to cooldowns. I'm at 5 stacks of the bleed. Okay, this is where I would need some help kiting. Aw, this is 8 stacks. I'm probably just dead. Okay, so is it the heat? Like, my tanks weren't getting that high on the bleed stacks. It's just because they're not dying fast enough. Is it actually just a damage thing? I think you can. But this is what every tank I was playing. I did it on 14. But I did it on 14 so easily. Yeah, they did. I did it on 14 so easy, though. So easy. Just died. By that point, though. And also, it just died, though. Like I don't know. I was just maybe a Resto Druid or something. Run you a good boy dragon. It's not the bleeds that are killing me. That's not quite what that is. Like, I did this on 14 and stuff, though. I was healing a prop pally. Only thing I know is that some prop pallies are actually playing other talents right now. They're playing this one. But they never got past 6 or 7 bleed stacks, give or take. Play Sentinel. I'm not playing Sentinel right now. Not with the current iteration of prop pally. I'm debating on switching to a... I'm gonna swap healer. I think I can figure out what's going on. But it shouldn't be that hard on 12. I'm not lead. Can you pass me lead by chance? I think I understand what's going on. It could also just be the kicks and stops on the packs. There's a lot of reasons why sometimes this can happen. I main a warrior tank. I want to main warrior, but this dungeon in particular, depending on like who you're playing with. Pass me lead, thank you. So Holy Pally has a problem with output. Holy Pally in particular has a problem with output. Damn, I really wanted to do a fun key with Arson. That did not end up going very well. Maybe need a stronger power of friendship. I could just be sending my cooldowns too early in the pack. Let me just test something. We can basically find out real quick, though. We can find out what's going on. Because there's a triple DK. Alright, we could play triple DK. Why not? Getting triple DK. We just need like a resto druid or something like that. He's not sending on... He's not sending... He is actually technically healing. All I know is that I did it on 14 last night with a prop pally. They were hard chilling. They were playing these talents, though, which I'm kind of curious about. I could see... Like, I don't think you play tier here. I still think you play this. Alright, let's see if we can get fair healer. I want to try again. This is my first time tanking it. I healed it on 12 for a double time. I healed it on 12 again. And then I healed it on 14, which was fine. It was a good prop pally, but still. That was like totally chilling. I'm trying this hard to catch other prop warrior DPS. The other tanks. It's not even close. I would say that prop warrior in particular... Prop warrior does very consistent damage versus some of the other tanks, which are a bit more spiky. I guess Brewmaster is kind of similar, to be honest. I think Brewmaster is pretty similar. In terms of tanking. In terms of their damage profiles. They neither of them really rely on, like, big cooldowns. They have kind of damage relatively consistently. I just want to see how I can do... I'm trying to think about this. A Mistweaver. Also a healer that has no external whatsoever and no decurse. I was kind of hoping to find a resto druid just because of decurse. So I bled out over 5 seconds. I didn't actually die immediately. Like, I technically bled out over about 5 seconds. I mean, a Mistweaver would not be bad. I'd be interested in playing with a Mistweaver, potentially. We'd be all melee. Which would be really... We'd be all melee. Melee. It's just the bleed... the bleed was only at 9 stacks. It was ticking for a lot, yeah? Don't get me wrong, it was ticking for a lot. 11 mil per tick? Curious. I figured this would be a Dungeon of Tank expression. But it should be fine if I still manage to just game it better. I think it should be fine. I just gotta play 2 other talents over here at the very least. Swap these 2. And then... I wonder what else I could do. Maybe double freedom, as an example. I wonder if double freedom would help me kite at all. Don't need cleanse for this. I could actually hodge one. That'd be a thing, though. Is Lightsmith back? Yes, Lightsmith is back. Lightsmith is 100% the play for prop pally. I will show you some crazy damage of Lightsmith in a second when I actually figure out this pull. Yeah, Lightsmith is the play. I don't think any prop pally on PTR is really playing Templar right now. I won't play Sentinel because the way that Lightsmith is working, though, right? The way that Lightsmith is currently working is that you want to be kind of just spamming nonstop with as much crit as you can because the 4-set got buffed, and that 4-set is insane. I got Lightsmith considering I'm pugging this season. Lightsmith is insane because keep in mind, you also help your group a lot more. I don't think it'll attribute properly in logs, but it will make a pretty big difference. You can actually do like a lot. You can do like so much with Lightsmith in terms of just your shields are constantly going to be going out. Because of your tier set, you're just going to constantly be able to shield the whole group and stuff, though. Jenny is catching you on the IO on your druid? Oh, really? That's cool. Dude, I stopped playing the druid on live. I stopped playing a while ago, Sandal. I just want to do PTR. I'm just having a super time, though. Yeah, no. A priest. That's a shadow priest, but he can play I'm imagining though. We'll play this. Disc. I could talk you into moving another dude into the guild next season as well. I don't know. I have to find a guild though. The main thing is I actually have to find a guild right now. That's actually the main thing though. I have to find a guild at the moment. My main issue at the moment is that I need to find an AOTC guild. I'm trying to find a guild that can just raid AOTC, not Mythic, but I want a raid group though. Diogo, I like you in here. Thank you. I appreciate it. Did I reset already? I believe so. Oh, here, let me do this. Season 3 meta tier list. Now live. Cool. I also, by the way, would move Prop Pally up 1 on the tier list, though. Then went back right. I'm going to try something, though. Very good tanking. Even if I can't tank, by the way. Enjoying ours. Community is slamming right now. Goat content. Thank you. I just, as long as the timing for raid works out, I think I'll enjoy. As long as I'm cool with it. I don't mind playing tank, healer, DPS, whatever. Good morning, Dirty Dan, or good evening for you, depending on where you are. What raid time do you have, though, the comeback kids? The main issue is the timing for me. That's like normally the main issue for me, trying to find a raid team, is like, because I live in Thailand, it has to be, relatively speaking, OCE or whatever. It's hard for me to raid on, like, North American times. But I just basically want to be a part of a guild where I'm allowed to roll for loot, but don't have to worry about actually progging Mythic too much. Like 3 Reyna's casual AOTC team. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, is like, I don't want to join a CE guild. I don't enjoy it. I don't mind clearing first few Mythic for Vault and loot. Like, that seems like a pretty easy thing. Like, you know, kind of even a few weeks into the season, I feel like you can just be chilling. Either we do that depending on cooldowns, or I will go right after. That's also fine. You know, leveraging on your Ellie Sean, hate the DPS waiting for Mythic Dungeons. I think raiding, I raid for loot more than anything, though. And check it out, hop in the Discord. What's the timing, though? What's the timing more than anything? Oh, you can't send links if you're not subbed, but I see the link here. Gotcha. If you're not subbed, it'll auto-mod the links and whatnot. Think about joining Comeback Kids. Wait, you guys are like a whole community? A season? Not sure how far we'll get from down. We are not now. Right. Time can vary heading into the new season, but is it like NA timing or? Hit with an ad. 1 sec. Alright. You can't parry those bleeds, huh? I just realized. I don't think you can parry the bleeds. I don't think you can spell ward them either. That would be interesting if you could spell ward them. I'd also kind of be curious about maybe playing this. This would help with all the effects in this dungeon. I'd be curious though. I got a plan now. Decided on trinkets for your disc. And what are you gonna play? I need at least 1 bleed reset. on both of those polls, at least one. With Thursday, typically rating. That's the thing, right? Wait. 8 p.m. So 8 p.m. Right, that's the issue right there. The comeback is because I was really excited. I was like, oh, that sounds great. That actually seems perfect, right? But then the issue is that you say 8 p.m. EST. That's 7 a.m. for me. That's like 7 a.m. my time, right? And like that's the you see the issue there, right? you see the potential issue, right? Like 8 a.m. is, or sorry, 7 a.m. is like I can't obviously raid at 7 a.m. So that's my issue with the time difference. I'm like 12, so I'm 11 hours ahead of you on EST, and then I'm 14 hours ahead on other stuff, which kind of get tough. You can imagine, yeah. That's tough. Yeah, right. So I have to find kind of an OCE or an Asia team to raid with, basically. Like I have to find an OCE or Asian team to raid with. If that like that's the hard part for me. Ready? All right, let's go. So 8 p.m. Sydney time, that would be much better for me. The only problem with Sandal, the only thing is, if I want to raid AOTC, I would no Cyrus's guild. I want to check the logs. I just want to make sure that I'm not super into raid prog. I kind of just want a guild that kind of maybe thinks like me and just goes, oh hey, let's just grab AOTC early loot. You know, let's grab some tier sets. Let's grab some stuff. Everyone just gamer cube mythic plus. I appreciate that. Let me join the Discord. I'll join the Discord for sure. I believe I see you on the Discord. I would love to. Boom, 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 boom. I'm not a raid progger. I just kind of, you know what I mean? I'm just really chill with raid. All right, let's go. I'm ready. This dungeon is definitely going to be a full tank expression. I don't mind testing it a little bit. Like, I kind of want to actually test it, though, and get a chance to play it properly, though. I'm an M+ gamer. Correct. Huge M+ gamer. Ready? So 1 Blessed Hammer, 2 Blessed Hammer. I still want to do this first pull where I taunt this guy. I shield them. I pull Consecrate down so that I'll have aggro, basically, as I walk through. Pull this in here. Ardent. 1, 2, 3, go. Aggro will be here. Good. I don't bubble yet. I bubble now. Cool. Right on the rage cast, basically, because that rage cast is almost certainly going off. I hodge this one. I think that a plater profile would probably do me very good. A plater profile would do me very well here. Okay, how many bleed stacks am I at? Enough that I can't do this bleed reset. If I dwarf here, I can't go to the next pull. Most likely, though, I still have to dwarf. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. So we're not going to go to that pull then. We will have to go back here like this, though. Yeah, I just forgot. I always forget on my tunes. I play so many tunes on PTR that I actually just forgot. I could have done more damage there for sure. I think my weapon, I didn't send my weapon properly. So we want to pull these now. This trash over here is pretty chill as long as I don't pull dogs. You want to avoid the dogs as much as possible. Like, that's kind of the whole point at this point. Did I pull those dogs? No, I didn't. That was the whole point, though. Yeah? I need a dispel from my healer, maybe? Oh, we got the big guy. That's going to be a problem. I need a dispel from my healer, maybe? Dispel. Healer, need dispel. I was, kind of expecting a dispel, so I didn't think I had to kings that, though. Hold up. Reset real fast. We don't have to reset the whole dungeon. I used all my cooldowns there. Does he know that he has to dispel the tank? I had, like, a big damage amp. I think you could do that pull, but also we don't want this guy. So we don't want this guy in the future. You do the same pull. I won't have wings. I won't have most of my cooldowns now. The casters are not that big of a deal, I guess, unless the curses are a problem. Like, as a prop pally, I can get a lot of this, although I don't have a very good plater. I don't have my cooldowns. This could get rough real fast. Yeah, it's not a problem, really. Not that much of a problem, at least. If I had my plater, this would be a lot better right now. So I need a dispel, because this is all damage taken increase. Yeah, see, it's not that bad. Yeah, it's like this pull's fine. We pulled the big guy in, and then that guy really hurts. Okay. I do want to find a raid team, though. It's not like the most critical thing, but it would be pretty cool if I could find a raid team to play with. It's mostly because when you raid early in the season, you're looking for your tier sets and stuff. So these are the dogs. I track the bleeds on me, and I have to make sure I game this reset properly. So I proc cheat death first. I wait for cheat death to proc. I wait for cheat death to proc. I bubble basically right when cheat death procs. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Right now. Cool. And then I'm going to try to delay the next few bleeds. And I'm going to do that by simply running away. Nice. Okay, that's the plan. And then you just maybe hodge this. Ooh, can't stun him if he's raged. Or already DR'd maybe. Because I went to stun him, actually. Mirror is basically make a prot warrior. No, prot warrior actually is worse at this dungeon. This is the one dungeon I was actually scared of as a prot warrior. I was very scared of this dungeon. I was super scared. I was very worried about the prot warrior in this dungeon in particular. Butt pulling stuff in this dungeon is also going to be like a huge pain point for pugs. I'm also keep playing this like I'm playing it on live, which is a problem. So prop pally should never ever get one set. There's a lot of bleeds here, and the bleeds are currently overtuned. They'll fix it. They'll nerf the bleeds for sure. They're going to nerf the bleeds, by the way. 100% they're nerfing the bleeds. Just to clarify. They are definitely nerfing the bleeds in this place. Thank you for the offer, though. I've lived here for... You lived here for 4 years? Really? I've lived here for... over 7 now. I've lived here for almost 8 years. Almost 8 years. Feels like a long time here. Feels like a long time. This next pull, I have both bleed resets here, so I'll be fine. Yeah, I got both of my bleed resets. Did they nerf the 4 set already? Or am I just playing wrong? Did they nerf the 4 set for prop pally, or am I just playing wrong at the moment? Need to figure that out. Because all that I need to do here, as long as I have my bleed resets, I'm fine. Cool. So Ardent right away. Moments of Glory. Big Dam. Big Shielding. Big Dam, Big Shielding. So not yet. Not yet. I still don't have the bleeds on me, so not yet. Cheat death procs now. I bubble now, and we're good. Cool. Kick this. Yeah, something like this. I can actually stay here. I got to kick this cast of the Loyal Beasts. That can't go off. And then, give or take, I just need to know when the bleeds are happening. So, when you tank a new dungeon, it's actually so important that you understand the damage patterns. And people don't always realize this, yeah? I think that people genuinely, they don't always realize this. And I think it's really important. Tanks need to go in and die and make mistakes. Trust me, this pull will kill most tanks. That was actually not being so squishy, trust me. That was actually being pretty tanky on this pull. Hey, with respect, I thought I was pretty good there, actually. I was waiting. I was, like, trying to game it. Basically, these guys are overtuned right now. Yo, the maintenance worked. Fantastic, Zach. If you want to heal later today, that'd be cool. So now we want to go this way. We don't want that slasher. We just want to go through here. Oh, there's more bleed guys right here. Maybe you don't do this pull. Because, like, how am I going to reset these bleed stacks? I'm not quite back to bubble or dwarf, so I'm just going to have to kite this one out. So I'm going to watch, basically. Like, right now... Oh, I didn't game this right. This is going to such a weird dungeon, because you know what's going to happen? I'm going to have to kite this out, but I don't have horses. So if I didn't horse to gather this, I'd be fine right now. I reset my bleed stacks perfectly. Great. You're going to have to understand... This is going to be one of those dungeons where you have to understand when to kite, etc. Otherwise, you will just die. Just very interesting. There's not a lot of dungeons like that anymore. Like, most of the time, it's like a, hey, if you play really well and you do your rotation right, then yeah. Bop cancel macro. So, see how I need to just save my horse charges? The main thing, actually, is I just need to save my horse charges. Because I probably won't be able to do these pulls that successfully without being able to kite them out. You can definitely pull bigger here. So I'm going to hold this for a second. This one I do have bubble for, technically. If I need to. But I managed to reset there. I'm not sure if the bleed resets are me parrying. Or if they are... They might be me parrying. They might actually be something else. Maybe the bleed resets are actually just like CCs from my team or something like that. Let's go pull some of the trash over here. I have no idea what this should be like for percentage. Can we pull this into boss? Yeah, we can pull this into boss. Go, 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 boss. Oh, boss. We can pull this into boss. It won't be a problem. There's only that one thing, and then it's just me as a tank. This took a while to get here, so I'm in a little bit more danger now. That should be fine. Yeah, we just need to pull that Houndmaster into boss, and then I'll be fine. Basically, I'll bubble almost right away, and then we'll be okay, I think. We bubble the first slam. Oh, those little guys might run. I didn't think about the fact that the little guys might run. If they pull more, like if they pull that guy in the back, I'll be in... Oh, boy. All right, this was a bad idea. I've made mistakes. We were not able to CC those guys in the back, and I am in danger. Yep. This could get rough. This could get rough. Potentially. Because that slasher actually hurts now. There's a disrupting screech. Don't get hit. I mean, so he's going to knock me back, right? What if I potentially... Is this the knockback here? Yeah, that's the hard part. I don't want to get feared. Don't get feared. Don't get feared. I already bubbled for the bleeds. Powerful swipe. Frontal. I'm going to try to stay kind of around this wall, even though you're not supposed to be here as a tank, because now I don't know how else to prevent the knockback. Okay, disrupting screech. Okay, technically this worked a little bit. This dungeon is really weird. I don't know if I like or dislike tanking this right now. You know what it feels like? It feels like Priory, early season Priory. Before we actually learned how to do Priory, that's what it feels like to me. Oh! It's basically like everything seems so dangerous, but you probably just need to learn how to pull it. It's just a rep dungeon. You just need to learn how to route this, because obviously the slasher in here really complicated things. It's so interesting. I think I like this dungeon, but it's going to be like, it seems so hard. It's not that hard. You just need to learn what actually kills. You know what I mean? Like, do you know what I mean? You need to actually learn, though. Which one? I'm not sure I understand. What language is that, Milad? Milad, what language is that? You can dispel... No, you can't dispel the bleeds, basically. You can't dispel bleeds, no. So all that... I'm just going to need practice. Mostly, this is just going to be a practice dungeon. I know it's going to be so annoying, right? And I was not bad and very... So I already did this on 14. I already did it on... I did it on 12 a bunch of times, and I did it on 14 a bunch of times. It's not that it's... So you remember the first time we did Priory? That dungeon felt impossible. Because on PTR, you were actually saying... But you were playing... You want to come heal this, Zach? On PTR, you would play double knight. And you would play, like, the first pull. You were like, let's just walk in and see if we can double knight. And then you would stop playing... You actually just played 0 knights by the end of the season. You had to learn, right? It's all about learning. A warrior buff. Zach, you want to come? Fantastic. Nice. So we have a shaman buff. What else do we want? Do we want to play with a havoc? A warrior? How about a havoc? So, yeah, I think that it's basically just like that, though. Cauterize can technically dispel 1. Yeah, okay, to be fair, when I was healing, I was on an evoker, which probably helped a lot, because I didn't realize how much the bleed hurt until I actually started tanking it. And the truth is, I was on an evoker when I was healing this, so I was able to caught the tank pretty regularly, like on almost every one of those pulls. I was actually able to caught the tank, which does matter and should be taken into account. The main thing is pulling into the first boss might be relatively banned if we can't control the runners. That would make sense to me. It's PTR and he's having fun? No, why just in... Wait, what? Was that an insult? I say nice death to frontal. Oh! that's fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna be playing perfect, but I'm not. The whole reason I'm on PTR is I'm not trying to play perfect. I'm just trying to test and practice so that when the season comes out, I don't make the same mistakes. Okay, hammer and evolves stack masterwork. Can you use holy armament to cast one lesser version? So basically, my issue is that I'm not getting my holy armaments back fast enough. That's probably what I'm doing wrong in terms of this. Oh, that's no problem though. That doesn't really affect me too much. That doesn't bother me. I got pretty thick skin. I've lived a tough life, man. I've lived a tough life. You know, it don't bother me. This type of thing does not bother me. No problemo. But I think that a lot of people forget basically though, right? Oh. Warriors have it rough on this dungeon. Warriors do have it rough on dungeon. They do have it rough on this dungeon. We always make it. Oh yeah, you could totally make fun of me for it though. It doesn't matter to me though. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Yeah. But I have to learn. All I'm saying is that when the season comes out, if I tank Halls of Atonement in a little bit though, right? I enjoyed the chill. Oh, thank you, Saito. Can you wait? Oh, I mean, you can try to find an evoker healer, but I shouldn't need that. It's more like I have to understand where the bleeds are so that I know when to use my buttons. Do you know what I mean? I just have to understand how to sequence the pulls around my ability to handle the bleeds. But the only way I can learn that, right? But the only way I'm able to learn that is through practice, through trial and error, right? Like I won't be able to learn it otherwise. Oh, yeah, that's right. Of course, every tank has at one point fallen in Arakara. Every single tank at one point in their life has fallen in Arakara. And if they tell you they haven't, they're lying to you. I'm telling you they're lying to you, man. If they tell you that they haven't, they're totally lying to you. Okay, so what I'm not understanding about the new prop Pally 4 piece is that right when I'm at 5 stacks of Masterwork, which should be soon, I get aggro real fast. I'm good. Right when I'm at 5 stacks, right here, I have to cast my weapon. That's the thing I was missing before. So I know I need to bubble in like 3, 2, 1. Actually, I reset my bleeds on their own, so I don't bubble. And if I don't bubble, I probably sequence the pull next. Because now I'll be able to reset my bleed. So you can see the massive difference also in how fast this pull died. Big difference. So now we go here. I can reset my bleed. I have both bleed resets. So the thing is that you kind of have... This is going to be a really fun dungeon to tank when we actually get into the season. Because even though we don't have cooldowns here, this will be fine. I just need people to wait for a second, of course. So I have this Masterworks. Did I miss my That was the most terrible thing. I missed my Masterworks. I didn't pull fast enough. I delayed it too long. Did we pull extra? Why does it look like we pulled extra? Oh, it looks like we pulled a lot extra. Uh-oh. We're in trouble here. So I'd be able to live this for like a little bit, but not too long. Because I have some bleeds on me. I have to sequence this early. I have to dwarf now, and then I would have to run. But I'm turning my back when I run. Oh, boy. Did we pull a whole extra? Oh, yeah, we did. I was wondering about that. I was like, hold up. There are some extra beasts in there. Whoops. Oh, the toxicity in PTR right now. Is there? That's like a whole thing, though. It's true, though. It's been a bad place. We're trying to learn guns. Once we white people leave. That's true. Did a pet pull, maybe? Do. Running away was how you did everything in Shadowlands. Yeah, we have to drop the bleeds. I remember that, though. There's a Demon Hunter and Bear. It's pain stuff from Dis. Dis always wins. So that pull just now, the only reason that we failed it, though. Yeah, it's all good, No problem. Just remember, though, that a lot of people play the game for different reasons. I understand trying to sweat, I guess, a little bit on PTR. Oh. So I haven't, I understand that a lot of people play PTR for different reasons. You have to try to find people. This is like the key for success in World of Warcraft. Trying to find people who play the same way that you play is the ultimate cheat hack. I swear, it is like the ultimate hack to succeeding in World of Warcraft is finding people who have a similar play style to you. That is like the ultimate thing. Also, I'm very curious about something, and with respect, let me test it, okay? Let me test it out of curiosity. I want to see if Masterwork will actually pull when I do this, though. Yeah, you have to find your community. So I'm stacking Masterwork right now. Does this carry with me? Because otherwise, you're going to do degenerate stuff with Prop Pally again. You're going to have pre-pull stuff. Okay, so basically, I'm going to see if I can keep Masterwork up. I need to track this buff on my UI. That is the thing of how I'm going to min-max my damage now. This is the thing. I need to track that buff right there, Masterwork. That's the whole point now. That's how you're going to do damage as Prop Pally. So it doesn't... Okay, so when you're at 5 stacks... Oh, when you're at 5 stacks, it doesn't refresh. So if I cast this now, everything will go out. The next one... Okay. Do I need to dispel you? Pretty much on borderline on cooldown. It's the bleeds that hurt so much. Okay, go. Ready? Pull 5. Like, pull right after this. I'm really curious about something. Because I have 25 seconds of this Masterwork. Basically, pull right now. I'm very curious. Does it stay? No. Okay. The Masterwork resets. Fun fact, you won't do that then. The Masterwork does reset. It's very hard to find like-minded individuals in World of Warcraft, but the problem with the game nowadays is that there are so many different people who play it that it's really hard to find the people that you're really going to vibe with. Like, that's the hardest thing about playing this game at the moment, is finding the thing that you're going to vibe with. Oh, I took too long to try to set my stuff up. That's fine. So, I have 5 stacks when? 5 stacks now. Okay, go. And then I want to build those stacks again. And if I need to reset my bleed stacks, I bubble. And if I don't need to reset my bleed stacks, like right now I need to bubble, yeah. And then I would have 5 stacks here, and I would put this back out. And then if I need to press my dwarf, I do. Okay, so basically you have a chance to parry the bleeds. That's what I'm noticing then, because if you have a chance to parry the bleeds, sometimes you will need to actually reset the bleed stacks. Like I have 2 right now. I have 2, but it's not showing up on my cell profile, which is a little bit tough for me because I need to make decisions about it then. Sounds VDH coded? It does sound VDH coded, doesn't it? Okay, I have 1 way to reset bleeds. I think go here. Try this. Try this. Oh, aggro. I might have lost aggro just now. So if we don't pull anything else, and I don't proc my cheat early, and I get my Masterworks up, there you go. So that's the 5 stacks of Masterworks. And then I wait. I don't have the bleeds on me just yet. I wait. I wait. Still have to wait here. And then we have 5 stacks of Masterworks again. This is... Okay, so this is going to be really interesting gameplay now. This is going to be so different than it was. Okay, so those guys... I wonder how you're supposed to control them, because we're going to get that extra pack now. I don't quite have Bubble Taunt. So I'm going to be in a little bit of trouble here. I'm going to dwarf... Oh, nope. Tried to move to get it then. How do we control the groundskeepers then? So A, that's by the way the damage is a little better there because I'm controlling the Masterworks now. How do we control those? How do you control those? What do you have to do to control those guys? We don't, but then so I didn't want to pull them. So you just don't, you can stun them or something when they try to run. So maybe you can't pull those at all. But they're in that pull. I guess you would have to go around. You couldn't, they're in that pull. There's no way to avoid them there. What about Binding Shot? Would Binding Shot or Vortex work? I'm assuming a Binding Shot would work, yeah? Like, what about Binding Shot or Vortex? There's nothing I can do as a Pally. I can do it as a Druid. I'll only play Classic. Need to find a group in Retail. Ah, the Retail. It's really hard because, like, sometimes, so basically, Eden, you had a rough time on PTR. I've also had some really strong toxicity and stuff like that, though. So you can't CC them at all. Interesting. Yeah, what about, like, a slow? So you're saying they go CC immune? Is that what I'm hearing right now? Are you telling they go CC immune when that happens? Flees upon reaching 50% health. The grounds guys. They run out and pull extra. At 50% health, maybe they reduce this to 20% and you have to actually CC them or something. How about you pull them first? So they're in the... You can't pull them first because they're... The ones that I'm thinking about, they're over on this ledge. Um, but they've wiped a few times now in this dungeon. No, you wouldn't focus them down. You don't focus them down for sure. Are they CC immune? The only thing I want to know is, are they CC immune? I'm confused if they're CC immune or not. That's what I want to learn. Your druid will ruin... I actually think druid would be great at this dungeon, to be honest, though. If they're not CC immune, maybe binding or earth grab. Maybe like an earth grab totem could work. I don't need to build resources, it turns out. The Masterworks does not stack, unfortunately. That'd be almost degenerate gameplay if it did. Try it. I think we could do the same pull as long as I have one way to reset bleeds. Alrighty, let's go. Pull 5. I definitely think it takes a certain type of personality, though, who would enjoy PTR. Not everybody will enjoy PTR, and that's totally fine, by the way. One of the weird things that happens in WoW, one of the weirdest things that happens in World of Warcraft is actually just this mindset that you have to play the game a specific way to enjoy it. That's a weird mindset to me. It doesn't actually make a lot of sense because that's not true. Like, it's just not true. You don't actually, there's no way you have to play this game. There's a way, there's like an optional way to play this game. So 5 stacks of Masterworks, I hit this weapon. Right here, boom, good. Oh, see, that was where I messed up just now. What I did was I hit both of them. That was what I used to do. It's not what I want to do anymore, though. So I build the Masterworks up. I proc cheat death, maybe. But right now, I'm actually pretty chill. I have no plater, so I can't kick. But that'll be the average. That will reflect the average pug experience. I could probably hodge one here. I'm actually fine, because again, 1 bleed stack is fine. So I have both bleed resets. Let's try that same pull again, where I run out after. You know, have you thought about doing like reaction content? No, I haven't gotten to that point of content creation just yet. Okay, so see if we can CC them. We jump down here. Unfortunately, I should have saved a horse if I was going to do this pull, because I'm actually going to take many, many back shots. I'm going to proc Ardent right away. Dude, I took too many back shots. I needed to save a horse. This is such a technical dungeon. My bad. I needed to save horse. Okay, so the only way I can do that is if I save horse. It's such a technical... No. It's just practice. It's just practice. It's actually so easy. It's just practice. It's just practice. If I don't save a horse charge, I can't do that pull. That's actually... I knew it. You heard me say it as I walked into it, right? Because yesterday I released a State of Tanking video. To see... I've never done React content in my life. Couldn't imagine doing React content, to be honest. Bullets bleeds magic. So, by the way, you guys... What you're seeing right now is you're like, man, prop pally's squishy. I just need to learn how to sequence. All I need to learn is once I get this, you'll be like, oh, Owu is super tanky here and never dies. Correct. But you have to go through and learn. This is at least how I learn at the very least. Maybe other tanks can get it immediately. Maybe I'm kind of dumb. I don't know. But it takes me a second, right? To really just get through the dungeon. If it's annoying you guys, I can... pull. I can do that. This is super... If it's annoying guys, I can do that. Only if it's annoying them, though. Every single death here has been me just learning. The level key is not a high key at all. It's more just like the bleeds are actually here, though. Yeah. But I understand. So one thing, for example, though, it's all about being selectively chatty. I don't know if I would do that, though. Let me respond to that in a second, because I do want to actually say, yeah. So here we go. When you have different people with different perspectives, I would be more than happy to spend an hour wiping to this pull so that I could learn how to do it. Like, that's my mentality, right? I would be more than happy to do that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that other people would be happy to do that. And so if the people I'm playing with, because they're my friends, if they go, hey, can we just really try to get through this dungeon? I'd be like, oh, of course. But I'm learning that basically I want to gather this and I need to horse 1, but not horse 2. And if people have never played something like a pally before, this would be very confusing. So I wait here a second, and the reason is because I just want to greed my Masterwork stacks. Then I have full uptime here because I went in with 5 stacks. That was my goal the whole time, was to go in with 5 stacks. I'm in Moments of Glory with Big Dam. And as long as I'm in Moments of Glory with Big Dam, I will be just fine. If I take bleeds, like right now, I probably just bubble right away. If I don't take bleeds, I don't bubble. And I'll just get through with Kings and Ardent. But if I do take bleeds, and see my damage is obviously looking a lot better here, because I went in with those 5 stacks of Masterworks. So I took bleeds, I think because the Wild Beast cast went off. I have 2 bleeds on me right now, which is fine. That means I can save Dwarf. That means I can save Dwarf. Now look at my rotation here. I have A. Here's what I have right now. We're going to go here. I have a horse. The reason the horse is so important is, see how I took no bleed stacks walking into this pull? I have 0 bleed stacks right now, which means that I'm going to have the ability to A, proc a cheat death, B, proc kings like right now probably, and then C, I'm going to dwarf when these things get high. Only when they get high though. So I'm at 4 stacks. I wait for 1 more stack maybe. Wait for 1 more stack, 1 more stack. Lay on hands myself because I'm going to see if I can hold it. If I can hold it even better, that means I'm really safe this pull. And then we're going to need to see if we can try to CC or control those guys at all. There we go. See? Not bad. See how easy this pull was? See the difference? All we needed to do was learn. It's just reps. But now what's going to happen is when you do this on live, you're going to wipe. And you're going to be confused. You're going to be like, how can I do this? It's going to seem impossible. It's not impossible. You have to go through the reps. On PTR, it's like a resilient key. We can just put it back in, go again, put it back in, go again. On live, you can't do that. So it'll feel really bad. But you should feel easy that one. You're like, man, this pull's impossible. No. You just need reps. That pull is actually totally fine. So this Masterworks here, I really want to activate it because I'm at 5 stacks. I want to skip that bleed dude, though. I agree it'd be pretty good. I haven't ever thought of myself. Yeah, so much better. I just needed the horse charge. I just needed to know I had the horse charges and learn how to watch my bleeds. Can you skip this? If you walk past right now, can you skip this and just go here? Because now I'll have bubble and I have dwarf still. So I'll be fine. Holy shit. Okay, so dwarf right away and then bubble in a second. Oh, how did that pull? Oh, that's a problem. Okay, I wasn't expecting to be tanking so many of these. I might be able to live? Question mark. So this is going to be a kiting moment where I'm going to bubble now, and then I'm going to kite in a second. Again, if I know how the mobs work, I could probably make a plan for them. And then after bubble, I just kite. And I kite... Where do I kite here? Now, here's the problem. On the next pull, there are also dogs. And once again, I'm going to need my resources for it. So I hodge 1 as I walk back through, probably take 1 bleed, and then back over here. This is that thought process that I'm going to learn so that when I actually get to Halt of Atonement on live, I'm not going to die. And you're going to be like, huh, all right, pretty cool. Oh, I missed my 5 stacks Masterwork. I'm going to need to actually track that on my UI. That's going to be so impactful with the 4-set difference. There you go. Okay. I'm not going to have bubble. I'm not going to have dwarf. So yeah, bleeds are absolutely insane this season. At least in this dungeon. I would almost be guaranteed that they're going to nerf these bleeds because they clearly don't want tanks to have to suffer this season. In particular, it's pretty clear that they're trying to make tanking more friendly and more accessible. That's the shaman diff, by the way. See that cap totem? Just let me reset the bleed stacks. Because I have to watch very hard here. I have to make sure that I understand what I have available. I have 1 bleed stack, it's fine. 2 bleed stacks, I run. 2 bleed stacks, I use this horse, and I run. Right? Stone form, yeah. I was actually already thinking that, like, dude, my warrior is going to need stone form for this dungeon. I was like, how am I doing this, by the way? How am I going to do this on warrior? All right, so I have 4 stacks of Masterwork, but not more than that. I want to do this pull because I actually think I could live it pretty easily, and it might be good percentage. There's the Masterwork stacks. Oh, see, I completely missed my Masterwork stacks. Dude, that's going to be really annoying for me to track. I wonder if I pull something with boss intentionally. Probably not, just so that we can get through the dungeon and stuff, though. Yes, so I can basically just technically backpedal them. Like, yeah, I can backpedal them like this. They have a fairly long attack range, and they're a little bit fast. But if my group CCs, I can also backpedal. I think we want to pull these guys with boss. Probably the right move is to pull this with boss. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I forgot the shard. Bro, I forgot the shard. No, I forgot. I actually did forget, though. All right, we'll just drag those up, drag those up, drag those up. It's fine. I forgot. We hadn't actually gone through here yet. I totally forgot. How many casters do we want here? Maybe like this? How many casters do we want here? They mostly just hit me, so I could probably live. See if I can shield that guy. Oh, it's line of sight. It's line of sight. Okay, I don't want a dwarf here. Okay, I can live this, right? Without bubbling? Because there are dogs next. So it's all this preemptive stuff of, like, if I bubble right now, I probably won't be able to live the dogs that are coming up. And since I know that, I'll be able to live the dogs coming up. But if I didn't know that, I would not be able to live the dogs coming up. So I'm going to depend a little bit on my healer. Oh. My bad. All right, we can still do the dungeon. I just won't do that pull again. My bad. So reps and reps and reps. I forgot. Obviously, those first two were the problem. I just shouldn't have pulled those extra casters in. I haven't tanked this. I only healed it. I wasn't paying attention to the route too much. My bad. And I don't know as a tank where the damage comes in. It's so easy to judge tanks without actually having tanked before and be like, yo, Pally seems so squishy. Trust me. Pally is not squishy. I just don't know the dungeon yet. It feels different than it did in Shadowlands. There's the extra debuff that these guys apply, so I'm just casually taking significantly more damage when this debuff is stacked on me. And I guess if I had gotten more of those kicks or if I had a better plater profile, that would have been fine. But since I didn't get more kicks and I don't have a plater profile, then it was not fine. I bet you can do all of this. I'd be willing to bet that you can do all of this. I have bubble and dwarf, so it should be fine. I have 5 stacks of masterwork. No, not yet. I have it now, so I just ardent this, and then I'll be ready to bubble depending on bleeds and stuff. Should be okay with just this there. I dwarf the first one. I bubble the next one because I'm in cooldowns, etc., etc. Nice. There you go. It's all practice. All practice. And that's okay with me. Like I said, if my group starts being like, yo, can we just see if we can get to the boss and stuff, I would be like, absolutely. And I would stop messing around. But for me, I don't mind. Because that's how I learn, right? And it's not good. Our death equal to wipe. True, but it's okay, Sunizi, because, oh, for me at the very least, because I'm learning. Now I know what's going to kill me, and I'll be like, oh, okay, I know how to watch out for it. There's a prop Pelly curse, though. I think that this dungeon will actually be terrible for Warrior. Yeah, I could totally see this dungeon being really bad for Warrior. What could you pull into boss here? Anything? Why isn't this active? Did I not pull enough trash? Wait. Oh, it's just recharging. It actually takes a second. That's annoying. Oh, he just takes a second to activate? Oh, that's annoying. Okay, so basically you might want to do a pull during RP if you kill that thing last. Is there anything I could pull into boss? Probably just those bleed guys. Probably like this. Maybe like this for funnel. These guys over here. Not that you would ordinarily want one more, but since we have a DK who can grip it. Let's see, let's see. But it is hard. You know, as a tank, it is technically your job. If you die as a tank, then everybody will easily blame you and stuff, you know? Which is fair. We have a res for this. I have my masterwork stacks up now. So I wait. I'll probably bubble now. And then I'll have dwarf again if I need to, which is why I'm comfortable doing this. We don't have res. There it is. And then I'll kings this. And then I'll probably move the boss more to the center. Oh, fuck. Dude, I'm going to be so bad at this mechanic. I hate mechanics like this. I remember this now of how much this used to kill me. I'm remembering vaguely now how much this used to kill me, and I'm not going to be a fan of that spinny thing. I don't like the fact that that spins. That seems unnecessary and uncalled for and rude. How would you personally rank the tanks just in terms of fun? In terms of fun, interesting. In terms of fun, that could be very interesting. the thing is that fun is so subjective as a tank. Like, the fun is very, very, very subjective as a tank, right? How's Prot Warrior feeling? Prot Warrior feels immortal, except this dungeon. This dungeon in particular, you're probably going to need to play Dwarf, because I actually just don't know how you would live this particular dungeon without bleed resets. Like, maybe you play Prez Evoker. Actually, you know what's interesting? Prez Evoker stonks go up in this dungeon, because all you really need as a tank is one bleed reset. You just need one or two. You don't need, like, many a pack, right? It's just one or two. Like, actually, imagine this dungeon in particular is a really big evoker dungeon. You can't use the gargoyles any longer, though. Okay. My personal preference, I like let me explain, though. Because I like predictive, mitigation-based tanks. Some people like reactive tanks. There's a difference between a predictive tank and a reactive tank. A predictive tank is one that basically pre-mitigates damage. This is warrior, druid, pally. I need to know basically when the damage is happening. I need to plan my cooldowns around it. As long as I plan my cooldowns around it, I can tell you how I'm going to live before I walk into the pack. Yeah? Like, I can actually tell you basically what I'm going to do before I even walk into the pool. That's a predictive tank. Make sense? Yeah? There are reactive tanks, and a VDH is kind of like that a little bit. VDH is a mix. Then there are reactive tanks. So reactive tanks are Brewmaster, Blood DK, etc. Okay, so we pull like something like this. These guys hurt a lot, just HPS-wise. Then there are tanks that have to react to damage, that say, hey, I don't really know what's going to happen, but if I time my abilities extremely well, I'll be okay. I don't like tanks like that. Not my cup of tea. That's Blood DK, Brewmaster. That's like even if I plan really well, I can't tell you exactly what I'm going to hit when I'm going to hit it, because I need to see the damage intake. Maybe I take this, maybe I parry, maybe I don't parry, and then I have to respond like that. Not a huge fan of tanks like this. This is just a healing receive reduce. Oh, it's just a mortal strike effect. There you go. What's up, K-Bizzle? Got a 15 Cinder, yeah. You just need a... So as long as you're still enjoying the season, that's great. Okay, so this is fine. What's our percentage at? I forgot what we need. I think it's a little bit more than this. I think it's like one more than this, yeah? It's like 78%, I think. I don't know. In terms of personal fun, I would rank... I think we need more, no? What do I pull here? Maybe like this corner pack, or... What do I pull? It's definitely more than this. I think I wait for the... This. I think I pull this. This seems like a pretty easy pack here. Yeah? Maybe something like this? I don't know. Let's find out. My most fun tanks, therefore, are Guardian Druid, Prot Pally, and Prot Warrior are my three most favorite tanks. I'm happy if I can play pretty much any one of those tanks I'm happy with. Guardian Druid being my most favorite. It's the most chill. It's the most I can just game on this tank, and I can tell you what I'm going to do. As long as I make a good plan, then I'm going to be fine. So I like Prot Warrior. I like Guardian Druid number 1. Prot Pally number 2, because it's kind of the same way, except that I can also help the group. And then Prot Warrior would be number 3 on that list. That would probably be my rankings for most fun. And then it would go Brewmaster, because it's just really giga fun to play. Then... I really think VDH is torn between 6th and 5th place, and Blood DK. Those are my least 2 favorite tanks. Brew is fun because maybe it's new for me, but it's not like... I don't really love the play style of Brew. We all get past here? Nice, nice, nice. So not a huge fan of the play style of Brew. I wouldn't play it for a whole season. I think it would be too much if I wanted to play it for a whole season. I don't think I would enjoy myself. I think I would actually have like a rough season if I tried to play that, though. 5 stacks, Masterwork, go. That Bloodthorn does a lot of damage. Cool. So this is the 5 stacks of Masterwork, and then I hit Wings. I wonder if Masterwork scales with Wings at all. That would be super interesting to know. I have 5 stacks of Masterwork. I hit my weapon. This is very interesting, though. Turns out a Prot Warrior. On live, I feel paper as a pally. Whoops. Okay, so you can't be in the circle there. No problem. I'll just sack this. Boom, 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 boom. We often do keys together. I would say that Prot Pally is one of those tanks where you don't need a comp for Prot Pally. Prot Pally technically works with any comp. which is one of the benefits of it, right? Like, you can play prop pally with literally any comp. I think a meta comp will be looking at class changes. I made a few predictions in the Discord. There's like a whole channel I wanted to make for the Discord because I thought it was cool. Can I freedom this? No, I cannot. There's a whole channel in the Discord that I made specifically to talk about comp predictions. If anybody can do exclamation Discord, you'll kind of find it. I like that stuff. I like being able to kind of like, I think it's a fun game. I also want to see how wrong I am. Like, I want to see kind of, I'm curious to know how wrong I'm going to be about it. Or if I'm wrong. I think that one of the things is actually prop pally goes up. I think prop pally goes up to A tier in particular. I think prop pally's a little better than I thought it was because the 4-set buff is actually massive if you can game it. I need a weak aura to track it because it's really annoying me right now that I can't. Like, right there, I just hit it, but I dropped my 5 stacks right before I hit that thing, which is unfortunate. Like, I feel okay right now. But I would be doing so much more. The reason I'm not doing giga damage right now is simply because I'm not gaming the Masterworks. I have 5 stacks now, but I should have used my Shining Light to get back to it because I'm not going to be able to use it on this boss. That type of stuff, though. It's, okay, so the 5 stacks at Masterwork becomes a giant, very, very big deal. I have it for 5 more seconds, and it doesn't restack. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I hit it. Now everybody in my group has a lesser weapon. So if you look at this pull in particular, right, you're going to see a bunch of damage from lesser weapon. My sacred weapon is going to be doing a lot of damage on this pull. So look at my damage on this pull. Because I gamed it correctly, I have bubble. Dude, that does a lot of damage, and I only had 1 bleed stack. They just do big damage. This pull is going to be one of those tank pulls where you probably get aggro, and then you run, and you kite, and you pray, and you scream to the heavens, and you say, healer, save me. Just kidding. So I have 5 stacks here. I use this. Dude, that's not even the bleed stack. That's actually just melee damage. Okay, so I can plan better for it then. Cool. No problem. But if you take a look at my damage that pull, see how Hammer and Anvil, Sacred Weapon, Lesser Weapon. I had at least going into it. It would have been better if I technically saved it for a second. There's no more wolves in this, right? This one you could take into boss, but if we want to finish the dungeon, I can also just tank it right here. You could totally take this into boss, but it might add a level of complexity to the boss because this boss actually hurts a lot. Depends if they want to or not. I don't actually think it would be that bad. There's going to be... Maybe, like, get it lower, and then we can kind of chain it in a little bit. Yeah, once it's lower, I can kind of solo control it, though. I won't need a dispel or anything like that. Boom, 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 boom. What's this? No, I won't play Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter is like my least fun tank. Also, in terms of the react content, sorry, I was busy. I was trying to learn this dungeon. My brain is engaged, dude. So this is the lesser weapon. And everybody has my lesser weapon now, and that's how I'm going to do big single target damage. Even if you redeem, I don't have it. If you redeem DH, I either refund you your points or I sack this. Look how much heal. This is crazy HPS, this boss. They changed this, so if you don't insta use the lantern, it is actually such crazy HPS. If you redeem DH, I can ask you if you want a leveling dungeon. That's all I'll be able to give you. I can give you a leveling dungeon. That's what I got. Like I can go level a Demon Hunter, but I still don't really like it though. Is it possible to get 100% block? Yes, of course. Physical block, yes. Spell block is a little bit lower. You don't need high mastery for it, but yeah, you can get 100% block. Pretty easy. You were able to do that in Season 1. You actually had to spec for mastery. Right now, you're going to want to spec for crit in particular. Crit's going to be your best friend as a prop pally right now. So I can do Shining Light proc, because I have 5 stacks of Masterwork. My lesser weapon goes out on everybody. And then see, this is the single target damage of gaming. This is why this is also why I think it's getting nerfed. Because there's no way that Blizzard is okay. Do I overwrite it when I hit wings? Maybe. That's why maybe I shouldn't hit wings in that scenario. I'm not sure. So if you look at my damage here on this boss, most of this is single target, and it's all 4-piece. The 4-piece change is just that when I have 5 stacks of Masterwork and I hit my weapon, it goes on my entire party every single time. And it used to be a little different, but basically, like, you just casually overcap it. And then I'm pretty sure that it's also just... Hold up, I'm going to look for a lay on hands, maybe. Yeah, this is actually, like, this boss is such insane HPS now. But then I'll have 5 stacks here, but looking at my timer, I'm going to run out just before my weapon, so I have to Shining Light proc now. Can the bear be immortal? It won't ever be immortal to physical damage. Lay on hands, sack. It won't ever be immortal to physical damage, but it will be very tanky against physical damage. You can't get it to be quite immortal. You can get it to be very tanky, though. If that makes sense. Yeah, even with that, I mean, I died to damage the other day in Incarn with 11 stacks of Iron Fur. Like, I still died to it in a 15 Dawnbreaker. With 0 out of 2? No. Tears and where you want to be casting Blessed Hammer and AoE as much as possible to the degree where you don't prioritize under pretty much any circumstance unless you need a kick or you need a rotational filler, Avenger Shield anymore. Which is very strange because it's definitely a thing. You actually want Blessed Hammer on cooldown. Like, you don't want to miss any Blessed Hammer casts. You want a Blessed Hammer, Judgment, Blessed Hammer, Judgment, Blessed Hammer, Judgment, etc., etc. So Tears Enforcer loses a lot of value. It's not... Could you technically min-max damage with it? I guess. No, Lightsmith definitely does more damage right now. But you need to game Lightsmith for it to do more damage. Like here, if I put my weapon out, everybody will have it now, so my damage will go up, etc., though. I'm definitely not trying to push... The thing I was saying about the React content is... I've never thought about myself as a content creator. There's stuff on the ground. Oh. I've never thought of myself as that before, so I just want to put out stuff that I like about World of Warcraft. My whole goal with content is that I'm putting out stuff that I like about the game itself. I've never really thought about how to make content that people would like. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? So, like, that idea of, like, oh, React content, I'll be like, huh, literally never thought about it. I could... I suppose. How do I even do React content? What should I do, Quiver? How would I do it, though? You basically just want me to play his video, and then I talk about it? Like, I talk about my takes? Like, I play his video, and then I talk about it and stuff? Is that what I would do? What's up, Avantha? So this is the sacred weapon here. I get aggro fast. Oof, my fingers playing Pally, man. Very spammy spec with this much haste. My fingers... Do we have percentage? No. So I need, in the future, 81% is the number I'm looking for in the future. We technically do not have percentage right now. My bad. My bad. I'll get it after. All ready? Yeah, you can't ever get to 0, though. How much better is Lightsmith than Templar? Not like a crazy amount better. Like, if you don't want to play Lightsmith, you could probably play Templar and get away with it. All right, how much damage does this do? And do I need to bubble the first one? Like, you could technically get away with it if you really, for some reason, didn't want to play Lightsmith. Although I'm not sure why you wouldn't want to play Lightsmith, to be fair. Lightsmith feels better than Templar for me in pretty much every way. You have more rotational cooldowns, not less. You have good coverage on pretty much everything. You have more team utility. You have more damage. I'd love for you to make more tier lists. Each tier list, specific scenarios. More tier list, Dalinus. Okay, hear me out. One of the issues, potentially, with me making more tier lists. So see how I'm taking... Oh, I got it. Look how perfect it is. Did I get it? Am I taking all of these? That should be. I'm trying to take... No, I didn't get all of them. Does that actually not hurt there? Did I get... There's a tank positioning. I don't know exactly where it is. There's a way for the tank to take almost all those beams and really help the team here, though. Okay. If I start making more tier... Like, I hear what you're saying, but I'm a little worried about something. Doesn't that seem kind of clickbaity? Like, the reason I made that last one is because I actually studied the PTR. I've been playing PTR every day, nonstop, and that's all I want to do. So I figured I could make that one, but I don't know about the other one, right? Like, I feel like if I made more tier lists, then I start to get into, like, some... Like, you know, I don't want that to be my whole thing. Okay, so you play his videos and... Hold on, wait. There's a way for me to get both of these. At least both. Am I in the right spot here? Is this the right spot for this? I think so. No, I'm only taking 2. I'm taking at least 2 right now, which is not bad. Can I tank this? Doesn't seem to hurt in the middle. It doesn't seem to do any damage. Okay. Some speak a little bit. Both are about to. I feel like you would be good at keeping it balanced. I probably would be. Your particular breed of humor. First of all, I can't talk about breeding on stream. All right. And second of all, I would maybe be able to do it. I don't want to ever seem. There's like a weird thing. Okay, so if I make content, I don't want to. How do I explain this? How do I explain this? It's like I don't want to be a content creator because content creation is like. It's like, you know, like there are people who are just like, I'm trying to get you to click on my video. I don't necessarily want to have that happen. Where I'm just like, just farming clicks. Like that feels weird. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I want to be farming clicks nonstop. I would rather have good content. Like I want to have quality stuff where I want to have good content, if that makes sense. Wait, where are you guys? Oh, wait a second. Where's my team? Wait, where'd they go? Where'd they go? Uh-oh. Wait, there was some miscommunication here. Wait, where did they go? I might be bringing friends. Where are they? I didn't realize they went... Oh, they just teleported back. They were going back to the start. I see. This is going to wipe the dungeon. Oh, they came. They got here. I was going to pull these two. I think this is percentage here. I think they're like 2.5% each. I think. Oh, we brought friends. Okay. Can I live this? Wait, there's actually a lot of them here. Hold up. Wait. This is the make or break moment for the dungeon. Make or break moment for the dungeon here. I'm going to get knocked back into a frontal, but I have cooldowns. I'm going to get perma knocked back. Maybe I just have to tank all of this. Fun fact, I actually going to run out of cooldowns because I ran here. And I wasn't expecting to have to do this. Uh-oh. Healing potion. Combat potion. There's no reason why I could. All I heard was I don't want to talk about breeding since you just got back. Well, listen. Because the thing is, if I start talking about breeding, I'm going to start talking about Brazil. And then all of a sudden, I don't want to compliment or offend any one nation too much because it's 2025, and I foresee there being a potential issue. If I start complimenting Brazil or telling Brazil, you know, whatever, then I could see there being a potential issue. Dude, this is a hilarious pull. I'm literally, we're just ping-ponging around the room. Like, non-stop ping-ponging. I mean, I'm alive, I suppose. I'm alive, right? So, all good. I'm just, where do we This is such a funny pull. I mean, I'm alive, but I won't be alive forever, actually. I'm going to bubble now. Yeah, I was about to say, I'll bubble now. Where is everybody? Oh, no. Oh, no. The deaths. The deaths coming at the last second. Oh, no. Oh, never doubted. GG's. Never doubted. That was funny. Okay. So in the future, we can get this a lot better. We can get Halls of Atonement much better than that. Is that the trinket he wants? Pally is tanky. We got proof there. I'm kind of. Take the bat at the end. Oh. Which one? Which one? Can you tell me which bat you're talking about? I actually don't know necessarily which one you're talking about. You're doing your... Oh, thank you, Luigi. Have you done any mount or mog farming? Honestly, yeah, you want it to be the process. Right. That's a good point of saying it, Ledeek. Also, sorry, if I ever miss your YouTube comment, it's because I haven't figured out a way to combine my chats yet. And just saying you should come here. Just in case I ever miss your YouTube comment, by the way. If I miss your YouTube comment. I sometimes have a hard time, especially when I'm learning new things. It's been so long since I've done this, though. All right, here we go. There's a bat that takes you to the start. Oh, they just meant these bat. Yeah, okay. I could do that. Wow, I got a leech chest piece. Nice. I'll use a leech chest piece for PTR testing. Why can't I get that? Wait a second. Why can't I get that when the season starts? Yes, I'd love to try a different dungeon. I want it. We did it. Yeah. All right. Easy one shot. That was my first time ever tanking it. It's not actually that hard. I just needed to learn. Like save movement cooldown here or save dwarf there, etc. You pushing title next season? That's a great question, Avantha. The truth is I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know because it very much depends on how the resilient stuff works, how much fun I have in the season. Like, you know what I mean? Like how much fun I have in the season. Gambit? You want to do Gambit maybe? Gambit or Streets? I'm cool with either. So it depends. We could do Streets. I don't mind. We could do Streets or Gambit, either one. What do you think of the Monk Tank with the 8% buff? Oh, huge value. The only thing is, I have a question. Does Beastmaster Hunter Pets... I got this comment on one of the YouTube videos that I made, and I was curious because I realized all of a sudden that I don't actually know the full answer to this question. Cool? Does Beastmaster Hunter Pets get benefited from Mystic Touch? They should, because Mystic Touch is a debuff applied to an enemy versus a buff applied to a player. So Mystic Touch should benefit Beastmaster Hunter pet damage, just like it used to benefit Demo Warlock pets. Exactly, King. So if it benefits a Tyrant, then it would benefit the Beastmaster pets, correct? That's what I was thinking in my head. Right? So Block pets don't get Warrior buff, but they do get that though. All right, let's do Streets. We can do Streets. I haven't tanked Streets before. I haven't tanked it though, so can I bring my Warrior to Streets? I can play my Warrior in Streets. My Pally I need a weak ore for to play right now. Physical classes notoriously have had the part of physical classes that they have over other things is just that they technically do better at smaller pulls. Yeah? The whole point is they do better at smaller pulls. That's the whole point of playing a physical comp. You're not supposed to technically be doing the same pulls, but then WoW starts to get impossible to balance. Because the problem with WoW is they have this thing called raiding. And if they have this thing called raiding, they will pretty much never be able to properly balance M+. There are too many different types of damage patterns. Their goal is that everything in raid is within 10% of each other. And you can see that because the last few seasons, raid balance has been very good. But then the second you start adding AoE and prio targets and this and that, there are some classes that are just impossible to balance because of the way they're designed. If there's 39 specializations in a game, it's pretty much not going to have, you know what I mean? Someone read Reddit today. Is that a Reddit thing? I actually don't have Reddit. Actually, I do have Reddit for one specific... I actually post in one particular section of Reddit, but you will never find me. Resto, Shaman, Brewmaster. I actually do have Reddit, but I only post in one thing. You'll never find me. They do benefit auto attacks and special attacks that are physical in nature for hunter pets. But Warrior gives them attack power, but doesn't... Yeah, it would scale their attack power, which scales with their pets, correct. But the 8%, so 5% attack power is nothing compared to 8% fizz damage. 8% fizz damage becomes a better buff. Request to join group. Let's go Streets, and I want to play my Warrior. My fingers are feeling carpal tunnel-y. Ugh. I need to do my hand workouts. Warrior. Yeah, I'll play Warrior for this dungeon. I wanted to play Warrior for the last one, but then all of a sudden I realized, without being a dwarf and /or heavy coordination, dude, Warrior basically can't tank Halls of Atonement right now. Oh, what the hell? I don't know. So you have to try tanking it. You try tanking Halls of Atonement. You'll figure it out real fast. That bleed was unnatural. That bleed was not a normal bleed. That bleed was like a cranial bleed. That bleed, Dr. House, you're hoping he's in the hospital somewhere because otherwise nobody's able to solve that bleed. I'm trolling, not going. You almost have to be a dwarf. Honestly, yeah. You kind of have to be a dwarf. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's tough. You're actually basically trolling if you're not playing dwarf in Halls of Atonement. Yeah. How do other tanks deal with it? Okay, so Demon Hunter has 2 leaps out immediately. They have sigils and a good way to control it and whatever, right? So Demon Hunters have good ways to control it. Bleed's overtuned. I feel like the bleed is overtuned. Pally's great because you have bubble and dwarf, as well as some big DRs, but basically bubble and dwarf. Druid would have vortex and just big cooldowns. Druid would be able to take several more stacks of the bleed than other tanks would. DK has parry and dwarf, potentially, or just parry and pray and death and decay slow. Warrior is I just don't have leap. If I leap into the pack, I can't get out. Warrior is the thing that struggles the most with that particular thing. Yeah, D&D and run. Choosing who has a spell based on who might die. Exactly. Also, I think that, Zach, what you're probably going to end up doing, right? What you're probably going to end up doing is you're going to run 2D curses so that you dispel the magic. And I ran into that problem too when I was playing this, though. Evoker would be another option. Evoker with a 1-minute caught, because each of those pulls, I don't need 5 bleed dispels. I need 1 to live it, or 2 preferably. 2 is fine. 1 is also fine. That's the thing about how that bleed works. It's not like it's constant. It's relatively RNG, but it seems like it's like sometimes I need it, sometimes I don't. So if I could just call for it in with an evoker, you would be set. Yeah, for sure. Like evoker stocks go up playing Halls of Infusion for sure. Okay, my only doubt with the Mystic Touch buff are purely you can't really get rage while running. You don't need rage while running. You just need to be able to maybe even play Bounding Stride, because the way I was doing it was I was leaping into the pull. I would probably have to not leap into the pull so that if I need to reset my bleed stacks, I just go like this. Whee! Just try to say live meta tier list today. Does it? I thought I put a different thing for Discord today. Wait, did I? Whoops. What is? Did I on accident? No, I said come hang out and say hi. That was the previous one. That was the last one, right? Like, but if you get too many stacks, you need heavy heals. That's true. You probably have to. That's a good point. Maybe you shield wall or cheat death or something though. So that maybe it's just stuck from the last one. Oh, probably. No, I wasn't gonna make another tier list today. Although I'm very interested. Quiver. Do you watch YouTube regularly? Out of curiosity, yeah. Do you watch Discord regular? Sorry, do you watch YouTube and stuff? Spells are not keybind. Are they hidden? These ones? I just don't have my keybinds fully set up on. Wait, Streets. These guys spawn, right? Oh shit, dude, this is hilarious. I haven't played Streets in so long. Oh shit, what the fuck? Wait, why is this hitting so hard? Oh, I'm getting hit in the back. I'm not tanking this correctly. That would be why. Wait a second. I remember. Okay. Here's what I remember about the first area of Streets. I remember it really hurting. Is this correct? Am I remembering this properly? I felt like I took a lot of damage there. I had my block. I had everything up. Somebody asked me earlier. Who asked me about Ignore Pain earlier? Are you still here? There used to be 2 mobs in this corner. Where are they? Are there not 2 mobs in this corner anymore? So I'm assuming you want to pull this with this. Yeah? And then that big guy does a thing. This Overseer does the big tank hit, right? Something like this? Yeah, that Proxy Strike. You need a big cooldown for Proxy Strike. Okay, so there are casters. I can't really see them with this thing. It's easy for me to... This Proxy Strike. Is it magic or is it... I'm actually a YouTube enjoyer. Discovered you there. Hardly use Twitch at all. Okay. What type of videos do you watch on YouTube? And I would gladly take suggestions because I'm new at this. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing in this. This is my party. This party frames, I like these party frames. The actual nameplates I'm using right now, I'm not a fan of at the moment. You used to pull this slightly different, but let me be safe. Hyperlight Bolt. Is that Spell Reflect? Does this mean Spell Reflect? Oh, my Spell Reflect. Sad. Do. Hard light barrier. Interesting. These guys don't seem to hurt that bad. So ignore pain when you do play warrior. You just want to have it max value. But you otherwise don't want to hit it a bunch. So as long as it's max value here, I don't hit it that much. Otherwise, I'm hitting revenge, basically. Okay, so he wants big pull because he's holding trinket and stuff. It looks like Sam wants a big pull. Maybe we can do these. Maybe we can do this for a big pull. These are the double overseer. So again, this is going to be a tank pull, I think. Oh, wait, I wanted to pull both. Do you remember when Zul'Gamux was here? Do you remember Zul'Gamux? How much does this hurt? Will it proc cheat death? Like, does it hurt bad enough to proc cheat death? Oh, the beam slicers. I'm remembering now. You have to back up. Back up. That's right. I knew my Frost DK was holding cooldowns. I knew he was about to pop off. I hope I did him proud by pulling that there. Okay, so if you're a YouTube enjoyer, though, if I was going to be a content creator, what type of content would you like me to produce? Spell Reflect. Okay, wait a second. What is this dot? Did they change this boss? This boss used to be not a target dummy, but she used to do nothing and then everything. Yoga? I don't know why, but I wasn't expecting yoga to be the answer to that question. Really? Yoga pain. What if I told you that I could actually make yoga content? Wait. Oh, that's right. This is not the boss. I forgot. You spawn this guy. He just does the riffs, and then the boss actually spawns after. Okay, not bad. Mythic Plus guide, walk through each pull explaining what you do and why. Don't I kind of already do that, Vanda? I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, he kills you, right? No, he doesn't. Okay, good job. You want to see a photo? It was one of the first photo shoots I ever did in my life. I was 17 years old. So you can't say anything dirty about this because I'm telling you right now, I am letting you know, I'm saving you a visit from the FBI. I was 17 years old. I will show you the photo, but I'm also letting you know, once again, that I was 17 years old in this photo. So you can't say anything bad about this. Understood? But I'll show you the photo. One of the first photo shoots I ever did was actually a yogi photo shoot. You have to kill the breaker thing. Oh, feign death. Nice. Easy. You can feign death that. Amazing. Amazing hunter tech. And then the boss just actually stands here. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, How much does this hurt me? Oh, so you can only delay it with feign death. Got it? I see. Okay, so maybe depending on what country you're from, you might be able to judge the photo or not, right? On the tanks you play, individual videos. Okay. Oh, let me read this. On the tanks you play, how to Paladin, your pointers on like this pull you need to save. Okay. Sure. Also good, but don't overdo it. Right. In less than 5 minutes. So what I was going to do, I was already going to do that. I was already going to do Quiver. I know for a fact that I want to help people learn the dungeons because I've spent so much time in them that I want to really help people learn the dungeons. One of the things I know for a fact that I'm doing with that is I'm going to basically make like 60-second guides where it's just like DPS, press cooldown here. DPS, press cooldown here. DPS, dodge this thing here. And then keep it like super simple. Now, we used to go left in pugs, and you used to go right in coordinated groups in the MDI. This guy, he used to suck. I kind of remember him a little bit. You used to just solo him. I have no idea what we're still supposed to do in this dungeon now. I was going to do that for sure. And then, Dalinus. Okay. I need to learn one thing. I've been limited in what type of videos I can create. Because I don't know if you know this. Would you be able to do it? Yes. I can simplify that shit so much. Will it be in-depth? No. I'll give a 60-second version and then an in-depth version. Just like the WoW news thing I did. Which is just like TLDR, here's what you need to know, everything else is fine. Because genuinely, I swear to God, DPSing, hear me out. This is kind of a hot take, but let me, with respect, okay? DPSing isn't that hard, guys. Like, to min-max your DPS rotation, you can go watch a person who can tell you all the nuances of your rotation. But in terms of living keys as a DPS, it's not that hard. It's not that hard, dude. Like, it's... You know what I mean? Like, it's really pretty easy. There's, like, one mechanic. You're like, this is just press defensive here. You know what I mean? Should also make tank strats for each dungeon if there are any... potentially. Could. But also keep in mind, it's not like I can post videos every day. You know what I mean? What the trends are for Mythic Plus good dungeon runs. I do the good dungeon runs already. We used to pull this guy into either the previous one or these guys. These are the stalkers, which used to leap out and put bleeds on people and me, question mark. This guy does like a charge you have to dodge. AoE taunt. I want every tank should have an AoE taunt. Rally cry. Oh, that last tick got him. Okay, so these bleeds hurt. I think this is like a Vortex CC situation maybe. Or don't pull these together. I think we got it. There are 2 to 3 explained boss mechanics, but nothing about trash. That's what I was thinking, right? It's the trash, actually, that I'm thinking of. You could do a version for DPS healer or tank. Yeah. The key's too low, pretty much. It is, actually, though. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting some good ideas. I tell you what. I'm interested. I will heavily consider. I'll heavily consider it. Does anybody know any free video editing software that I could just download and learn how to use really quick? That would be interesting to me. Oh, Danny, thank you for the sub. I want to make videos. CapCut. Is CapCut, what's CapCut? DaVinci Resolve. DaVinci Resolve is how I used to make my AMVs. Which, by the way, I don't mind. Yeah, I think that's the one I used to do. I wanted to just gather information. Do you pull... Isn't there trash that spawns here? There's like RP and you used to pull trash and stuff, though. I don't remember exactly what you used to pull here. This boss... Let's just do the boss, then. What's up, Addy? Yeah, DaVinci Resolve... that's what I used to use. You can use it for free still, right? When you export from DaVinci Resolve, does it have like the watermark thing on it, though? Worth money if you want to make it mobile. Mobile content? Can you make mobile content? Oh, so you can't. So you have to pay for it though, right? Okay, because I remember I thought I tried to make a video in DaVinci Resolve just the other. It is free, but with CapCut you can. I don't think the videos I need to make are very hard. I just need to import some of the dungeon runs and I need to cut the video, and that's all I need to do. I need to, like that Pally video I just did. Ooh, so pretty. It's so pretty. Those are amazingly beautiful. Holy shit. That was really cool. That was very pretty. I'm going to make it. Nice. Oh, that's right. The 2 bosses spawn now. I'm vaguely remembering this. It's all coming back to me, folks. It's all coming back to me, though. CapCut. Honestly, I don't need an advanced video because I'm not going to do special effects. I don't have that much time in my day to do special effects. I'm not looking for special effects. I'm just looking for, like... I need literally just a software that will let me cut and edit videos. You know what I mean? Like, that's actually all I'm looking for. I just want, like, special effects. Like, I don't need any sort of advanced video editing. Oh, wait. You want to soak these or you don't want to soak these? You want to soak them as a player, right? Damage done. Oh, no, you don't want to soak them. Don't soak them. Don't soak them. I was like, damage done increased. No, it's damage done decreased. So if you have, oh, that's right. If you have the orb, you do. It's if you have the orb. Right. It's all coming back to me now. So I'm getting a huge damage down because I'm tanking him in a corner. Now I have the orb, though. So I want to eat as many as I can while I have this buff. And then I want to pass it to maybe like my Frosty K or something like this. Like this here. Okay, Vonda. Good point, though. And don't forget, I have an Adobe account. The Adobe account scares me, dude. Adobe scares me. That seems like a very complicated thing, right? Oh, you used to freedom this. So now you can't freedom it because you don't have Pally. I used to freedom this at least. The season that Blood DK was so good, I actually played Pally, which was kind of sad. Okay. So would you say it's pretty easy to use, this CapCut? I would check out CapCut. That seems like the right idea for me. Okay, I have the orb thingy. Yeah, that seems like kind of the right type of idea. Dude, DKs are so funny. I'm just watching him move around like that, though. Is the price. Otherwise, it's not too difficult to learn. I literally, all I need is the ability to just cut a video and then, like, stitch it together. But without being called a mad scientist or being scolded for my work or my perspective on things. They crack editing software so easily. Now it's completely impossible. I think is that technically a good thing? I don't know. I don't think I'm supposed to comment on that. Latest terms of content ownership. Can I link a guide? You can link it to me on Discord. If you link it here, I'll see it, but I won't be able to. You won't be able to link it if you're not subbed here. What do I need to catch up for M0s? M0s are not that bad. I feel like if you're like 660, 670, 670 is easier. Okay, so 670 would make it easier. 680 would make it very easy. Mythic 0 drops 681. Traditionally, people want to get around that item level for the sake of Mythic 0. So you used to pull something like both of these with this thing. With this guy. And you used to go around the corner or something like this. I don't remember if there's a tank knockback or what. I remember if you do this... What's this? Phalanx Field. Oh, it's just like a DR. It's like the defense in Priory. Okay. Isn't there a knockback of some kind? Shock Mines. Okay, oh, boy. I'm dead. I have cheat death. Okay, so you don't want to be around that corner because you want to use more of the room. I didn't realize that. So once you put your cam... So there is a knockback. I did remember correctly. But, like, you need way more room or you need a stack for this? Oh, I'm chained to somebody. That's right. Oh, it's the chains. That's what you want. It's the chains. I don't remember how to tank this at all. Whatever I'm doing right now is wrong, pretty much. I guess Warrior can just charge back anyways. Oh, yeah, this is wrong. Put your cam on the bottom half and clip on some top. Put on some subtitles, go cap cut. It's actually all I want to do is take... Oh. Okay. I'll figure out how to do that in the future, though. Usual Prot Warrior... Yeah, Prot Warrior is more chill, except in Halls of Atonement when the bleeds were stacking. Then it was less chill. Then it was super not chill, I will say. Then it was very not chill. Keep in mind, Prot Warrior very tanky. I just don't know the mechanics. I have to remember. I don't think you need to be that geared for M0, to be honest. I feel like, honestly, you could be, very under-geared for it, though. Make sure if you have a pet problem or something, though, report it to Blizzard. I think it'll help a lot. That's, the type of feedback. Tank it in the top of the stairs in the middle of the platform. If they stand in the right spot, they won't get yoinked. But how do you do the shock mines, then? Since I do not have PTR installed. I vaguely remember. I'm just trying to... The force mines look different than they used to. Yeah. But the mines look different. Shock mines tends to not spawn directly on the boss. Okay. I ain't going to be geared enough re-rolling. You can totally be geared, though. What do you watch on YouTube? What content do I watch on YouTube? I actually don't have a lot of time these days. I don't feel like I watch content on YouTube. I feel like what I do is... Uh-oh, that's our B-res. Whoops. I think she was trying to die. Oh, don't drag it to us. Don't drag it to us. Don't drag it to us. She was trying to die for sure. My Yoda says Bear is dead in his tier list. Bear died with the lead. Well, okay, Bear will still be tanky, but it's tough right now. Bear will be tanky. You'll still be able to live on Bear, but it just doesn't really provide a lot of value to your team. It already had low damage, and it got nerfed. Key info and PTR still loading. I don't know, Ollie. I have transferred my characters a long time ago. You used to CC this one. Can you CC? Can you imprison? Can you imprison this? Yes, that's the one. That's the one I remember now. Beautiful. Yeah, you used to just imprison this and walk around it. And you would do the mail room. I think you would pull 2 packs out here. You pull 2 packs out here like this, though. I think you're supposed to copy a character without copying a count or something like that. Just remember, I have no aggro. Come out, come out, come out. Come out. I think the easiest way to do this, if I remember correctly, was to come out, something like this, And then I have an AoE disrupt, which is very nice now as a tank. Big damn. This got destroyed. But otherwise, you can't gather it properly. So I think that this is still the best way to do it, yeah. Oh, I didn't pull all of it. I missed the tag on those two. Easy. I think Prot Pally is the best. I think that Prot Pally is a very good mid-level tank. You have to be good at it, though. The caveat here is you still have to be a good Prot Pally compared to... I think that I could see Bear and Warrior still being a much better mid-level tank than Prot Pally. But given how these dungeon pools are working, the fact that there's a lot of bleeds... Like, there's a bleed right here. Oops, misclick. There's, like, a bleed right here. This one's not that bad, I don't think. But the one in Halls of Atonement is like, dude, I don't know how you would do that. Yeah, basically, they didn't need to nerf Bear. Now, I have hope. I will say. I'm an optimist. I have hope they're going to buff Bear soon again. Because the nerf to Bear was uncalled for, and there was not needed, right? Like, there was, it was not needed. I think they're going to buff Bear soon. That's my hidden take. That they'll buff it soon. Good Season 3. Thank you. Do I tend to do a new one? I'll update it. Like, already today, Warlock moved up a slot. For example, one of the things is that today, Warlock moved up because they got buffed. It's specifically Demo Warlock. The Affliction Warlock and the Destro Warlock buffs are like, they're okay. But the Demo Warlock buffs are interesting because Demo Warlock was already good. Yeah? It was already good, I think. And that buff, it doesn't bring it to S+ tier, but it's certainly a nice buff for them. They're not complaining about it, you know? Blood DK also just doesn't really provide anything useful right now, so it's tough to play. You wouldn't want to play it in, like, meta comps, if that makes sense. Warrior just feels immortal until it's not. Do I do one of these as a tank here, probably? So you get the goods, and then you put them in the chute, this one. No. You don't just throw them. Yeah, you got to throw them in the thing that's active. I'll leap out here in a second. I'm trying to leap. Excuse me. My leap wasn't casting. Oh! I might have messed up. Rally cry. Noted. Where do you get Crest Farm on PTR? You don't have to farm them. There's a vendor to the right. There's a vendor to the right, though, of PTR. I'm currently playing in lower key trying to catch up as a Demon Hunter. I feel as though if you want to be gearing a new tune right now, the trick is getting the belts and then just farming keys for crests. I think if you get to like 665, 660, you'll be able to do M0s with a group. They might be a little hard, but you'll be able to get a lot of 681 gear from that. The right of the vendor in the capital city. If you're in Stormwind, they're on top of the boxes. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Chat Discord average timestamp. Thank you, King. Warlock buffs. They're talking about those data mine things. Yes. The Affliction Warlock buffs were kind of meh. A bit off topic. Our top 3 favorite dungeons. You can use any criteria you want. Ooh. That's a good question, Quiver. Good question. Good question. I'll think about that in a second. Arcade. I think I will make some more stuff soon. I'm just not sure exactly when or what I'm going to make. Not sure about that. Let me take some more salt. 1 second. I have a feeling I need more salt right now. I'm starting to get a little bit tired and lightheaded. Oh. Yeah. A demo got their Fell Imp buffed as well as a few other things. What are you supposed to do here again? Oh, these guys hurt. Wait, what the hell? Wait, I don't remember these guys hurting at all. I remember these guys doing nothing. Wow. I remember those guys doing nothing. I didn't even know they attacked. What the hell? Okay, I didn't have my shield up. I don't remember them actually attacking. Bro, come back. I got it. Dude, I do not remember these guys attacking at all. Wait, yeah, okay, I have to actually just mitigate a little bit. I don't even remember these guys doing damage. Thank you, Payne. I think that people love tier lists. Because people want to know. Because, to be fair, people want to know what to play, because when you play World of Warcraft, you invest so much time into the game. You just want to know what's going to be good. You don't want to waste your time. The worst thing is deciding to play a spec, but deciding to play the wrong spec, and then unfortunately, because you've decided to play the wrong spec, you can no longer enjoy the season. That's basically what it means. Like if you decide and you play the wrong spec, then you're just sort of cooked. And so as everybody wants to watch meta videos because people are just really tempted. Dude, this destroys you on pull. I gotta start on my shield up. Getting tired. Now this is TBC. When should I use a level 70 boost? TBC is a long time ago. I don't know if you know this, but TBC is a very long time ago. That is like, TBC is what, like 18 years ago? I actually think there's a world where maybe you want to level naturally. And if you level naturally, I could see that you could learn the game slightly differently. There's like a learning path to the game now. If you immediately boost, it's up to you. It depends how quickly you want to get to max level content. I think it depends on what you're going to enjoy the most. If you think you'll enjoy the max level content, then do that. Then you can just use your boost right now and level pretty quickly. Leveling it not takes as long as it used to take. Leveling is so much easier. You know what I mean? Fun vibe spec tier list. I could. Been like 15 years for you since TBC. Yeah, what? Can I ask you a question? They call me ass. Some people have fantastic Twitch names. Okay? That's one of them. Because now I have to say, hey, they call me ass. What brought you back to WoW? What? Can I ask you a question? I'm always curious. What brought you back to it? Like, what made you feel like, oh, damn, you know what I'm itching for? I want to play WoW. Like, that's what I want to do. Out of curiosity, like, what was it that brought you back? Basically, I think that it can be overwhelming for a lot of people. That's what I was thinking. It could be overwhelming for a lot of people to jump back into WoW and stuff, right? I'm old as fuck. I mean, I'm 28, and I've been playing since Classic, technically, but that's because I had an older brother, and basically I played on his account. So I wasn't really playing, though. Final Fantasy got immensely boring. WoW is definitely not Final Fantasy. The game has changed a lot since TBC. I will say, the game has changed a lot since TBC. The RP is slightly better than it used to be. There's still all this trash here that you have to fight. Basically, you're in a jazz club and you're playing music. Whee. Also, I would say that my experience right now on PTR is a very, very, very good example of why tanks are afraid to play the game. I'm fine with it because it doesn't bother me. But tanks have the hardest job. When you learn a new dungeon, man, it's so hard as a tank. Like, DPS gets to just payphone and chill, and they're like, damn, why is the tank dying? I'm like, first of all, you try tanking this. And then, like, they'll be like, well, I could take this. What do you mean? And then they tank and then they die, and they're like, oh, shit. But, like, tanking is the absolute hardest thing to learn in a new role. By far, I think. What's this? What is this? It's targeting me with something. Is this just a shield? I'm a tank main. Are paladins still top tier? For you, they call me ass. Paladins are just fine. For you, and you can play anything you want. Just so you know, you can play absolutely anything you want. It doesn't matter. The tier list is not like it used to be. Tier lists only matter for the level of content that you won't get to. Just frankly, you're not going to get to that level of content until you are playing for over a year, at least. And then at that point, you can have different characters and decide whatever you want to do from that point, right? From that point, you can do that. But basically, like, you don't have to worry about that type of thing. You play whatever class you want. If you want to play Paladin, play Paladin. The game is a lot more balanced than it used to be. all specs are currently good. I made a tier list yesterday specifically because I made a tier list for the people who want to consume it. But if you're just coming back to the game, everything's good, don't look at that tier list. You play whatever you want to play, and whatever you're going to have the most joy playing, that's what you play, okay? That's the thing. That's all you play is that. Make sense? I've only 2 hours daily, 5 days per week. I can't play a class that nobody will invite me. Indeed. And that's a tough one. A lot of people don't realize that a lot of times the people who play WoW, dude, we're all old now. Everybody who plays World of Warcraft is old. There's not a single, I don't think there's like anybody who plays World of Warcraft that's like 16, 18 years old and is actually just at home in high school with nothing to do. Like people are so busy nowadays. Everybody has something to do. You know what I mean? The tier list, you can find either the picture of it in the Discord if you want. I don't have a command for it. Hey, do I have any mods in chat right now? Is any, like, Soap, or is anybody still here right now? Can you make a command that just says tier list? The picture is in Discord. And the other thing here. Low-keys have a different tier list. That's true. That's true, actually. I could make a whole different tier list for low-keys and what I think would be better there. There are some damage types in the game and stuff, though. Outlaw and BM Hunter. Life is hard when you have so many fun choices gameplay-wise. Unfortunately, you have so many good choices. So many good choices, though. Carbon need for endgame con, the result, share and feeling of success. Fair enough. This boss is going to end many pugs. This boss will end the life of many pugs. 1 million damage. Oh, I vaguely remember this, yeah? So this is the one. You have to look at the symbols. Look at the symbols. And you're going to go into... I was going to use this one, but it doesn't matter. Oh, I did it too fast. Okay. You're going to die so many times here. You're going to die, like, non-stop on this boss. I don't think people realize how bad this boss is. Hi, Sifri. Hello, hello. Ultimately, you should play the spec that you enjoy the most. However, so you have to go here, and then, oops. I'm dead. Oh, man. Here. It's either in the general of Discord or it's pinned to the top. The tier list video is right here, though. Low-key feels like basically low-keys are consistent damage. Low-keys are all about consistent damage and not burst damage. Low-keys are all about consistent damage. Stuff like Marksman Hunter, stuff like Beastmaster Hunter, stuff like Warrior, stuff like Ret Pally. Warrior is a fantastic spec for lower keys. Warrior, Rogue, Beastmaster, maybe not all specs of Rogue, but like Outlaw is a good one. You want the specs that are very straightforward. Don't have a complicated rotation because you have no idea who you're playing with or if they have experience, though. And stuff like that, though. Am I going to play my Hunter today? Ooh, I don't think so. I actually, if anything, if I want to play a DPS, I want to play my Warlock. Believe it or not, if I want to play a DPS today, I want to play my Warlock, which I might have to copy him over, but that's the one I would want to play. I'm curious about playing some demo Warlock, which I have not played in a very long time, but that's what I would want to play today. If I was going to play DPS, I'd play that. If not, I'll play Resto Shaman, and I want to see how it feels to heal some of these keys as not a Pres Evoker or Resto Druid. Resto Druid is a very good healer for lower keys. Resto Shaman's a good healer for lower keys. Disc Priest is not a good healer for lower keys. Disc Priest is a bad healer for lower keys, in my opinion. Demolish. Boom. And here. I think Banano, in my experience, Disc Priest and lower keys, they don't understand how their healing works. And so, oftentimes, they just end up not being able to heal things. Like, there's a pretty massive gap between the higher level keys and the lower level keys. Disc Priest just tends to do very low HPS. They don't understand how their interactions work, and they don't understand atonement healing at all. And a lot of them will straight up just start casting Flash Heal on repeat and spam Flash Heal. It's the same thing as I love Preservation Evoker. Huge fan of Preservation Evoker, as you know. However, the truth is, that a lot of preservation evokers in lower keys literally just sit there and cast Living Flame on people, which is the one thing you never do as a preservation evoker. So they're not good for lower keys. Stuff like that. Well, Blizzard gets Shadow Priest. That's true. Honestly, they should just give 2 charges of Vile Taint at this point. I don't think this dungeon is very fun. I don't really mind it so much once you learn mechanics, but all the bosses are kind of annoying. So we're going to go probably like here. Like this. So it feels like it's stuck in a... Aflog does feel a little outdated. I'm not sure what they could do to it, though. I don't know what they could do to it. Because the problem is that there are 3 Warlock specializations. If they focus so much on Aflog, the other ones fall behind. Right? I don't like this boss. A +2 deplete. They found a month. My haste elemental is gone. Yeah. Oh, so we gotta go back over here now. And then we get a kick. I bet you it's just a learning thing, though. Like, Halls of Atonement felt really bad for a second, but actually, I think once you get into that dungeon, it won't be that bad. Make it a dot class again. But the thing is that they can't balance dot classes. Dot classes effectively don't work that well in Mythic Plus. Dot classes have fundamental issues in M+. Alright. Well, we didn't quite one-tap that. We learned a few things. We learned a few things for sure. So close to 3K. So close to 3K IO. In Season 3, before we get new tiers, would you go for Lightsmith? Before you get new tier set? Lightsmith still, I think. I still go for Lightsmith, in my opinion. I think Lightsmith. I think Lightsmith on live even is not that bad right now. So I think Lightsmith is a good option for Prop Alley at the moment, though. I don't think I'm playing my Hunter at the moment, though. Boda. You're 38, 2 kids, wife, living, working, studying for a PhD. Dude, if you play WoW and all that's going on, all I want for you is to be happy. If you're 38, you have a wife, you have 2 kids, you're studying for a PhD, you have to work a job. If you have time to play World of Warcraft, I want you to have the most fun you could possibly have. That's all I want for you. So whatever class you're going to enjoy the most, that's the one that I want you to play. Like, regardless of meta tier list, but if you're like, but I also really want IO, and I really want to get invited to groups, fair enough. Then go for the biggest stuff. Then go for the thing that's meta, because your time is very valuable to you. That, I couldn't imagine. I don't have that busy of a life. I have a busy life, and I do have, believe it or not, guys, I do other things aside from play World of Warcraft. Like, I sit on the couch and I do some activities, and then I come back to play WoW. And then when I'm not streaming, I'll go back and I'll do some activities, and then I'll come back and I'll play some WoW, and then, you know, I'll go back out and I'll lay down and I'll do some activities. And some people do activities standing. I tend to do activities laying down, right? I'm not really a whole standing thing, you know. Some people are like, they're showering, they look down, they're like, haven't seen that in a while, right? There's a little cockroach in the bathtub, and you're like, ah. You scream. The cockroach screams. You wake up. Very confusing. A dungeon is very bugged for pets? Yeah. What's the pause for? What pause? Trying to figure out. You go to issue reporter. You go boom. Zone bug. Comments. Pets are bugging and not working throughout streets dungeon. Like this. Yeah. Boom. Then you wake up. You're like, damn, what? These are the types of things. Very, very normal. Very normal things. Everybody goes through this. Everybody goes through this at some point, right? I totally forgot to link that thing. Hold on, wait. This is on the YouTube. I linked this there. Boom. They're reporting bugs on PTR actually fixes bugs. Well, you know, you try your best at the very least. You try your best. Describe where and when it happens. Yeah, I think like more specific feedback would be good though. You typed working instead of not working, by the way. Wait, what? You typed working instead of tier list is now live on YouTube. Wait, where? You know, people want to fix affliction is interesting. So many different takes. I think affliction is fine. I think that affliction should be the funnel prio target. Imagine, King, imagine if all they did to Affliction was buff, significantly buff Haunt, Unstable Affliction by like 30%. Even if they just did that. Or imagine if they made it so that Haunt increases shadow damage taken by 30%. Or scales with 5% per target around the target, capped to 8 targets. Or something like that, right? You typed, oh, wait, the report for streets? Oh, whoops. Right? Basically, though, is there any particular type of content you would like to create or agnostic about it? I think I'm agnostic about it. All right, from the stream you rated yesterday. Oh, hi, Sir Taylor. I've been lurking for a while. I have to say I enjoy your stream a lot. Oh, thank you, Sir Taylor. I rated Volinar, right? I was just looking for some, because I went long yesterday. I was actually so late I didn't really know anybody who was on. So I was like, let me just make a new friend. So I went to make a new friend though. Whoops, I typed the pets are working. The Resil system? Yeah, so Banano, it affects you and me disproportionately than it affects everyone else, though. But it disproportionately affects everyone else. That's the problem. Because actually, the game is so much better for the fact that the resilient system is included in this game. However, there's a fundamental flaw with it at the highest level, which is that I don't want to prog a mythic raid boss for 8 hours a day. And that's what the resilient system does effectively. Once you get to plus 19s or something like this, like title range keys, if you want to push that high, do you know what your day looks like? You're in 19 Priory for 8 hours until you eventually get it. It's kind of rough. Like, it's on one hand, it's cool because you get the chance to do 19 Priory, but on the other hand, it's like kind of degenerate gameplay. I like Beastmaster Hunter right now too. I actually quite enjoy it though. Probably is fun. Might be a bit bumpy to start with. I don't think so. So Swimsen, you got to remember that context is so important. Swimsen, they call me ass, which is once again a fantastic name for me to say repeatedly on stream. That's somebody's name on Twitch. I'd like to clarify. I'm not just randomly saying that, but basically, they call me ass. He's just coming back. The last time he played the game was TBC. Do you know what the game looked like in TBC? Do you know what people's rotation were in TBC? You press Frostbolt a lot. And then you press Frostbolt a lot. And then you press Frostbolt a lot. Like, the game was a very different game back then. So when he's coming back, he's not going to be doing plus 10s and plus 20s. He's going to come back and just try to get into normal dungeons when he hits max level. He's going to be like, damn, and then heroic dungeons, and then maybe he tries a Mythic 0. And at that point, whatever he wants to play, whatever he's going to have the most fun, that I think that's going to be your best bet. It's not, remember, you distinctly remember more Frostbolt. That's the thing, right? So basically, my only suggestion to you, honestly, I have one big suggestion right before I get to this dungeon. Let me tell you, I have one important thing because of your Twitch name. Listen. On PTR, I don't have this. I need to actually, hold up. Where's the keybind for disable? It's like Alt-Z, yeah? Disable, not disable chat. It's like UI. It's like hide UI. There's like a hide UI thing. Do you know what I'm talking about? There's a keybind for it. It's under keybinds, for sure. There's like a thing that's like Alt-Z. It's normally Alt-Z or Alt-M. I have it on Alt-M. Control-Z. But it doesn't work on PTR. Why doesn't it? It doesn't have it on PTR for some reason. Because it's like, I really want to make this point, but it's not going to feel quite right otherwise. Okay, basically, look. Here's the point that I'm going to make, okay? Look at this. Look how small that butt is. This guy has absolutely no ass whatsoever. If you play a Night Elf, you have no ass whatsoever. The thing is flatter than a flapjack pancake at IHOP in the middle of Ohio. You want to play a Tauren. These guys have cake. So based on your name alone, my only suggestion to you is that you decide to play Tauren. The main thing that you want to play is Tauren. That's why my druid is Tauren. Because every time I play my druid, I'm just like, nice. That is a thick cow. But every time I play my other characters, I'm just like, yeah. So I think that's my only suggestion, is I would go with a Tauren Paladin, right? Or depending on your preferences, you can go with a Volpera. There's no judgment here. You did say that you play Final Fantasy, so I don't know what you play in Final Fantasy. Maybe you play Lalafell and you have very particular passions, and that's totally fine. In which case, I would highly recommend you maybe check out the Volpera race. That's a new thing that you wouldn't know about, but that could be a good option for you as well. And aside from that, it's mostly up to you. You play whatever class you're going to have the most fun with, but remember, you will be looking at your character a bunch in the game, so ultimately your choice. I would play the character that I find aesthetically pleasing. That's my only rant about that. Can you show the crest vendor, please? Yes, I'll show you real fast, and then I'll get to this key. You don't hate Volperas here? Does this answer your question? Actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. Draenei girls are kind of goated. T-Muck, come here. Come here. You're already subbed. T-Muck, I was going to gift you a sub because that comment was fantastic. But I realize you already have a sub. Unfortunate. All right, who else can I get? I got to gift a sub literally because of that. I was going to get... That was a fantastic joke. All right, Zach, come here. Yeah, Zach, I was about to give it to you anyways. I'd already made the decision, too. My biggest wish for Blizzard is them adding more... Yeah, you're welcome. No more ads for you. Prot Warrior PTR testing paw. Yeah, I've been testing it already. Okay, sorry. I know they're waiting. Okay, your crest crafting is here. This is Stormwind. All the stuff is here. They're right here. You have one mob right here. This guy. You go, I want to browse your goods. And then you have this guy right here. These two are all your crafting gear. Enchanted crest right there. You don't need the new crests. You need the old crests because the new crests are here. You don't need those ones. Just craft the items you want with this crest. Because this one will scale in the dungeon we're using right now. So this is the vendor you're looking for. Make sense? Cool? Okay. Sorry. You're welcome. All right, Tazavesh, we're doing this. Let me go get a tissue real fast, and we're good. No, you're not a bother at all. Not a bother at all. You're good. And there's lots of bleeds and dots on tanks coming. Yeah. Dwarf is probably going to be required for tanks and stuff, though. The way around the ads on a one screen, have Twitch for a better chat on the second screen of YouTube. So my chat on YouTube is here. My Twitch chat is right here. I'm literally looking at it. It's an overlay that goes on top of my screen. It just doesn't... So it's harder for me to see the game because literally from right here, you can't see it, but literally from where I'm hovering, this is my chat, and I can't see this. But YouTube chat's to the right, so I oftentimes miss it. Push you real fast and we'll go. All right. I'm back. Ready? Let's go. Ready. I'm ready. Since tanking is hard, yet half a screen is covered with chat, pretty much. I don't think tanking is that hard for me, but to be fair, the reason that tanking is not hard for me is because I've been playing tank for a very, very, very long time. This is second nature for me, although in general, I'm on such autopilot for dungeons that if I don't know the dungeons, I can absolutely struggle with them. Do I have flasks? Where are my flasks, by the way? Oh, they're down here. Good. Okay, I still have some. Already? Okay, aggro. Aggro, you gotta wait. This is a 14. All right, that's fine. I can live a 14, but I'm gonna like really take my time with aggro because I know I'm not gonna die to this pull. So I'm gonna just double shield wall for aggro here. You can do this pull. I'm gonna like AoE taunt right now. I'm gonna send everything pretty early. Okay. I forgot to combat potion this, and then I think I need to thunderclap several times because otherwise I'm not going to be able to get bleeds on everything. But then aside from that, you just go boom, big warrior testing. Yeah, basically you just, it's still demolish and roar, but I think I should be doing a little bit more with bleeds and stuff. Would it be worth getting on the PTR to test the dungeons? Okay, so you don't have to do this. Not by any... There's no world where you have to be playing the PTR dungeons. Not at all. However, I will say, it gives you a pretty significant advantage. If you want to test the PTR dungeons, and it sounds like something that could be fun for you, it will significantly make your start of season earlier. But otherwise, you'll just learn everything in the first week or two. It does speed it up. But it's a competitive advantage that is almost not needed. Like, there's a world where you don't actually have to do it. It's a little bit more of a preference at some point. He's DR'd already. I went to stun him with the Storm Bolt, but he got DR'd. Oh, we actually stopped the stuff here. Good. There's no affixes on here. Wait, there's no affixes. There's no affix. Does this still count for doing this? I was like, why is this dying so fast? It's a 14. I mean, we could just do it, yeah. Okay, do we want... Is this PTR.io gaming? Are we gaming PTR.io? I was about to say, it feels very easy, though. Would Mountain be decent instead of Colossus? I will try it for a dungeon. Because Colossus is, like, basically the play for sure. Like, Colossus is give or take the meta pick. But maybe with the buffs to Mountain Thane, there's some... potential. It's not a bug. It's when you take a key out of your vault or something. Sometimes they don't have affixes on them. Something like that on PTR. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I kind of forgot. Yeah. It's not like a bug or anything, though. This is all dying very fast, though. We go like this way. So I got to tank. I got to heal Now last night. Do you guys know who Now is? Hey, I have a question for you. You're like, you haven't played in a while. Do I just call you ass? Do I just, what do I call you? Whoa, I'm gonna die. That was a bad gather. That's the warrior gather. That's gonna happen a lot in pugs when you play warrior in pugs. Okay, so you can't CC that. You will actually still get hit by it, though. How did the run with Now go? The first two went great. The last two, I have a screenshot from it, which was genuinely pretty damn funny. Honestly, I have a screenshot, which is actually hilarious. It's there's a screenshot, which is how the last few runs went, and the answer is not great. But the first few were good. It was just so wild to me. Like, I was, like, fangirling so hard. It was like meeting your icon in real life. Can I tell you my favorite thing about it? He has such a reputation, right? Like, he's Now. Like, everybody knows who he is. He's got such a reputation. Can I tell you something I learned playing with him? My dude did not give a single flying fuck. He didn't care. Like, he just didn't care. Like, he was YOLOing the route. He missed percentage. He wasn't tanking particularly well. He was taking back shots, and maybe that's just his thing. Like, maybe that's something he really enjoys in his personal time. I'm not sure. I don't know him personally, right? But, like, he was just chilling. He was just gaming. I don't know what I was expecting, but there's, like, when you have a reputation like that, I feel like there's some tendency to want to maintain, like, you're like, you know, I gotta be perfect all the time. I didn't get that vibe when I was playing with him. It honestly felt like healing any other tank. Like, but it honestly felt, it was just like, wow, it's just like I'm playing with any other Brewmaster. Like, that's what it felt like. There wasn't anything particularly special. It was just like a chill run. We won some keys, we lost some keys, and I respected the hell out of that. because that's how, like, I don't like that sort of arrogance that some people get sometimes. You know what I mean? He was literally winging it. Yeah, yeah. And I could tell because I was healing his ass heavily. And I could tell you, I knew he was winging it because my dude, I could tell you I was healing him like fucking crazy. I was like, I will not let Now die. I was so adamant about it too. I was like, I will not let him die. I was like, I refuse. I was like, who the f cares about my damage? I refuse to let this man die. So that was very important to me. Did we get him? Purple, blue? Blue? Bug? Blue? Blue? Who has the blue one? Anybody have the blue one? Did it bug? Did this boss just bug? Because I don't see a blue one right now. Does anybody have a blue orb? Is there a blue orb somewhere? Huh. Interesting. Well, this could be rough. It's over the thing. Is that the blue orb right there? Oh, uh-oh. It can bugged out since day one of the release. Well, prepare to die. I will die with honor. I mean, we could just still time the key if they want to, though. You picked the one that matched your class color and it absorbed it. And we could just go. It's fine. He probably, yeah, I know, but honestly, but I wanted to play with him again because that mentality matches my mentality. But I like people who just play the game for fun. Yeah, I was about to say, I remember this bug. It happened before too. It used to happen as well. I remember. Yep. They have not fixed that. We'll note that though. No, it's all good. But I like people who are chill. That's how I like to do it though. Big Daddy. Yo, y'all have the strangest names. I gotta call one person, they call me ass, and I gotta call somebody else Big Daddy. All right, Big Daddy. What tank should I play in Season 3 if your only goes to weekly 12-13? You have VDH, Pally, and Warrior. All three of those currently work, and you can choose whichever one makes you happiest. I want you to think about it like this. Which of the three tanks that you just told me about is going to make you go, ay, papi? Which one? Because given your name, that's the one you should play. I'm spitballing here. I'm not 100% sure about this, but given your name, it seems likely that that is the one you're going to want to go with. Not necessarily the one I would go with, but that's okay. Because we all have our thing, and I'm not here to shame anybody. I'm here to accept you as you are. Which apparently is a large procreator of the spawn. Okay, I got this. That would be my answer to you. I think I need a lot more salt today. I'm not sure why, but I feel like I need so much more salt today. Stretch. Did we get it? Nice. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I want a snack today, but I'm not sure what I want. I was just thinking about this. I was like, what do I want for a snack? I have to think about this. Part of me wants cake. Part of me wants cheesecake. Can't have either of those things. So I'm not going to get cake. I'm not going to get cheesecake. I could get ice cream. I could get some ice cream today. That doesn't sound that bad, except for the fact that the cheesecake incident is still fresh in my mind. So on the other hand, I don't feel like I should get ice cream. I feel like ice cream is a bad idea, even though I desperately want it with all of my heart and soul. I don't think I should get ice cream today, realistically speaking. I think it would be a better idea for me if I didn't get ice cream. And that is a sad realization, but nonetheless a healthy one. And I don't mind prioritizing my health just a little bit. So that's okay with me. But on one hand, ice cream's real cheap. You know, in a weird way, I save money eating ice cream compared to other things. Did you know that? I actually save money eating ice cream compared to other things. I don't know if you know that. And the reason is simple. Ice cream has a lot of calories. So if I just track my calories for the day, and I know I need X amount though. Hey, Ash. Ash, you think I should order ice cream today? I'm like heavily debating. He's going to put it in? Good. Nice. Heavily debating though. I'm debating on it, kitty. Hey, how are the cats, by the way? I saw the message. I was just streaming. I couldn't really. I'm leaving you a lurk for the night. Thanks, Ash. I hope you're feeling better, though. I might order ice cream. I'm kind of debating it right now. I'm not going to lie. Do you think they will buff the difference from Paladin Season 3? Okay, Schmidt. So, I'm not 100% sure how they'll buff Prop Pally, and the main reason is because they already kind of buffed the 4-piece. So, the mechanic works like this. You click this console. Somebody clicks the console. It'll show you 4 locations. You put the color. You match the colors. Pretty simple. If the top right is yellow, you go to the top right, and et cetera, right? Oh, thank you for the sub, Ash. I hope you're doing well. I really do. I hope you're doing... I know you said you were sick earlier, and I know that's been a thing. There are some people, you know, who just get sick more than others, and I have so much empathy for that because I used to be one of those people who just got sick, like, all the time. What? If you turn your back to these mobs, they will end your life. Spell Reflect, easy. Dude, Warrior is so tanky. These guys actually hurt, but Warrior just go brrr. I passed out the other day from heat exhaustion. That's rough. Like I said, I have POTS. So I know something about that, and I'm very... I hope you feel better, genuinely. It is no fun, right? Just mildly concussed. Yeah, right. So I do happen to know something about this, unfortunately. The good news about being mildly concussed is you can get away with saying things like hell and damn. You can't get away with saying the hard... You can't get away with saying, like, you know, the F word and the other things, because that's significantly cussed. So you're only mildly concussed, right? Which is different. I want to pull this with this. Not with the boss. I was going to try this pull. Uh-oh. I don't have AoE taunt. Help. There's no AoE taunt here. Okay. Ooh, that was scary. I just realized, like, in horror. I watched this pull gather, and I was like, uh-oh. I have no AoE taunt. So that bolt in the back, we're going to wait. Spell Reflect. Nice. Dude, Spell Reflect feels so good, though. No. You're only mildly concussed. You're breaking the laws here. My wife has a rare fainting disorder. What? Okay. She has 4 good days, similar to Push. She can push herself physically. But then she has 2 days where she passes out. That's so interesting. The Heckin' Packs. There we go. That's the one. Her pass-outs also include memory loss. That is wild. I've never heard of... Does it have a name? Dalinus? I've never heard of that before. I'd be really curious. I actually... Because my whole life has been about... And you wake up... That must be really tough. I mean, you know... Does she know Adam Sandler? I guess one of the only advantages is that maybe she knows Adam Sandler. That could be like one of the only positives to that, right? Because otherwise it sounds terrible. Craft a 2-handed or 1-handed. If you're trying to actually gear your priest and you want to technically min-max truffle, then you want to craft a 1-handed because there's a higher chance that you're going to get an offhand or a 1-handed in your vault, and then you fill the other spot. But then there's 2 crafts to make instead of 1, so it really depends on how much you want to min-max. If you don't care as much, then you can just craft a 2-handed. That's what I would do on my characters at this point because I don't care enough. But technically speaking... Ooh, I was a little off with that first breath. That is my bad. So this boss is going to end the life of pretty much every single one of your pugs in Gambit. I'm just letting you know right now that this boss is going to end the life... Your keys are bricking here, by the way. This is where you will die. If you don't understand this boss very well and your group does not help you a little bit by stacking and being in the right spot, you as a tank can only do so much here. Like, I missed this one. I'm supposed to be hitting all of those. It takes me a second to remember the exact positioning. Okay, so we have the breath here. And I want this to hit this ad. I'm going to walk in the fire for a second. And then I think I got it. Nice. Transient global amnesia. Whoa. The brain is such a wild thing, dude. The brain is so incredibly wild. You ever think about that sometimes? There's like all these random things about the brain and how it works. It's like so crazy to think about sometimes for me. What confuses the doctor is the schedule of it. Yeah, that does confuse me as well. You would think, and it's like something like almost like, you know what I mean? What item level would be a decent to not struggle for key slamming? Okay, technically, the answer to this question is unfortunately a rather min-maxed answer, which is that the answer to this question is actually, the highest that you can get, technically speaking. However, that's not a realistic question. Priest can wield one-handed maces. Check for me, but yes. Check for me, but I think so, yes. Yeah? I didn't get this last one. We shouldn't be moving back over here. I'm so sorry. Let's move the boss back and we just kill him over here, by the way. Sure. This boss is literally one of the worst pug bosses. There's a way you can help as a tank, but basically this boss is just, maybe they change. I don't think they'll change him because it's technically just a mechanic thing, but he's really, really annoying. He's very annoying to pug. It's like he's significantly annoying to do this boss. I think basically, though, I think a decent item level, if you want to just technically be able to slam M0, I believe the item level that you'll be looking for is something like at least 680. If you want to... It depends kind of on what the goal is. Let's play both of these. I think I need them for a percentage anyways. So it depends if your goal is just slamming M0s or if you're like, look, right when the season starts, I want to game. You're like, I'm ready to just slam. Like, I want to get my 10s done as fast as possible. I want to get up there as quickly as possible, yeah? In which case, you're thinking a little bit. This is a crazy healing check, actually. I don't know about pulling both of these. Could be rough, could be rough. All right? It's not too much. It's just not needed, but a lot of people will be looking for that. Like, you can do M0s, I'm sure, at like 650, right? Cool. You could do M0s. Like, it's fine. You could distinctly do whatever. I have an AoE taunt. We have some cooldowns. We're going to do both of these. And we'll go like this. Yeah, so there's a lot of things. They've changed a little bit about this dungeon, but... Whoa! I missed my shield, or I got hit in the back for a second. Okay, so... Unstable rifts cannot go off under any circumstance, or we will die. I have a storm bolt. This guy is already stunned DR'd. Oh, we might be dead. He's already stunned DR'd. I couldn't stun him just now. Good luck. Unstable rift, reinvigorate. Okay, actually, well done. We did it. Barely, but we did it. Nice job, nice job, nice job. I think that is hard to say. It's kind of like what is going to get you invited and what do you need are two different things. What do you need? Not much, but what do you might want? For the beginning of the season, you technically want 684. Like, the higher item level you can get, the technically easier, because when you first start a season, keys are miserable. Also, if you really want to push early on, I have one gigantic suggestion for you. There's one suggestion. I want to try both of these again. One suggestion that is more important than anything else. Would you like to hear what it is? There's one key thing. If you're like, look, this season, this is my season. This is my time to shine. When the season starts, I'm going to start playing Eye of the Tiger, right? And I'm going to own. It's my time. This is where I start knocking old guys out in a boxing ring. I will never be more belligerent and angry and violent toward old people in my life than the start of season 3. If they're younger than 50, I won't fight them. But if they're older than 50, that's my jam. If that's you, then what you want to do is you need to make friends. Because you can't gang up on old people alone. What you want to be able to do here is, technically speaking, you need to make friends. Because the new dungeons are always so difficult when you don't know who you're playing with. There's such a learning curve that you will die to a +2 if people have never done the dungeon before. And there will be a lot of people who have never done the dungeon before. So you have to understand that it's just going to be such a steep learning curve, and you're going to have a really hard time with it. So if you want to avoid all of that, all you need to do is try to make friends. If you really are serious about it, you could play PTR with people, but you don't really need to do that. That seems like overkill in my opinion. You shouldn't have to play PTR. But yes, pretty impactful to just have people on your friends list who you can learn together with. There's always a learning curve, and you're going to save yourself so much time and energy by just understanding the fact that there is a learning curve to these keys. Don't expect to just walk in and time a 10 because you have it already. You're like, oh, I did it before. I did it several years ago. I could just walk in and do the 10. That's a rough expectation. You're setting yourself up for disappointment and failure, right? I think that it's so important that you have people to progress with. That's like the key for enjoying the season. Doesn't she phase 50? Oh, it must be 40%. Rough. We get this last star then. Is it 40%? Oh, it's 40%. Okay. I'll let the healer do it. I can do one. I can do one more too, technically. I got it. Whoa, okay, I saw him get it. Yeah, don't join my plus twos if you're not already 4K Raider IO. But to be honest, like that stuff happens though. But that stuff does happen. Whoops. Rally cry. That's going to go off. Big defensives. Oh, dead. Dish. 684 should still be achievable. You don't need 684 to be honest. Like 680 would be plenty fine. Like that little bit of, but I mean, it helps. It wouldn't make it not easier. It's just whether or not you grind for that last thing. Yeah, I've done Ecodome a bunch. The first week on PCR, the only dungeon that was available was Ecodome. So I mean, I played Brewmaster in it, Prot Warrior, Blood DK. I played my shaman, my resto druid, my pres evoker, my this. Like I played everything in that dungeon. I just and on my druid. Ecodome compared to these, Ecodome is pretty easy. I think people are going to like it a lot more after seeing some of these, because some of these feel not over-tuned. Like, I don't think that any of these dungeons right now are actually that unfair, but maybe they're just, like, Halls of Atonement feels a little, there's some stuff in there that, like, feels a little rough and whatnot. I'll go far. Time I see a key not like that, join brick. Don't be toxic. You're adding to the thing if you join and brick it on purpose. Nice, we get it. Perfect. Why don't we go this way then? It's fine. Either one of these works. But basically the thoughts on Ecodome, I'll make a guide for it. Very straightforward, very intuitive. The mechanics all make sense. They all seem fair to me. So overall, good thoughts on the Ecodome. I'm very positive about Ecodome in my opinion. I think that it's going to be a fun dungeon to play. I think it'll be nice and pretty chill. I have no problems with Ecodome. I think the second boss hurts, but when I compare the second boss to some of these bosses, like I would rather fight the second boss of Ecodome than the second boss of Gambit any day. Second boss of Ecodome over this is big ups. Like for sure, right? What? Oh, just missed it. Amazing. I think it looks... Yeah, it's also very pretty, and that's something that I have an issue with WoW a little bit. WoW sometimes forgets to just enjoy itself. Like, I really like the fact what they did to Bubbles. On one hand, it was brutal. On one hand, you know, the way they took Bubbles out of Floodgate was kind of brutal. But on the other hand, it was also, you know, it was also kind of reasonable. I think the way they did it, though, was funny. And that gives me a lot of hope for WoW, because WoW has lost that. It doesn't tend to be funny anymore. It takes itself so seriously. All these dungeon designs are like, you know, super serious and gothic and dark and Teen Wolf and, you know, like, rah, like I'm so gritty and I'm so intense. I'm so dark. I belong in the DC universe. Like, rah, my name's Batman. But Ecodome is like, ooh, colors, green, lushness. Okay, all right. Like, so much better. It's just pretty. It's really nice. Like, I just think that it's actually, like, a great place to hang out. I would take somebody on a date there if I ever wanted to take people on dates in anything. I don't really like that idea. So, but if I was going to take somebody on a date, could totally see taking them on a date to the Ecodome. The end of the Ecodome has like a really nice picnic spot. I'm going to give you like hidden tech. Part of my dungeon guide, maybe I'll include this, but I'm not really sure. Right? I mean, it's some more One Piece vibes. Yeah, but like one of the things about, you know, yeah, Dome makes me want to go. Or I think that's what it is. I don't think I can do that so much. By the way, you know, guys, I've never had a beard before. If you know me now, I'm deciding to grow it out. But, like, well, I mean, I had a beard once in my life during COVID. But I don't actually normally have facial hair, so I feel like I'm not as kawaii as I used to be. You know what I mean? Like, because now I feel like I'm like, oh, I look like a man. Like, who's this? Gotta make my voice real deep. Gotta start talking like a man. Like, oh, I have a beard now. I wear flannel. I chop wood. I wear jeans. And not those ripped kind of jeans. Not those skinny jeans like regular jeans. The jeans that are tough and rub against your skin and are super uncomfortable to wear. I wear jeans. You gonna play bear next season? Honestly, Salamence, I'm not 100% sure if I'm playing bear next season. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, because, like, it's just, they'd have to buff it. I honestly don't want to troll, you know what I mean? There's a world where, I mean, really, like, I'm not sure I super wanna do that. Pecco asked me, actually, and I'm honored, because that's super cool. Maybe he saw this, though. Oh, thank you. Monk or DK? Easier to tank. Ooh, you've chosen the two hardest tanks, Mr. Rift. Monk or DK? Oh, VDH or DK? VDH. VDH is better. Yeah, VDH. You chose the two hardest tanks. I was like, Monk or DK? Those are both the hardest tanks to play. Let me see if I can get... Sam, would you want to play with Petco if he's around? He said he's at the... They're doing Halls of Infusion. They might need me to heal, it looks like. I'm not sure. But he asked me if I wanted to game, so I said sure. It looks like they're in the halls right now. Don't you ever say that name again. Petco? Halls of... Oh, did I say Halls of Infusion? Did I say Halls of Infusion? Yeah, it's the Halls of Atonement. I'm sorry. I'll go there personally and try to atone immediately. Do not put that juju on us. Oh, I see. Yeah, Halls of Atonement was... Halls of Infusion, right? Fair enough. Yeah, Halls of Infusion was not... was not great. Do you think... Hear me out. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you an honest question? This is... Let me ask you a question, okay? Do you think... Bamboo. At least buy me cheesecake first. Okay. I have a question. Do you think... Because I made a tier list yesterday. And I worked very hard at it. Okay? I worked very hard at the tier list. I gamed PTR, I studied, I made notes, I was really paying attention, and I'm quite confident in that tier list. However, do you think somebody like, okay, I'll name Petco or Petco, do you think that he watched it? Do you think that he saw it and looked at it? Because obviously he's like the dude who makes the tier list for Icy Veins. Like, if you don't know who that is, he's like the tier list guy. Like, he makes tier lists every season. I've been watching his tier list for years. That was my first time ever making like a proper tier list like that. Do you think he knows that? Because I'm not Ash though. I'm so new at this. I've been doing this for less than a year. I haven't been doing this that long. I feel like I'm so new, but okay, let me put it in perspective. I was watching his tier lists 3 years ago. That he's been doing this for like a 500% as long. It's insane. The time that people will do this is so insane. He's just a little baby. He's a little baby. Dude, I'm worried that somehow my stream... I'm actually worried, by the way, that my whole thing is just going to get absolutely canceled one day. Because I realized that, for example, when I went out to get water just earlier, right? I immediately saw my lizard. And one of my lizards, his beard was very black. But if you don't know that I have bearded dragons and you don't know anything about bearded dragons, then all you would have heard, because I realized my mic was on, I walked out and I looked at, and I was just right outside there, and I was just like, bro, why is your beard so black? What the hell is, like, why is it so black? And I was just like, that is out of context. If you didn't know I had a lizard, like, why am I saying that? You know what I mean? But in context, it makes sense because that's what bearded dragons, when they get feisty, basically when bearded dragons get like annoyed, then, then they have like really black beards. That's what happens. For knowledge and your perspective on Spec you tested, just doing tier list for the sake of doing tier list. Thank you, Bamboo. I hope that I can offer perspectives on stuff. Do you think acceptable macro shield block into something like shield bash for the moment? You could. I don't know why he was annoyed, actually. I'm not sure. I actually don't know, genuinely. I'm not sure. I think, by the way, Zach and Sam, Pecco didn't invite me to keys, so I might go do keys with him. I might wait a second and go do keys with them. Was well done for that's all. I was really making notes. I have an entire section on my phone from PTR of like screenshots that I was having and everything like that. I was trying to take it very seriously and just like really have good perspectives and like proper overalls and whatnot. Yeah. I do feel like my warrior damage is a little low. I'm still not sure if I'm just not sequencing my abilities correctly or whatever though. I DM'd you. Sleepy time. Have a good stream. Okay. Let's see, Ash. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. What is he doing? He's doing like he's playing with a holy priest right now. Damn, he's playing with a holy priest right now. What happened to trying Mountain Thane build out? Okay, I'm not actually entirely against trying Mountain Thane at some point. I'm sure I'll be able to at some point. But let me just go to the bathroom. Let me take a little break. I'm going to grab a quick snack, and I'll be right back. I'm going to decide on ice cream, basically. But it'll be ice cream and / horse snack time. I macroed Ironfur into Thrash. You can macro Ironfur if you really want to as a bear player. As a bear player, you can totally macro Ironfur. There are some people who will tell you that it's not optimal, but the truth is it's totally fine. If that works for you, it works for you. I don't. There's some min-maxing to it, but really it's fine, honestly, if you want to do that. The biggest thing is for Warrior, you could macro it. Like, it's not actually the end of the world. I think if you wanted to, you probably could. He went from Re the beard. That's true. That's true, Dan. I don't really want to be daddy, but you know what I mean? You can macro. Demon Spikes is a no. Demon Spikes you can't macro. You don't want to macro Demon Spikes. There are some times you don't press it. Was nonstop out of rage, especially in DPS phases. I'm going to be so stoked we're able to use hunters as pets. Okay, let me be right back. All right, you guys want to know something pretty funny? I'm back. You guys want to know something honestly hilarious? You remember how I was like, why is my lizard annoyed? It's just because he needed to poop. I don't know if you've ever had lizards before. For some reason, I got two, and one of them, he's just constipated. Like he just has some digestive distress sometimes, and he gets really annoyed every time he has to go to the bathroom. I didn't know you could relate to lizards this much, but I relate to him a lot. He's just basically that's all that's happening. That's actually what's happening. So you know, like okay, okay. I'm back. No ice cream today, I think. Instead of ice cream, what I'm gonna do is I made myself some sugary chocolate milk, and I'm pretty good with that. I have not tested player housing, nor have I looked at it in the slightest. I actually don't really know much of anything about player housing. I'd be very curious about it. I don't know if my talents are quite right. Maybe people are not playing. I gotta test what other prot warriors are playing. I wonder if this is about right or not. I was gonna test the Mountain Thane. The Intervene shield, I have done it before, is so bad that it doesn't work. Like, it doesn't actually provide anything. This talent here would be so cool if it worked. Imagine this worked, by the way. If they buff this talent, this is how they could buff Mountain Thane. If they made this, if they buff this by ×5 or ×10, it would be very interesting for Prot Warrior. That would be huge. That would be massive. If they just buff that, big ups for Warrior. The Warrior would get an external, kind of like Sacrifice, which would be very interesting. Range on Thunderclap class tree for Mountain Thane. Oh, yeah, if I'm going to play Mountain Thane, I'll probably do that. I don't know what I would take for it. Either Rally or No Pain, No Gain. Something like this. There should be Safeguard. Isn't Intervene kind of an extra? No, because it doesn't have any. It literally has nothing. It doesn't do anything. Aside from like if somebody gets aggro, you can intervene them. But aside from that, it doesn't put a shield on them. It doesn't actually take any of the magic or melee effects against them. Like if there's a spell cast on them, it doesn't actually do that. Right. It used to have a talent like that, but it doesn't do that anymore. It also randomly worked with a Spell Reflect. You could intervene, Spell Reflect the first boss of Necrotic Wake, and that's pretty much the only example of that. Yeah, I figured that you would probably play this, but they changed the tree, so you can't get rid of Pain and Gain. You probably have to drop Rally Cry, which does feel bad, to be honest. But you would probably have to do it like this. Unless you want to drop Shockwave CDR. If you wanted to play this, you'd probably have to do Crackle. You'd have to do this, I think. I mean, don't forget, the Warrior tier set was buffed by literally 975%. What's the tanking trinkets on the PTR? There are a few trinkets from Raid Sifri that look pretty good. Okay, that look pretty good. No. You don't actually play Thane. It was just like I've tested Colossus a bunch. Colossus feels like Colossus. It feels awesome. I could min-max this harder. Like I could get better at Colossus. That's one thing I can do is actually just get better at Colossus. I need to practice it more to like learn how to min-max it properly. But effectively, Colossus feels immortal, except Halls of Atonement, where it feels very mortal. Colossus feels very mortal in Halls of Atonement. Unbelievably mortal. Colossus feels so mortal in Halls of Infusion. I was like, wait, why am I dying? I couldn't even do it. So that felt bad. I'm not a dwarf, and I think that you probably need to be dwarf to play Halls of Infusion or wait for a nerf. I don't know what they're gonna do, but that dungeon is kind of cursed right now for those bleeds on something like a warrior. So I was just gonna try it. Basically, I wanted to try it just for fun. No other particular reason, just for fun. Wait, after that, can heal or whatever. We got game. Woo. Oh, Sunisi, I'm waiting for Petco right now. He asked me if I wanted to game, and I was like, okay. Did I say infusion again? Not a question. Yeah. Just fun show. I'm a fan so far. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Felix. Are you going to bear tank it all next season? And are you going to make more educational content? Educational content, yes. Am I going to bear tank next season? Not 100% sure about that. Maybe. Maybe not. I actually don't know. Would I bear tank next season? I actually don't know. I played Colossus. I played Mountain Thane in the Ecodome once. And it was interesting, to be honest. It actually didn't do as bad damage as I thought it would do, but it felt squishier. The weirdest thing about it is that it felt squishier. That was a strange thing, and I was not expecting that. But because fueled by violence, like the Colossus actually gives you more defensive benefit. This is literally just damage of this. Like, it doesn't really give you much. Yeah? He's on the second boss. Yeah, I was looking at his shot. I see I have him pulled up in the corner here. I do plan on making educational content. I just need to figure out what video editing software I'm going to use. Because I thought that I had DaVinci Resolve. But then it turns out that DaVinci Resolve, I still have to do... Like, I thought I had it. Yeah? DaVinci... I need to... Okay, so I need to get DaVinci Resolve. Which sounds weird because I'm not Leonardo DiCaprio. And Salaman's random question, what tune do you use? Druid or Evoker? I play Druid or Evoker normally to just do the main content storyline stuff. Druid probably. Because I want to get through the storyline and quest line as fast as possible. DaVinci Resolve. And I will update the tier list at some point, probably like 1 or 2. One time after another week or 2 of tuning, I'll update it real quick. It won't be as long of a video, though. Into macroing Avatar. No, you don't play Champion Spirit anymore. You're almost certainly playing Thunderous Roar, especially with the Colossus set. But so just don't... You don't play Champion Spirit. If you really want to, I'm sure you could. I mean, I'm sure you could do this, but kind of troll, to be honest. I wouldn't recommend it. Also, I'm supposed to be playing this on Warrior. I forgot. This is for Mountain Thane. And then this is for Colossus here. As Mountain Thane, I still think you play Roar. Roar is really good. I still think you play Roar instead of Spear. What's your least favorite class or spec? Mage. Mage is probably my least favorite thing to play myself. I do not like the playstyle. The core playstyle is something I do not like of Mage. Mage has to do all sorts of degenerate things with Shimmer and greeting casts and not moving. And I don't like it. I don't like the fact that the way to play Mage, any spec of Mage, is to stand here, wait for the mechanic timing, Shimmer, and not stop casting at all. I don't like the way that Mage plays all 3 specs because the Mage kit is not something I'm a super big fan of. So I don't really like playing Mage. I like Frost Mage at one point. I remember I played Frost Mage at one point. I think Mage and Rogue are probably my least favorite. Fire Mage has got to be one of my actual least favorite specs of all time just because I play with high ping. Playing Fire Mage with high ping is like impossible. It's like literally, it's genuinely impossible to play Fire Mage with high ping. That is unbelievably difficult. That's so hard. You know how hard it is to play Fire Mage with high ping? That shit is tough. That is so tough. You can't fit the globals into your combust window. So you're just kind of in despair. As a druid currently, I like Feral a lot. I think that balance is for keys, you want to go with balance for sure. For questing, both Feral and balance are both pretty fast. It's just like flight form's really cool. What's up, Compact Dan? Do you actually compact stuff? You know those things that crush other things? They go like this. I always love watching that stuff. I take a random amount of pleasure from watching things get crushed. Even if they're not related to thighs. Still like it. Okay, so we're waiting. Petco is... They're getting to the 3rd boss, so he'll be done in about 10 or something like that. You still have some feet pics if you want more. Nah, I tell you what. If you send me a photo of your foot, I will tell you what's wrong with your posture. Deal? If you send me a photo of your foot right now, I will analyze it for you for free. Normally, people pay me to do that. Normally, I get paid to look at people's feet. But I will do it for you for free. I dare you. Send me a photo of your foot, and I will tell you all sorts of things about your hips. Video idea for you. 0 hero to series. And tips for mythic raid tanks looking to try and push M+. Yeah, M+ I can give you tips on. Raid I cannot because I don't like to raid. I'm not a raider. I don't really take a lot of pleasure from it. So raiding-wise, cannot. Right? From below, preferably from a front-facing point of view. So if you just literally are standing like this and you just show me your feet, not like down, but I need to see them from the ground angle, horizontal. I need to see your relationship with your foot to the floor. So like this. Macro, shield wall, and last stand. Last stand would be a tough one to macro because you don't even play it now. You know that you don't even play last stand. This would be the Mountain Thane. So I need to make a Mountain Thane build. Here, I'll make a new loadout. This would be, because Mountain Thane actually has a few changes. Mountain Thane testing. This one you would actually swap the rage gen here, most likely. And then maybe you could take one other talent off somewhere. If you wanted, like, this talent could go into Blood Surge or Instigate. Yeah, so you kind of play this with Mountain Thane. Something like this would probably work very well with Mountain Thane. There's also a troll build, which I'm very curious about, which is, there was a build I saw where they drop this and they play the Execute talents. I was very curious about it. I think the Mountain Thane build looked like this. They dropped like Cheat Death and they were playing something like this. Like, this is an Execute Mountain Thane build. That was very interesting though. But I would probably just play, this will be like a safe Mountain Thane build right here. Something either Blood Surge, Instigate, depending on dungeon, you put Armor Specialization or Fight Through the Flames, something like this. And then the actual Colossus would be here. Yeah, you take, because you need Thunderlord with Thane, but with Colossus you don't play Thunderlord. I think that the tips from Compact Dan, I genuinely believe... do you want to send me that, by the way? Just there. If you want Mythic Plus tips, the first thing is, just like a raid team, you want to find, if possible, consistent people to play with. That'll be your absolute best bet. High recommendation. If you find people to play with, that'll make it so much easier for you. Finding people to play with is the first and foremost goal you should have. Mythic Plus seems more accessible because you're like, well, I can just pug at any point. It's actually really tough to pug keys. It's so much better to play with the same people. You get to learn, especially at the start of a season. Oh my god, especially at the start of the season. Please listen. Start of the season is very frustrating. We are coming from having a lot of power. We feel so good, right? We feel so good when we're like, damn, I have so much power. I'm like, we're crushing these 10s. The next season, 10s are going to own you. You're going to have a hard time progressing. You need to learn the keys. First few weeks, there's always tension, and I really hope that if nothing else, I can inspire people to not have so much tension. You got to learn. It's okay. It's okay. It's going to be hard. You will fail +2s and +5s and +10s. It's okay. But if you have people to progress with, you will get to your vault fills so much faster, and you will be able to actually learn the dungeons, because you will fail, and then you won't make the same mistake again if you're playing with the same people. Versus, there's a very high chance that somebody will fail again if they're not consistent. Does that make sense? So I think that finding consistent people to play with would be your best bet. That would be a huge up. Yeah, and players you enjoy playing with, right? That would also be a gigantic thing. Players that you enjoy playing with is another big deal. Really, like, having people that you like playing with. Same kind of goals. Yes, I agree. Right, first week in Loki's where depletion doesn't matter, then push to hard when depleting. It'll still happen, Britt. It'll still happen either way. And your wife made me soup. She asked if I loved it. Was pretty mid. That's fair. What tier would you rank it, Lucid? If you were going to make a tier list about this, if you were going to put this on a tier list, where would you rank it? And beware. She could be listening. Oh, I should be responding to YouTube comments as I'm waiting throughout the day, though. Yeah. Fair enough. It'll honestly still be very tanky. I will play it a bit as well. I wonder if I'll actually play Guardian next season. I'll have to decide, because if I join a raid team, I'm going to have to commit to one character, give or take. Let me see. Do 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 do. No, I like how people defend me in the YouTube comments. You know how toxic YouTube comments can get? YouTube comments are like +2s. They can get very toxic very fast for no reason. Sometimes I read comments and people are like, I have to remove some of them. Actually, like, I had to actually remove some of them. I was looking at the video this morning, and there are some people who are like, you know, there was one comment, and it was, what did it say? Right. It was something like, these are such bad takes. Why were you even born? And I was like, bro, what? I was like, wait, what? It's a WoW video. There's no need to attack my personal existence. That seems unnecessary. What's your favorite healer to play in Pugs? Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman is by far my favorite healer to play in Pugs. It's not even It's not even close. I can do more for the group as a Resto Shaman than anything else. Resto Shaman is the best healer to play in Pugs, bar none. It is so good in Pugs. Unbelievably good. Anyone have a 15 Priory? I only need one for 15 years old. We're on PTR right now, 7, so I don't know if anybody here would have it. I don't. I mean, I'm sure one of my characters does, actually, but I'm on PTR today. Yep. I know I'm indoor and I'm just waiting for it. Okay, cool. I think I might need to heal. I'm not sure. He has a tank it looks like he's playing with. I like how he was playing with Holy Priest, actually. Holy Priest looked like it did okay this dungeon. Oh, never mind. Somebody died. If he wants me to heal, I would play VDH. No, I would heal on either a Resto Druid right now, or this, or Shaman. Either one. I'd take one of these somewhere up here, though. How strong of a talent is Violent Outburst? Very, because it's not a damage loss. It's also the fact that it gives you Ignore Pain. Pretty solid, Dalinus. I wouldn't drop it. I would actually sooner drop Thunderlord. I would drop Booming Voice. Maybe not as Mountain Thane, but as Colossus, I would drop Booming Voice before I drop Violent Outburst. You have it a lot. Go Druid. We'll see. I wouldn't mind Resto Druid or Prez Evoker. We'll see what he wants to do. Let me ask what dungeon he's doing, because there's a world where if we're doing Halls of Atonement, I mean, you know, there's a lot of benefits to playing a Prez Evoker. I can call it the tank and make sure the tank doesn't die. But Resto Shaman is the best Pug healer basically ever. It's not even close in my opinion. Yeah. Like, I really think it's not even close though. Testing. Resto, Shaman, Prez Evoker, Druid, Warlock today. I wanted to test Warlock. If I don't get a chance to test Warlock, that's okay. I don't think I would mind playing my Warrior for a season, but I'm not sure that I know how to min-max it yet. There's something I'm fundamentally doing just a little bit wrong in AoE. It might just be not hitting Revenge enough, or it might be gaming a little bit too safely. It could be. Right? I actually, weekly plus 12 Pug tier list win. It'd be interesting. It wouldn't be a long video. It would be kind of a shorter video, by the way. Thank you. Thank you. Why'd you like it? I'm responding to some YouTube comments. Okay, I don't really mind if I'm on Evoker or Druid. Druid is very easy to heal with right now. Evoker has to work a little bit harder. I don't mind playing either. If we're in Halls of Atonement, I'm going to want to Curse Dispel, but at the same time, I'm not sure, though. Are you pressing Shield Wall for Avatar? You mean Immovable Force? Are you talking about the Immovable Force talent in the class tree? Bottom, middle talent? Is that what you're referring to? In that one, if you play Colossus, yes, you play Immovable Object. If you play the Mountain Thane, yes. Is that something you're looking to do? Some occasional shorter videos? Yeah, no, so here's the thing. I have a whole plan, though, right? What's up, Wrath? PhD. Are you a PhD? Are you a PhD? What is your PhD in? Some people, I have a friend who just has to do their dissertation evoker though. So Dan, I personally think that Prez is actually a very good pug healer. It is very good. I think it's a very good at reacting to pug damage, in my opinion. However, however, it isn't. You have to plan for it. And what I mean by that is, you're like, wait, you have to plan for it. The key for Prez is that I have to have my hots on the group. If my hots on the group like this, yeah. If my hots are on the group, as long as I have this combo, if my frame looks like this, I am able to heal anything. I can heal any damage. If my frame looks like this, I can heal anything. This is the key. That's the whole point of Prez right there. If I have that combo, boom, everything is done. Make sense? So that's the key. Why Blizzard doesn't like Guardian Druid? Bro, I don't know. I use Cell. Everything's in the Discord too if you do want it for whatever reason. Everything will be in the... My Cell profile exactly is in the Discord. Ready. Healing. I got a few DPS. I got a Hunter too. Do you sell? Yeah, everything. I always have unit frames as part of what I like to do when I game. Can play Hunter okay-ish as well. I'll play some DPS too. I can play some DPS as well. Yo, oh, hey Rudig. A wild SCP has appeared. Hello, fellow humans. Hi, SCP. How long have you been playing WoW? Oh, wow. WoW, a long time. I've been playing WoW for a very long time. I think the overshield setup is very good, though. Come tank? Okay. Okay. What dungeon? What dungeon does he want to do? If Halls of Atonement, I don't warrior. If others, can warrior. I'll bring warrior. If Halls of Atonement, I don't warrior. So sad you're not doing a Mountain Thane run. I might do a Mountain Thane run right now. Depending. Because Petco's about to invite me. He asked me to tank. I just don't to know. If it's Halls of Atonement, I literally will not play warrior in Halls of Atonement right now. No joke. I will not play Halls of Atonement as a warrior. I fucking can't do it. I actually, like, I don't know how the people are doing it. Like, I think you need to be a dwarf. I genuinely think you need to be dwarf for Halls of Atonement. That dungeon is so... The bleeds are so overtuned right now. Wait, Kig Mage. Hey, wave. I don't know if that's actually Kig, though. I might do a Mountain Thane run at the moment. We'll see. We'll see. We don't know yet. Could be. Could be. Let me just ask him what dungeon, and then I will log over to the tune that he wants to do. I'm starting to confess. I might have cheated on my Prez Vocal journey with Survival Hunter. Survival Hunter is actually good right now, too. Been playing Guardian Druid the tail end of the season, really enjoying it. Was gearing up to play in Season 3, but Blizz seems to turn it into a potato now. Yeah, you know what I mean? I can't see you at all online. Let me request to join the group, though. What dungeon first? Yo. What dungeon? Is the only season I haven't played, so I don't know the dungeon at all. Can't play Warrior in Halls of Atonement right now. You can't, you actually, I cannot play Warrior. Streets? Okay. I bring Warrior. It's like, go. Alright, I will play... Alright, Druid, Warrior, or whatever. Even with Dwarf, you need your team... There's a few things, yeah. You want to do Streets. Okay, you want me to play Druid or Warrior for Streets? I think Druid, Warrior, or Pally. I'm fine with either. So I play Druid. Mountain Thane, Warrior. Alright, bet. Could play Mountain Thane, Warrior, sure. Let's see, bees with the Druid. Okay, YouTube says Druid, but Twitch says Mountain Thane. Twitch responded faster, and unfortunately, YouTube, you have a delay, so we are playing Warrior, but I'll play Druid later. We'll end up doing all these dungeons for sure, because I'm mostly going to be on PTR. I could also play Blood Decay, by the way. I can change the race. Yeah, I could on the Warrior, but that feels... Any dungeon that makes you change your race just to make sure you can get through the dungeon is such a weird thing. That's so weird, dude. I'm gonna try Mountain Thane. I'm trying Thane. Ready? All right, let's go. Okay, here we go. This is our comp. Ooh, a rogue. Great. There's a rogue in here. I need to see more rogues on PTR. What rogue is this? I really need to... I've been waiting to see more rogues, to be honest. Is he outlaw? Yes! First outlaw rogue. Yes! Finally. I've been waiting. Oh, their set looks badass. Their set looks awesome. Their set looks great. Wow. That's a cool looking set. Okay. He does not have his fizz comp. He needs a monk. I want to see outlaw rogue a lot. I'm very curious to see outlaw rogue. That is one of the specs that I've never seen an outlaw rogue on PTR. And streets would be a very good dungeon for outlaw because it's very target capped. Show us how to play a potato. I will play druid in a little bit. Maybe after this I'll log over to my druid. For now I'm warrior. This is the Mountain Thane is so weird because I don't have demolish, yeah? I'll test it for a dungeon. There's no reason I can't test it for a dungeon for what it's worth. Are my talents right for Mountain Thane here? Pretty much, yeah. I like Blood Surge over Instigate. This dungeon has some magic damage. I think we could just be 4% magic DR instead of the 6% armor. Physical damage, pretty fast here, though. Nearly. With Prot Warrior. I feel those bleeds. Yeah, I was about to say. I did it earlier. Dude, I did it earlier, and I just couldn't do it, man. I just couldn't do it. And I was like, not dwarf. And I was like, not dwarf. It's so weird, though. What's up, Get Jelly? Oh, you know what my grandmother used to make? My grandmother used to make unbelievable jelly. Like gelatin, like jello stuff. You know what I mean? My grandmother used to make really, really, really good jello. And it was like rainbow jello, all sorts of stuff, though. Right? Getting aggro with Thane. I'm going to test it. This will be first test. I did one in Ecodome. I don't know about Blood Surge. The thing is that if I don't take Blood Surge, what else do I want? What other talent would I get instead of Blood Surge? There's not really a lot else to get for Mountain Thane. Like Instigate? Basically, like Instigate, you know, could be a thing. What else? What else would I get? Tough as Nails? There's a Mountain Thane build, which I think will do a lot more damage. And what else would I even get here? Bolster? I mean, does this matter? Do I want an extra defensive or like the armor talent? I think the 6% armor is kind of a bait. It doesn't actually give you that much Fizz DR. 6% armor is not 6% Fizz DR. So I'm not sure exactly if you're playing Thane where this extra point goes. I mean, Bolster's not a bad talent. Like, you know, if I really want it. But for this key, I feel like Instigate should be fine. Like maybe Instigate or Blood Surge. Those are the two options I can think of, though. Yeah, I think Instigate would be good. Or actually, Bolster is not a bad talent. It just makes shield block giga easy. But yeah, it's something like this right now. It's weird that I don't have Rally Cry. It's weird that I don't have a few things, though. The Hunker Down Reflect talent. Should I play the... Wait a second. Should I play the 8% chance to... Should I play the 8% chance to just reduce magic damage dealt to me by 50%? Should I play Spellbreaker? I have an extra point. I have no other way. I mean, Instigate's alright. It's not bad. It's a little bit extra rage, a little bit extra damage. Should I spell Spellbreaker? Spellbreaker? I mean, they just buffed it by 725%. You'd got to imagine it's okay. I mean, this is actually not bad, right? But... Oh, I made my chat too big. It sounds so low. They just doubled the odds? Kinda, yeah. I mean, they didn't not double the odds, right? I mean, Hunker Down's actually not bad, though, right? No. That doesn't count. That we were wiping there, remember? That was like we were learning the dungeon and we were wiping. That does not count. That does not count. Also, it's sad because, you know, Colossus is physical damage, isn't it? Isn't Colossus physical damage? Demolish is physical. We have a monk in my group right now. So Colossus would do a lot more, but I will test Thane in this dungeon regardless. Oh, we're going. We're going. We're going. All right, let's go. Okay, Colossus testing. Let's go. Here it is. Here it is, guys. Here it is. Actually, my shield might break. I gotta repair. I gotta repair. Uh-oh. If my shield breaks mid-pull, I would feel really bad. Not gonna lie. If my shield break mid-pull... Okay, so... Booming voice, thunder blasts like this, thunder blast like this, basically. My damage is, I mean, it's not looking bad, right? It's not looking that bad. But the thing is, I really feel, as hilarious as it sounds, I feel kind of squishier. This pack does actually just own tanks for whatever reason. Like, I'm not sure exactly why, but for some reason, this pack also just owns tanks. I also wouldn't mind it, to be honest, if... Yeah, that power strike does hurt. I wouldn't really mind it, to be honest, if there was actually... If Mountain Thane was okay, I think that would be good for the game, not bad for the game. Because I think that it's good to have a very straightforward, simple tank. I actually think that would be good. Yeah? Yo, my Spellbreaker actually procced. My Spellbreaker procced just now. I actually got the DR from it. It's on my HPS meters. I think you could probably play all of this, maybe. All right, so we Spell Reflect this. That Proxy Strike does hurt. Wait, did my Spellbreaker just proc again? Oh, no, that one's in Spellbreaker. Basically, though, Mountain Thane is very click and forget. Mountain Thane plays... Actually, you know what Mountain Thane plays like? Mountain Thane plays like a druid. If you wanted to play a tank this season that was just super straightforward but still meta, I think that Mountain Thane is good. I actually do think, like, its damage is not bad, right? I really want to test the damage intake of things without pressing my shield wall. I could obviously press shield wall, but I'm very curious to know what it would be like to not be pressing shield. Oh, that's why I'm taking so much damage. That's my bad. I forgot about this effect. I actually just straight up forgot. That's like hilarious. I forgot about that. Okay. I want to pull both of these. Here we go. I have my AoE taunt when they group. So I get my shield up immediately. This is the warrior gameplay. Somebody will kick that in, and then when they're here, I'm going to AoE disrupt. And then when they start casting again... Yeah, Mountain Thane is actually, like, with respect, okay? I know everybody's like, you gotta play the meta, but let's just assume that you wanted a very straightforward tank that you didn't have to work that hard at. Let's assume that you wanted a tank that was just basically played a lot like Guardian Druid right now. You still have to do all the tanking stuff. You still have to actually do the tanking stuff, and I probably have to be using my Violent Outburst more on the actual abilities I'm supposed to use. That probably would help a lot, too. We can probably just pull Boss now. Can you still reflect him the way you used to be able to? Or, I'm not sure. There's a lot of little things for Warrior sometimes. You can't... He used to do a cast, and you used to be able to reflect it. This one. Was it? No. He used to do a bolt of some kind. I don't remember exactly. My memory is eluding me on this particular dungeon. Basically, though, yeah. It actually feels decent to play Mountain Thane. I don't think I'm doing bad right now. Like, I'm not actually doing bad at all. Granted, I have a Havoc buff, which buffs Mountain Thane disproportionately. And I have a Monk buff, which buffs Colossus disproportionately. But it's actually not bad. Not bad at all. I have a question. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Dirkleton? Hello. I've played WoW since November 2024. Is it worth? And the I was balancing the various... It's better than it was, but November 2024 was when? That was the end of Dragonflight? Okay, yes, it's better than that. Double Sigil VDH is no more. VDH is currently still the meta tank. But it's actually like, no. No, I think that the game is significantly better, yeah. It's better balanced than that. Double VDH was an abomination for technical balancing on tanks. Pretty happy that that no longer exists. Even though it is currently the meta tank, I don't think it's as strong as people think it is. Like, people are like, how are we going to do keys without VDH? It's so ahead. Like, it's not actually that ahead. I don't think it's actually that ahead right now, to be honest. It's just okay. When I say just okay, it is the meta tank, but it's the meta tank because of how it interacts with the current dungeons a lot more than it just being the tankiest or the best, you know, etc., etc., etc. There's a lot of nuances to that. I actually think Thane is doing pretty well. I mean, my single target right now is actually on point. This is single target. Dude, my single... Oh, no, I technically a little bit on... No, this is all single target, basically. Dude, Mountain is doing give or take more single target than... What the hell? Let's go this way. What is this? That a frontal thing? Wait a second. Mountain is doing kind of giga single target, though. Wait a second. I'm a prot warrior, tragic... No. Actually, well, you've come back at the perfect time, then, because... Right now, Prot Warrior and Brew are the two very potentially meta contender tanks, although PTR is still going. Do I spend Violent Outburst on this or no? Oh, he canceled it. Nice. Dude, my single target looks very solid as Mountain Thane right now. Interesting. Yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad. I would say that... Oh, so that's the frontal thing. Yeah, he does. It's actually really not bad. Let's move this way, maybe. I think I'm supposed to be moving this boss slightly differently than I actually am right now, but that's okay. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, these strikes are also pretty aesthetically pleasing. It's like one of those things like Templar Prot Pally. Even if it's not meta, even if Lightsmith is meta for Prot Pally, there are going to be some Prot Pallies who are like, you know what I want to play? The thing that calls down giant hammers from the sky. Because I play Paladin. Like, a lot of Paladins are going to actually want to play the thing that is aesthetically pleasing to them. You know what I mean? Let's see if I can greed some executes. I still don't know if I'm supposed to Violent Outburst my Thunder Blast or my Shield Slam. I don't know. Single target actually feels fine. Interesting. Of course, yeah, Mr. Durkoten. Any questions you have coming back, would love to see it, though. Yes, by the way, this is a Giga buffed comp for Havoc. This is the Outlaw comp. What we're playing right now is literally, this is Warrior, Monk, Shaman. This is the Outlaw Rogue with full buffs. We are currently playing with no fucking shot. Wow. Whoa. Okay, I guess I pulled them. I synced them. I thought I would live one. I was not expecting to get synced up like that. That was insane. Damn, I think that killed me through cheat death, which is wild. That's shield wall. That's shield wall. That killed me through cheat death. I was like, I have cheat death. It'll proc. I just assumed that cheat death would proc. Oh, okay. All right. So... Let's be aware of those proxy strikes. Let's be aware of that. I had Thunderous Roar up and everything. Doesn't matter. Okay, noted for future. Noted for future. Yeah, that noted for future. Noted for future. Don't sync those. Don't sync those. That killed me through cheat death. Unless I shield slam for Violent Outburst. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Mr. Durkosen, any questions you have as you come back to the game, let's go left. Just let me know. It can be very overwhelming coming back to WoW after being away from WoW for a while. I think that people forget how intense and complicated WoW can be. Like, WoW is a very complicated game. Like, WoW is super giga complicated. I need a dispel. Yeah, WoW is not a game that's actually easily understood. There's a lot of nuances to World of Warcraft, and it's not always self-explanatory. One of the things I like about the new dungeon is that I genuinely feel as though it's self-explanatory. You could walk into the new dungeon and you kind of understand the mechanics, except maybe last boss, but maybe second boss. But I even think if you're a gamer, I feel like the second boss in that dungeon is very easy to understand, and I like that part of it. I like the part of the... I like when dungeons are basically just easy to understand. That, I think, feels pretty good to me. So we're going to go this way. I don't know if this is the meta route or not. Like, I don't know. Okay, I have my shield up. I want to trigger the dino behind me. The idea here is that I trigger the dino. There's some spell reflect tech here for sure. I'm not sure exactly what it is. But there's some spell reflect tech somewhere. I don't remember if it's this breath that you're supposed to reflect or something like that, though. Into PoE 2, I want to give it another chance. I miss your guildmates. PoE 2 and World of Warcraft, they're certainly just not the same game. They're completely different. They have that feel. Like you don't get that collective sense of achievement when you play a game like PoE 2. You don't tend to get the collective sense of achievement with that. It's true. Those games can be fun. Like I like Diablo 2 a lot, but Diablo 2 to me is a single player game. You play that game single player, you farm your items, it's like a chill downtime game at the end of the night. For me, that's what I like about Diablo 2. It's just a game that I chill with. It's like my before bed, I finish work, I need to settle down, I have a big thing coming up or whatever it is, you know what I mean? Like that for me that's Diablo 2. Okay, so I can Stormbolt 2 of these. And you just basically, I mean, like, my damage is not bad. The thing is, my damage is really not bad this key, and I'm doing a very, very individual, safe kind of route. I think you can pull these Peacekeepers in. I think you could pull these guys in, and maybe even this caster, and I'm pretty sure, as far as I remember, that this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to pull something like this. It was like this was the pull, you added these guys in, or something like this. Yeah. Yeah, it was like this, and then you started the RP, because the whole point here is you're supposed to start the RP while you're doing this. You kind of rock the beard. Thank you! Yeah, what do you think? Mr. Dirkleton, here, you can return the favor. You can totally return the favor, although there's nothing for you to return. But if you did want to return the favor, I have a question for you. Yeah? I have a question for you. This is my question. Are you ready? Do you think that I should keep the beard? Because I normally don't have a beard. The beard is very new. I've decided about 2 weeks ago that I was like, somebody on stream was like, you should just grow a beard. And I was like, you know what? You know what's super annoying? Shaving. Shaving is super annoying. That has got to be one of the most annoying things, having to shave all the time. You know what I mean? So I was just like, wait, what if I didn't? What if I didn't shave? And I was like, well, why not? The only thing is, Thunder God, I agree with you. It ages me a lot. It ages me so much. It's hilarious how much the beard ages me. Yeah, it definitely ages me a ton. Because without the beard, I'm basically still a twink. And after the beard, I'm like, I've gone through twink death. So it's totally different. Totally different, though. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Darkle. Move. Easy. Okay. Almost. Run away. This used to get me with ping, this one, though. Like a fine wine, you mean? Thank you for the Prime sub, Dirkle. It's cool. I hope that you enjoy World of Warcraft. I want to say that it's not that dissimilar from the date you're talking. It hasn't been that long, right? That's only like a 6-month difference. So we go here. We go to the right after. This guy, I'm not sure. Ooh, we did not dodge that properly. All right. Okay, noted for future. We did not dodge that one. You run away from this. And then I'm supposed to get these orbs that spawn. And I think I'm supposed to keep him in the corner. But I don't remember exactly where. Oh, that's because I dropped my shield. Okay, so I have the orbs here, but I can't turn around because he'll kill me. So this is where I feel strange. I'm going to just tank this one. Okay, I have to run around. But see, like, this run out here is actually tough for me. I might die. I think I proc my cheat death here. Wait, what's killing people? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looks like a little reset angle to me. Oh, it's the Dispel. I was wondering about that. Okay. I was wondering. Okay, that makes way more sense. Okay, I was wondering about that. There's some Dispel or some mechanic that we're missing. Something felt weird about this. I meld. Reset. If he dies, I'll just meld real fast. I can meld if he just dies. Oh yeah, these circles were what were killing us here. I am old. I will give it a shot again with an open mind. If you enjoy World of Warcraft, play it. And if you don't enjoy World of Warcraft, that's also okay. There's no rule that says you have to or not have to like this game. You know what I mean? Have you applied diluted peppermint? Or is it natural growth? Diluted peppermint. What? Oh, this is natural growth. I just basically don't shave. I just don't shave, yeah. There's nothing special about this beard or anything like that. Yeah, I think that WoW is super fun right now. I think it's in a pretty good state. Not everybody agrees with that, and I totally understand that logic. Totally get it. You know, um, it's not aging, it's refining. I don't think the Mountain Thane DPS is that much worse. I'm still doing. This is give or take the single target. Like 1.8. Like 1.7, 1.8 is the goal of single target with Colossus. And I'm currently getting there. Like I'm still doing enough. So I feel pretty decent. Where we just, but look at this opening burst. Like it's not bad. It's very consistent damage. It's not spiky. I think I can just live this with this. Hopefully. Yeah, there you go. And then I can just greed the damage. I like how they made this talent that I'm playing, which is kind of troll. I'm playing kind of like a troll build right now, though. This is not like the normal build, for sure. So we wait for this, and then we go through. But getting hit in the back here when I move is kind of hard as a warrior. This one I'll run. Good. No matter how good you are at warrior, no matter what build you play as a warrior, you have to make sure that you do not, under any circumstances, get hit in the back. It's the one thing you must do. So we get on the edge, and then right when this first one, don't panic. Oh, I was in the wrong spot. I'm very confused about that mechanic. I think I'm going to get hit by this. I was not, in fact, going to get hit by that, but still. Okay, so this one we kind of move out a little bit. Just play it safe, play it safe. Boom. Big Thunder Blast. I don't think Legion of 7 Alcoholics is the start of the downfall for WoW. I think that alts is actually good right now. I like how alts feel at the moment. Alts feel pretty good except for the fact that the massive amount of time. But at the very least I know, right? At the very least I know that I can actually play the game. Like if I invest enough time into my alts at the moment, I am going to get the items that I need. Yeah? That feels really good. Hey, enjoying Warrior? Yes, I am enjoying Warrior right now. I think that Warrior feels fun. I like the way it currently plays. I feel pretty decent about it. I have no problem with it at the very least. The only issue I have with it is, of course, the famous Warrior problem, which is bleeds. Bleeds are kind of owning me in Halls of Atonement. I realized I was like, I'm going to have a very hard time playing Halls of Atonement to the degree where I was like, can I even... I don't even know if Warrior can tank Halls of Atonement properly right now because you'd have to just play it so perfect or have your team help you. Like, it's just really tough. It's a tough dungeon for Warrior. Okay, I'm chained, actually, which is interesting. I didn't even know I could get chained. I think that Streets, what I remember in Streets is this boss would kill your pugs and the mail room boss would kill your pugs. That's what I remember in Streets, at the very least. Is not actually Petco? Yes, it is, actually. Interestingly enough, T-Mook, I might, maybe, and this is super cool, all right? Hear me out. This is very, 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 very cool. I'm very proud of this. He logged on today and messaged me. He was like, yo, do you want a game? And I was like, yes, of course. I was like, yeah. Do you want a game? And he was like, yeah. He was like, okay, I'm just going to finish up this halls. I was like, okay. I was like, bro, what? Like, do you think, Timo, because you know how I made that tier list yesterday? So I had this thought. I think I'm going to shadow meld this. Do we want to reset or go again? Or go again? Bro, mate, well, because I was wondering if he watched it. I was wondering if he knows about it. Mount Thane does not feel bad. Outlaw Rogue does feel bad, though. Sure. Sure. Dude, Mount Thane actually doesn't feel bad, to be honest. All right, let's see what we get. He ain't watching that long ass vid. No, I was just wondering if he knows that. You wonder if he knows that I made the video. Not that he watched it. Obviously, he's not gonna watch it. I just wonder if he knows that he made it. I wonder. I want to know if he made it though. If he knows that I made it, because he is the giga, the tier lister. You know, he makes so much. I know, that's what I'm saying. I've been watching his content forever. I remember I told him about this thing, this physiological thing that I treat, which is called cervical lordosis. And I was talking to him about cervical lordosis, like literally the first time I was like Dragonflight Season 2 PTR or something like that. How does Arcane Mage compare with Fire Mage? Arcane Mage is still currently a little better than Fire Mage. It has a little bit higher burst potential, but the Fire Mage is actually looking pretty good right now. Honestly, Fire Mage looks pretty decent to me. Okay. Inviting him. I don't think I have Wolf on here. He said 12 Gambit. He wants to go Gambit plus 12. I wonder what Mountain Thane is in Gambit. Because isn't Thunderclap technically target capped? Isn't Thunderclap target capped? But Colossus wouldn't be target capped a little bit? Druid, please. Okay, I'll go Druid. I'll go Druid for Gambit. I'll give the people what they want. Is this Wolf? Is that Wolf? I'm going to go Druid for Gambit then. Oh, that's Wolf. Okay. Here, I'm going to give Petco lead. And then you need to reset. Go for it. You reset. I'm going to go Druid. Did we ever report that bug in the Gambit first boss? I did, Spec, but unfortunately, when I typed the bug, I typed in, apparently, people told me I typed in, what they say I type in. I went, apparently I said, pets, I said hunter pets work in this dungeon instead of don't work in this dungeon. I forgot to say don't work, so that might be on me when they don't fix it. If they don't fix it, it's on me. All right, let me play Guardian. I'm still going to show you that Guardian can still do big damn, etc., though. Okay? Here. Guardian will do okay here. I promise. I promise you. Guardian will actually do all right. I don't think I've actually gotten to tank this on Guardian because I was so disappointed by the Guardian Druid nerfs. Oh, no, I didn't report that, but I will. That's a good point. I do think that that type of feedback, I don't know if they actually read it or not, but it's worth reporting, right? I think so. Okay. Let's go. Invite. Certified Blaster. Are you a certified blaster? Oh, wait, that's not them. Which one is... Invite. Invite. We hop around tunes. I want to do this. Just play Feral and be on bear form. I actually will do... Guardian does good damage in AoE. Its damage is not so good otherwise, but like this first pull is going to be nice for Guardian. This is my Resto Druid setup. Save. We need to go to my tank setup, which is here. That doesn't look right. That's not good. Hold up. Wait a second. What was that? What was that? That's not good. Boom. Did I miss something? I still think, I know I made a tier list yesterday, and I was fun, and I like talking about the game, and I like talking about all the specs, but I think it's so important to clarify. Please, you gotta understand, you gotta play what you enjoy. The only thing that matters is that you play what you enjoy. That is literally the only thing that matters, okay? Like, that's what matters. You missed the DM? Wait, what'd I miss? You were telling me something about your Paladin gear, is this correct? Your Paladin gear, right? Yeah, I might have missed that. So not this. Yeah, this is an intellect trinket. So we go here and here, give or take. And invite the player, not the spec. Correct. And that's so important. Please, you gotta understand. I'm also using an intellect thing because I'm mostly playing Resto here. And I don't even need avoidance or anything like that, but I can also just grab these other two trinkets. Every piece of gear on the PTR, for some reason, they just casually put avoidance on. I don't really know why, but it is what it is. So if you want avoidance gear, you should just get it. Now, where's this trinket? Brand of Ceaseless Ire. It should be right here. Brand of... Wait. Oh, here. Don't worry. Couldn't sleep. Stomach is upset. Ugh. I hate upset tummies. Dude, I have upset tummy all the time. I don't have a good stomach. Some people have strong stomach. I don't know how. I don't know how people end up with strong stomachs. What was the cheat code that I missed? What thing did I miss where people just have strong stomachs and stuff like that, though? I don't mind. The worst case scenario is that Guardian gets buffed, and I feel very happy about that. Yeah? Okay, I could also heal this, to be fair. Tazavesh. Is Brand going to be Biz? Basically, Brand is Biz. Yeah, Brand is Biz right now. And especially because I don't want to, you know what I mean? You have to eat a lot of crap. Semi-gear, they land at the end of PTR. Yeah, give or take, you need to get at least adequate gear to the degree, at least enough, right? There you go, a resto druid, sure. I think you need at least enough gear that you can get into keys for it's relatively easy. But regardless of what you think is meta or not, just make sure you play what you have fun with. The reason to make a meta list is so that people can know how they're going to have the most fun in the season, right? You see his lesser weapon? By the way, do you see his damage in this 14 Halls of Atonement? Significantly higher than mine. And my question is, why? Like, his lesser weapon is doing so much more damage than mine. There's something I'm missing about this. There's something I'm missing about the lesser weapon, and I'm not sure what it is. His uptime is just higher. I gotta figure out how and what he's tracking to get this happening. That's kind of the key that I'm missing here. Yo. I think he just took a healer. Later. I see Jelly there, though. Is Brand gonna be... So the Brand thing, it's pretty good. Brand is pretty good. Basically, there's no ifs, ands, or abouts it. Brand is pretty good single target. It's not bad overall. I would say play it. If you have it, play it. Oh, I have the leg enchant. Perfect. I was smart, and I made sure to prepare. I want a countdown, though, pre-incarn. Count, please. Please give me a countdown so I can actually pre-incarn. I will combat log this. Combat log, and then we can do here, though. Prot Warrior versus Prot Pally choice this season. I think it really depends. I also think, let me show you that Druid isn't bad. I'm just disappointed they didn't buff it. If they buff Druid, it really won't be that bad. As long as they buff Druid, right, it won't be that bad. Especially on the first pull of Gambit, Druid is going to feel so much nicer compared to other tanks. This is an exact example of where Druid will actually feel really, really good. Because this pull, if I do this on my other tanks, I have to be like, yo, guys, wait aggro, please, please, please. No, you keep Incarn. You keep Incarn. You don't keep a lot of the other buffs, but you keep Incarn. So Guardian will be plenty fine. You're going to go like this. You're going to go over here. And remember, as long as I thrash these guys as I walk through, Guardian is the best tank at gathering. It won't lose that identity. Guardian is... He's so scared, he externaled me. Bro, my health isn't going to move. The thing is that Guardian's damage is in question. Guardian's survivability is not in question. Guardian is so tanky, dude. You don't need to worry about Guardian tankiness. Oh, that makes me sad, dude. My Resto Druid just externaled me. He was so scared, he externaled me because Guardian is ranked so low on tier list. It's not even that bad. I'm telling you, it's not that bad. He was so scared. He was like, dude, oh my god, it's a Guardian Druid. I can't believe he's playing this very bad spec. It's a Guardian Druid. My health isn't even moving. Okay, well, I got hit by a ground effect there, right? Ground effect at the end. All right. Too many casters? I don't think that pull is that banned, is it? I mean, wasn't the healer just not healing? Let me check real fast. Water Bolt. There's only two. There's only two casters. Yeah. The two casters doesn't mean that bad, though. It was two ground effects in there. It was two ground effects, though. We need to stop the fish stick cast somehow. We don't have enough CC to chain CC it, unless you have a big dam. You'd have to have, like, huge damage for that. Someone clipped that. It was a rough timing. It was rough timing, okay? I admire. It was rough timing. It was rough timing that there were two ground effects that effectively one-shot me. There were two ground effects right then and there, and I got hit by both of them, okay? Yeah, you can't really CC it. Good thing you swapped from Prot Warrior. 45 seconds. You gotta kill it, though. You gotta kill it. You gotta kill it, though. Can be kicked. No. You have to actually kill it. You have to kill it is the problem. One of the things you gotta kill it, by the way. By the way, healer. I won't need healing. Guardian's still tanky. I just got ground effect. Ground effect at end. There was a ground effect at the end there. That's why we died. Okay, add-ons, plater. Let me just add my plater back. Oh, I do have a plater already. Okay, does anybody have a plater that I can import? Does anybody have a particular plater right now? Who this? Is this Wolf? Yeah, what's up? Guardian is still tanky, okay? It's not bad. He's not bad. I just want people to know that the Guardian is still tanky, though. He should not heal. He wasn't. He external me, but he could also external himself and whatnot. Same pull, I think. Cast only overkill by 4 seconds. Cast only overkill, sorry, by like 100k. The cast, it was just 2 on healer. Healer could live it with nothing, though. Do we really need to split that pull? I don't think I need to split that. It was only 100k overkill. I think it's fine. I really think this pull is fine. Can I try it one more time? Let me try it one more time. It's just one thing, though, right? I'm just going to mark him. I'm going to mark him with the skull. I don't think this pull is that bad. Dude, the healer is insta-dying, but I don't know why the healer is insta-dying, to be honest. Aside, he's still externaling me, and if he was just externaling himself or anybody else, I don't think this pull is that bad. You go here, I Vortex Typhoon, the fish stick probably has to die here, but then we go here, and you have to actually swap to it, which is the real problem. And then, you see, Guardian is still super tanky, though, right? I think is he in melee? Is he, like, dying to ground effects? Yeah, this pull is really not that bad. I don't think you have to be scared of this pull. I don't think that this pull is that scary. I think that if you just can't be hit and stuff, though. It's my favorite profile. Okay. Most are all DPS tank. So the problem with the overall in each tank is that it heavily depends, right? It heavily depends on the route. Routing affects overall so much. Like, how did we route it, and what specs did I play with, and how long did AoE live, and whatnot, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. It's like there's so many factors that go into tank damage overall. I'm going to CC here. I'm going to CC again. I can CC one more time. But then basically I have no more CC. Arc skin now, and here we go. Let's put our game dev hats for... What very specific change would you make for Bear to make it more in line? Bear only needs one thing. It's actually okay if it keeps its same exact utility package. Then it will still have the niche of just being not as strong. Then it will just have the niche of being not as strong. Like, that'll be its niche. It'll be its niche is like you have to coordinate utility a little bit. I think... 2 things. Number 1 is that the other druid specs can't be that good. That's like probably first and foremost. The other druid specs can't be so powerful if you want to play Guardian Druid. That's like first and foremost. Is probably the other druid specs can't be that good. And in terms of the Guardian stuff, I think they're out of range. I think you can outrange them. Yeah, they just kill it here. Good. In terms of the other changes, I'm trying to think. I think buffing Mangle. Mangle in particular. The way that Mangle damage works would probably be enough. Well, he was all the way in front. He was all the way in front, fully hitting the mobs over there. So we're not going to be able to stop these ones for sure, I don't think. Even with big cooldowns. Like, I can, again, I have Incap, and then I have Vortex Typhoon. So we do actually stop them. We do stop them, see? Vortex Typhoon. So I have 3 stops. That's not bad. You see how I just controlled that for 3 seconds? That's not a bad utility package. Like, bears can do that. Bears are actually decent. Like, see what I mean? That's not bad for bears. That's not actually bad. Okay, we want to go through here. And then we want to go these two packs together. Yeah, so like Bear doesn't have no UCC or no utility. No. We don't play Raise. Also, I still don't understand why the healer is just externally me willy-nilly. I am very tanky. I know that I just think that Bear needs a small damage buff. Single target in particular, because my AoE is going to be massive. But that's not my problem. This is pad AoE. There is a significant issue with pad AoE. I'm not like, you can't trust pad AoE. If my overall is higher here, but my damage on first boss, second boss, and third boss are all lower, then it's kind of pointless. Like, and then it doesn't really matter what my pad AoE looks like, right? The fish stick is up. I'm a little worried about this. Oh, there's another fish stick. Okay, that one's going to pull. I didn't want all of these. Aren't you really squishy? No. That's an old thing. That's an old thing for Druid. I actually think that Druid is one of the tankier tanks right now. It didn't lose that identity either. Like look at my health on this pull. They're all raging right now. Look at my health here. Yeah? Like, this is easy. Like, look at my health. The healer is not healing me. He has no hots on me right now. He has one regrowth. That's it. He has no life bloom, no rejuve. This is a big pack. We'll see the next 4 mobs. Don't let that pull. Don't let that pull. We have a DK. Grip it. Grip it. DK. Grip it. Ooh, scary, scary. So these guys actually do a fair bit of tank damage. Okay, let's go. And I'll rebuff the group. These guys, there are 4 mobs here. I'll be pretty tanky. There's a few hard-hitting packs in Gambit. It's not like there aren't. I'm even greeting damage right now and setting some I'm overlapping some AoE CC. This one. As long as you play Elun's Chosen, you're pretty tanky. I will say, if you play DOTC, Druid of the Claw, you will not be, though. There used to be an interaction back in Dragonflight Season 2 when most people learned how to play Bear, yeah? Yes, you still play Arcane Bear. When most people learned how to play Bear, there used to be an interaction, okay, where the Blood Frenzy was uncapped, and we had dungeons like Brackenhide Hollow in the dungeon pool. So there were things known as a bear pull, where bears, with the number of targets they pulled, they got tankier, not squishier, because there was a bunch of little targets that didn't really do any damage to the tank, and they were awesome for bear, because bear would generate more rage and therefore be tankier in that sense, okay? Like, it's super tanky, does OKOE. It's actually such... I will actually incarn this with a combat pot, okay? I will not greed my damage on these ads. When these ads spawn, I will not greed damage. I will literally be right here. I'm going to see how much single target damage I can do. This is the full amount of single target. This is combat pot, incarn, everything I got, okay? This is literally everything I got. I will taunt these ads, and then I will just be doing single target, basically. And we'll see what I can get. I'm going to end up hitting these ads with some angles. Nothing I could do about that. But I'm really trying hard not to pad on these ads. Yeah? I'm just going to get one kick here. And then basically, my single target right now... Does the healer want to do it? Okay. I'll grab the yellow one then in the fire. Yellow one is bottom right. The way this mechanic works, just so everybody knows now, there's a console. You look at the color. You match the color. Easy done. Much better than it used to be, in my opinion. My single target on Elun's Chosen, depending on if I send full cooldowns or not, is something like 1.2. So I am, to clarify, 25 to 35% below other tanks. That's a lot. That's like not a little bit. Like, that's a lot, you know? That's like quite a bit. It's not like 10% behind. It's like... Now, granted, I mean, it's tank damage, right? So, like, does tank damage really... So, like, I have Vortex Typhoon here, right? And then I can even turn around, and I can War Stomp one. I can go in for this kick. I can War Stomp this. I still have... Oh, I'm going to get crashed. I'm still tanky enough. It's fine. These ads are not dying at all. So I think that tankiness. So you're not going to be tanky against some mechanics. Um, you think Dan? Technically, okay. So it depends. It really depends on who you are and who you're playing with. I will say, okay, yeah. Um, I will say it significantly depends on who you're playing with. What's the yellow one? Yellow one is top left. Wait, he has yellow. Oh, that bugged for sure. It really depends, because if you're playing with really good DPS, technically your tank damage shouldn't matter at all. And I mean that. I mean that, by the way. Your tank damage shouldn't matter at all. As if you're playing with DPS, you shouldn't have to worry about your tank damage at all. Like, your DPS do more damage than you as a tank 100% of the time. So you shouldn't have to be worried about your DPS. Like, that's not something you technically should have to worry about. In the same way that healers technically shouldn't have to worry about it. But it doesn't mean that they don't. Like, healers still end up trying to do damage, and it still matters how much damage a healer can provide. You know? It just feels bad in situations like Rookery. So there are dungeons like Rookery or Theater of Pain from last season where the damage checks were so tight that you would finish the key at a certain point, right? Like, you would finish that key and you would have like 10 seconds left with one death. Then tank damage matters. But if you finish a key like Priory and you were able to do all the pulls as a tank, like this pull right here will end a lot of tanks. I'll be fine. This will be fine for me. Yeah, this will be fine. But this pull will end a lot of tanks. We'll see how I deal with this next area. This next area is actually quite difficult for tanks. I will use my Incarn, my Lunar Beam, everything here. And I'm going to face tank this because I should be able to face tank this. I watch these bolts. I have Frenzied Regen ticking on myself when these bolts go off on me. And as long as I watch those bolts, I should be fine. Yeah? Basically, yeah, it's not... Well, first of all, you as surviving as a tank doesn't really matter. You surviving as a DPS absolutely matters. Your ability to pull, every tank should be able to live the pull that you need to do. The way that WoW works nowadays is every single tank should technically be able to live the pull that... Oh, I might die. Hold up. That was hilarious. That was actually too far of a jump. Let's pull this side. So, like, this pull, for example, does a fair amount of tank damage. And I only have Bark and Lunar. But, like, you know, like, Blood DK dies here. Blood DK will die here. Brewmaster doesn't die here, but needs a lot of external healing. I just have to rotate really well. And as long as I do my job, then everything should be fine. No, don't swipe, don't maul. If you swipe and maul as a bear, you actively hurt your survivability and actively hurt your damage too. Actually, bad... Oh... You actively hurt yourself if you do that, by the way. Whew. Look quite easy. I mean, this is pretty chill for me right now. Yeah, and this is only a 13, to be fair. Only a 13, right? Not a problem. See how my healer is externaling me? Like, he's scared, but there's no reason to be scared. And you can sue these guys for what it's worth. Druid actually has Decurse, which is very good for Halls of Atonement. Doesn't have a way to get rid of bleeds except for kiting. You'd have to be really good at getting rid of bleeds and stuff. Incarn here. Combat pot. Doing another key after? Maybe. I'm playing with Petco right now, so I might be able to do another key after. I don't know if we'll have spots open. You'll have to apply to his key because he's the one listing and leading. Dan, find entertaining form. I think your channel will be... Oh, thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. I'm very new at this, Dan. So, like, comments like that, actually, they really do help they help a lot. I sometimes have imposter syndrome just a little bit because I'm new at this. And I'm just like, you know, like, can I even make a tier list, etc., etc.? I'm like, yes, I can make a tier list. I've been on PTR so much. It's all I've been doing recently. It's literally my entire life has been PTR gaming. It's like I've only been testing, and I've played almost every spec in the game. And so it's like, you know what I mean? Here, stack. And it's like I feel like I totally can. But still, it's a little, you know, it's just like, you know, when I compare myself to other people, which is a dangerous thing to do, you know. Comparing yourself to other people is a very dangerous thing to do. Because when I compare myself, I'm like, dude, they've been doing this for so long, man. It's so hard to compete. When I compare myself to them, I'm like, I don't know if I can do this, you know? Yoda has been... Brion. Really? I have no comment. I have no comment about this. I have no comment. Dude, healer, dispel, 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 dispel. Dispel. He doesn't know how to dispel. He doesn't know. We're going to die, by the way. We're going to die soon. I'll live. The healer needs to dispel right now. Dispel, 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 dispel. Oh, boy. What was the plan there? I think my warlock actually just dispelled. I think Petco just dispelled. I think actually that Petco just dispelled the dot. Potentially. Because I saw both go off. So we stack along the wall, by the way. But he admitted at some point. The truth is, like, when I thought about doing a tier list, I thought about what I wanted to help the community with. And I was like, I know what I want to do with this tier list, right? It's not about whether I'm right or wrong. The only thing I really want to do with this tier list is help give people perspectives on what may or may not be easier for them to pug with. Because I hate that feeling. I tried to play Pres Evoker last season, and it was miserable, man. It was miserable to play Pres Evoker last season. I really wanted to play it. I really wanted IO too. And I just was like working so hard. I was working so hard at it, and it was just a miserable time. It was not fun for me because I had to be I was like trying to get my way into groups, and it was just like impossible for me to find people to play with because nobody wanted to play with the off-meta healer when there were such OP healers around. Like, literally no one wanted to play with me. And that was not a fun feeling. I gotta say, I didn't like that feeling. I didn't like that feeling. I would log in. I'd be like, I just want to do a Pres key. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. Just 1 point of IO. I don't really need much. You know, I'll even do a key I've already done. I just want to play Pres. I really like playing Pres. It was an offline gaming. I just can't get into keys. It's a really rough feeling, man. I don't like it. I don't like that feeling of the fact that I cannot get into keys. You know what I mean? And so that's why I wanted to make my tier list at the very least, was just to help people understand. It's like, at this point, right, this is probably what you should play in order to get into keys. There's a world where even though my bear is actually doing just fine in this dungeon, he's super tanky, super excellent, good damage, honestly, fair utility, I still might not play him. Because, like, you know what I mean? Because, like, if I can't play the game, what's the point? So if I can't even get into keys, what's the point, you know? Is the whole throw up going through the pros and cons. I'm glad that people liked it. I'm really glad that people like the tier list and stuff. You know what I mean? Playing a chair. Yeah, basically, though, it's just a matter of, like, can I actually get into keys? That's, like, the one thing that I want to do. Lee, aren't you... Wait, so Lee, are you just nauseous all the time, then? Do you just look in the mirror and you go... Whoa! Is that what you do? Every time you look in the mirror, you're just like, oh, I feel sick. You calling yourself out like that? You said Fodom rerollers make you sick. I'm like, you are a Fodom reroller. But guess what? So am I. But honestly, guess what? So am I. I will also Fodom reroll. As much as I love Bear, I will also play another tank. I will gladly main another tank because I don't want another season of just being in despair. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just don't want to go through what I went through last season. It was anti-fun. It was not fun for me to like, want to play a spec. At least with my Bear, I could kind of maybe get into keys, but... God, you know, I was really resorting to some tactics, man. Last season, I was actually I was like messaging group leads. I was like, bro, trust me, my Bear is really good. I'm like, not a VDH, but will, oh boy. Hold up, well. I just want a season of super niche specs so the Fodom rerollers will be in the, yeah, like, so Brewmaster would be one of those. If Brewmaster is a thing, that'll exist. I thought that would be an easy pull. Does that guy not... Does he just pulse forever? I can't tell if we were actually taking damage from him or not. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, so Brewmaster... If Brewmaster is meta, it's going to be a very... That's a niche tank to play. Very hard to play Brewmaster. Not easy at all to play Brewmaster. Brew Prez would be... Dude, Prez Evoker would have some issues healing. First season tanking. Do you remember me having 2 tanks? I think... 2 tanks if you want to have fun. 2 is good. 2 is good for fun. 2 is good for fun. Yeah, 2 is good for fun. One is good if you just want to have, if you, depends how much time you have to play, because you got to put a lot of time into a character to actually push, right? Won't have trouble even with the harder specs. I disagree with that, Lee. There are some specs have you played, how many specs have you played? I've only seen you on a few specs, and mostly you play the same type of specs. Like, you are a melee DPSer more often than not. I've seen you play Ret Pally, Havoc, and DK. Those are all three relatively similar specs. They're not that different. But, like, my question is, if I put you on a feral druid or a fire mage, would you be able to just min-max that? Would you be able to get the most out of it? Would you be able to milk it like you would that one goat that looked at you with those eyes and you were just like, goat? Really? You'd be able to do that? Amazing. I wouldn't. I think that there are some fundamental difference in playstyles. There are tanks that are reactive. There are tanks that are predictive. There are all sorts of things. There's different ways to play the game, and nothing really plays exactly the same way. What do you think you'd be the worst at? I know what I'm the worst at. I'm the worst at Rogue. I have a hard time with Rogue. Rogue is probably the spec that I am personally the absolute just beans at. I cannot play Rogue to save my life. It's too high APM. It is combo point tracking, and for some reason I'm really bad at combo point tracking. I struggle even with Feral Druid. It's melee, but very, very, very twitchy melee. I don't like twitchy melees. Am I off with percentage? Do we miss one roaming pack? We might have missed the roaming pack. If this is not percentage, I'd be so sad. Is this percentage? Please be percentage. It might not be. Oh! Roaming pack at start. Sad. I missed the roaming pack at start. So if you put the boss in this corner, the assassins still spawn like this. I don't know if it's actually worth doing at all, but it's kind of nice that they just immediately spawn within melee cleave range. Affy in particular. But see, Aff to me makes a lot of sense. I don't think Aff is that complicated at all. But then again, that fits my playstyle more than the other one. Is he going to do it? Okay, the healer knows how to do this. Good. Destro's one of the easiest in the game. Destro has some min-maxing with dot management and like prep into pulls and ramps into pulls and things like that. So I don't know about that though. Brew's done hard once you get your hand around it. Sorry, by the way, if I missed your YouTube comment, it's because I'm relatively locked in tanking this real fast though. You don't like soul shards? What about soul shards do you not like? I will vortex this in the middle. I will CC them because big damn. So I have War Stomp, I have Typhoon, I have Vortex. Like, actually, Vortex is really good for a lot of these dungeons. There's a few good Vortex pulls, to be honest. I'll keep up with playing every spec in the long run, though. You'll work it out. By the way, the reason I'm going to end up playing every spec is because I'm very bored. I'm just super ADHD. Like, the reason I end up playing all these specs is very simply because I'm bored and I just want to have fun. And me having fun is a little bit more about me trying new things and a little bit less about me playing the one thing I'm playing perfectly. I tend to like diversity in gameplay. That's like my favorite thing, actually. Like, I know this about myself very well. That pretty much the only thing I care about is how much fun can I have when I game. If that's being super competitive and pushing past title, great. That's what I'll try to do. And if at any point I'm like, nah, I really don't want to spend 10 hours in a 19 Priory, I don't care that much, then, like, okay, I won't. Then, like, I'm also okay with that. Like, that's fine with me. You know? Whoops, we lost our healer. Oh, the star. Let the healer heal. Do. Unholy DK is a pretty straightforward builder-spender. Right, builder-spender specs I think tend to do a lot better. You see that with Ret Pally even or something like that. But there are some specs that are just complicated, that you have to track 5 passive buffs and this and that and whatever. Oh, my Lunar Beam. Oh, rest in peace. Rest in peace, the key. We could probably still finish the boss. The question is... All good. Guardian Druid felt fine this run, though. My damage was actually decent. My damage is not bad. Boom, 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 boom. I haven't played Pally, so I don't know. Isn't Holy Power and Soul Shards literally the same thing? No. One of them is spammy and one of them is not. Like, I think that one of them is quite spammy. Arcane Mage has like 13 different things to track for it. Right. Well, actually, so Arcane Mage is one of those specs where I just think there's such a delta, man. Like, there's an Arcane Mage who will do negative damage, and there's an Arcane Mage who will do very good damage. And they're not the same. Do you know what I mean? They're not the same at all. Guardian feels fine here. Like, again, my overall damage pulling the way I was pulling is still kind of low, but not that much lower. Not that much lower. It's really not that bad. If I'm the one providing group buff, then it's fine. It's not that bad. Do 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 do. Sub Rogue is the hardest spec in the game, and at least that's just your perception. Arcane Mage and plus 10 to yeah, basically. So Arcane Mage, right? Arcane Mage can just be tough. Arcane Mage is just one of those specs that, like, there's so many conditionals. Specs with conditionals are the ones that are hard. Yeah. Do we want to finish this? We wanna finish this? All right, let's go. So Bear would not have a hard time living this key on much higher than this. Arcane Mage, though, unfortunately, any spec like Arcane Mage that's nuanced, has conditionals, has this, has that, just tends to not do as well in a pug environment. My problem with Arcane Mage is that it just doesn't tend to do as well in the average pug environment, in my opinion. Because it requires very precise play. There's also a few specs, like Ellie Shami is another one. I mentioned this in the tier list, but there are some specs where, you know how bad it feels to be an Ellie Shami in Ascendance, then you get a mechanic and have to move and dodge? It's like the worst feeling. If you've ever played Ellie Shami before, you know how bad that feeling is. It is lame. Super, hyper, giga lame to have that happen. And yet it does happen. Because sometimes you can't control mechanics. And you just... You know what I mean? Now, like, that sucks. Vortex is OP for these assassins. Not that you need it for any reason, but it auto-drags them back. So when these assassins come out, if you just Vortex, easy. That would be a good tip right there. Shaman Spirit Walker's great to move entirely. If they... Okay, well, to be fair, they have something at least. That's a good point. To be fair. But there are other specs. Like when I compare Beastmaster versus Marksman. Beastmaster versus Marksman is one of those ideas where I'm just like... There's a clear difference between which one has ease of access. One of them can do everything they want to do while moving, and the other one has to plant and cast and get their cooldowns exactly right in a 6-second window. We missed this one. One more. Never had an issue with movement. Really, Dalinus? I find... Whoops. We didn't do the star. Mechanics. I love my Marksman yesterday. Man, are the visuals and audio is underwhelming. Underwhelming? You think so? I feel like Sentinel. I like the... Like, you hear the thing when you hit True Shot. Oh, we're dead. And GG's. That was Bear feeling with the nerf. Okay. By the way, just to clarify, the nerf to Lunar Beam CDR is not like the biggest deal, okay? It's not like it really, really crazy impacted Bear. It's just that Bear needed to go this way, not this way. So the fact that they went this way, as Bear gets a buff, it goes up, okay? We want it to be this way. That's the whole point of playing Bear. We want it to go up, like this, yeah? What's up, Lee? Boom. Show the loot tables of both. Yeah. Loot table, Mythic Plus. What do you want to look for? The trinkets in particular, or what's up? Can we leave? Yeah, of course. Of course. Of course. 'Tis the PTR. No worries. All good. Leash. The leash. Solia's trinket. This one? Yeah. What's up? Blizz don't want S-Pank tanks. I would say that they don't want Guardian to be like super crazy meta. But Guardian just needs to be sturdy. Yeah, like honestly, Guardian, I'm okay with Guardian being solid B tier. I want Guardian to be solid B tier or A tier. The truth is I don't want Guardian to be S tier because that means they're going to fundamentally nerf the spec. You know when Guardian was S tier, right? When Guardian was S tier, they just bloop. They nerfed it and they never reverted those nerfs. They capped Blood Frenzy, never reverted it. They did this, never reverted it. Nerfed Ursox Fury, never reverted it. Guardian has been nerfed since the time that it was OP for half a season. Dragonflight Season 2, right? Half a season. Just bloop. And they never touched it again. At least Demon Hunter got kind of a rework a little bit. Remember when they reworked Bear? They actually made it worse. You know that you had an extra talent before they reworked Bear? There was a little small Bear rework, and they actually made it worse when they did this. It was hilarious. You know what I mean? Yeah. They hilariously, they made it worse. All right, what's next? Want to do this again or next, or what do you want to do? I have a hard time with Brew personally, but that's just time spent. Like Guardian, I could literally do the first pull blindfolded. I would have a hard time getting kicks. The Ecodome Lee? Ecodome is good. I like Ecodome because it's friendly for new players. It's like pretty straightforward. Like Ecodome is not that different. Like it's very intuitive. The first boss has puddles. Don't stand in puddles. The first boss has ads. Kill the ads. You know, it's like okay, like the first pack has puddles. Dodge the circles. Dodge the lines. Pretty obvious. You know what I mean? Like it's just kind of like very straightforward. And I like dungeons that are intuitive because then you have a dungeon like the first boss of, you know, Gambit, which if people don't know what it is, you're all just standing there and you're like, what are you going to do? Like why the boss isn't taking damage. You know what I mean? Like that's like, you know, does that make sense? Like there's sometimes the mechanics or like the second boss where you just expect, I guarantee you in a +5, the second boss of Gambit, people are going to be like, how are we supposed to kill these ads? And I'm like, dude, you're not supposed to kill the ads. The tank frontal kills the ads. Like you don't DPS the ads. And they're going to be like, oh, that makes so much sense because I was having such a hard time with it. I'm like, ah, haha, right? There's going to be so many things that are unintuitive. The last boss of Gambit is going to own pugs because they're like, why is the boss like we're just dying to this phase? And it's like, there you go. Right? Respect the name. So it's like, yeah, so there's going to be a lot of mechanics like that. The new dungeon, in my opinion, is relatively straightforward. One thing to learn on the second boss, one thing to learn on the last boss, but other than that, everything is like there's this mob that jumps, dodge. This mob does this, whatever, right? The real big pugs adapt fast. Yeah, but the big pugs, most pugs are not big. Have you seen pugs before, Spanky? They breathe like this. If you didn't know that they were super cute and that they were dogs, you would think that there was some sort of gremlin hiding in your closet. Like, oh my god, pugs are scary creatures. You ever thought about that? What do we want to do? 12 Halls of Atonement. Oh boy. Okay, my druid can probably tank Halls of Atonement. I need a way to manage bleeds. I'm gonna need a way to manage bleeds here. We didn't need your sleep recordings. If that's what I sound like when I sleep, I could have a real issue, right? All right. Bear has no way to reset bleeds, so we see how this goes. I think I should be okay. Should be okay. Should be okay. I think I'll be okay, but those bleeds really hurt, man. Those bleeds. Don't forget the plater. Oh, thank you, thank you. Was that on the Discord that you did that? How much damage does it intake for? Yeah, I know it's early, but for tank, what tank are you gonna play besides Bear? Warrior, probably. I like Warrior. Warrior's pretty straightforward. I think that Warrior's pretty solid. That's the Pally Vaults. You take House of Cards. I would take House. Actually, that Ring or House of Cards. Ring or House of Cards. This. If anybody ever has any questions about their vault and you want to ask a question, just let me know. Halls of Atonement. All right, let's go. Halls of Atonement could be tough. I'm not going to lie. Halls of Atonement might start getting a little bit tough. Can anybody make the key? I'll be right back. 2 minutes? Sure. I can do it. Where did you link it to me? Twitch direct message. Oh, Twitch direct message. Twitch. Dude, can I live this? This will be the real test if I can live bear. Actually, you like it? I'll try it. I've never used Marcillian's Plater profile before, but might as well try it. Because Halls of Atonement will have something. If I don't like it, I can always disable it. Basically, you got a Typhoon. Yeah, you got a Vortex Typhoon probably, like really cleverly. That probably is the key, I think. Oh, wait, so it's not a weak aura. Oh, I might have just crashed my game. Oh, I did the mistake. I made a mistake. I might have just crashed my game. Uh-oh. Whoops, it's not a weak aura. It was a Plater profile. Oh, I just did it out of habit. Okay, cool, thank God. Plater. It's, right. Plater profile, import. That's habit right there. That's the habit, folks. I went to Wago. I copied something. I thought immediately. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. I kind of also want to play Blood Decay a little bit today. I wanted to give that a fair... I haven't tested it a lot, so I was going to play some more Blood Decay, to be honest. Okay, have some salt. All right, let's see what this Plater looks like, huh? Also, for what it's worth, just so you guys know who Petco is, yeah? Do you know who Petco is? You guys know who that is, right? I mean, I know who that is. Yeah, okay. There you go. That's who we're playing with. Nope. Okay, so if you don't know who he is, he's streaming right now, right. So that's who we're playing with at the moment. He basically makes, I think at this point, so he used to just make stuff like this, though. If you take Flashing Claws, Talent plus Untamed Savagery, do insane thrash damage, Flashing Claws, Extra Beam, Unsalute. Oh, so, Temp, unfortunately there was a world this season where you were going to drop Rage of the Sleeper for FC and potentially Blood Frenzy for FC. There is a world where you were going to do this, but unfortunately, they have nerfed the tier set. The tier set was one of the big reasons why you were going to do that, because each Thrash had a chance to trigger this Star Surge. But then they nerfed the Star Surge, and now you kind of don't want to do that because you will be significantly squishier for a tiny bit more damage, but significantly squishier. The reason you really wanted to do it was specifically so that you could proc the tier set more often. That's the wrong dungeon. Halls of Atonement. So you were specifically doing it for the tier set, and then they nerfed the tier set. Which, honestly, guys, it was lame. They didn't need to do that. I know they nerfed the set even on live. So you get the live from the extra Flashing Claws, but trust me, you're going to feel so much like Blood Frenzy. Blood Frenzy is not just Iron for uptime, it's Incarn uptime. Like that last dungeon, I don't know, the healer was probably healing me a little bit because he was scared, but this dungeon I'll need healing. Dude, this dungeon is a fucking terror for tanks. He was using Dream of Cenarius. He was? I didn't even see that. I didn't even notice he was using Dream of Cenarius. Wait a second. That's interesting. I wanted to experiment with that build. Okay, so we need as much movement speed as we can get, and basically the plan is these dogs are just gonna rip me apart. They're gonna do their best. You guys know what a Malinois is? Have you ever heard of a Malinois before? This is what the Plater looks like? Seems decent to me. Okay, does anybody here know what a this is kind of niche a little bit, but do you know what a Malinois is? When I think of dogs ripping me apart, I always think of Malinois. It's a type of dog, basically. Malinois. So, okay, listen. It's a type of dog. They're basically, you know the Velociraptor that freaked you out as a child in Jurassic Park? Remember Jurassic Park? Exactly, Samax. So I used to have one. And, yeah. You know the Velociraptor in Jurassic Park? Imagine if you gave that creature cocaine and then tried to teach it tricks in your living room. That is a Malinois. They are literally Velociraptors on crack. It is unbelievable. If you've ever tried to work with a dog like this, good luck. He was not purebred, but when we fostered dogs, right? When I had a house and when I was still married, we had a house. And in that house, right, we would foster dogs. And when we fostered the dogs, we had a Malinois mix at one point. Yeah. That dog was the most challenging dog I've ever had. And therefore, I miss him very much. You know how that works? The funny thing about owning dogs sometimes is the more challenging they are, the more I miss them. You know that? Like I really miss him. He took everything. Like that dog in particular, it was like 5 hours of my day. I had to train him all the time. Yeah, so the bleeds here I am not looking forward to though. Yeah. I got it. Oh shit. Wait, I made a key, right? I have it here. This is a 12, yeah? We want to just do 12 Halls of Atonement. There it is. Got it. Okay. First pull, care aggro. I'm going to go big. I'm going to still do this. I bet you it'll be fine. We'll see if it is fine, though. I have no idea. I know this dungeon right here, this is the hardest tank dungeon that they've made in a while. There's so much skill expression for Halls of Atonement that most tanks are going to have a very hard time with it. It's almost like the early incarnation of Priory, except worse. Like, significantly worse, especially a tank like Guardian, where I do not have the ability to reset my bleeds. Number one, this first pull, and this is pretty damn important, okay? You heard it from me first. It'll help you so much. This first pull, tank them in this corner, because these guys are going to run, and everything will funnel in kind of nicely. Tank them in this corner. I have how many bleed stacks right now? So I'm going to Vortex, because these little guys will run. I need to reset my bleed stacks. These bleeds from these dogs are the most, not overtuned thing, because you see, I'm living right now. I'm living, and I had 17 stacks, by the way. My healer didn't dispel me a single time. So I'm just casually tanking this. I think that Bear is actually going to be much friendlier. You try to play Warrior here, and you're just like, dude, I'm dead. Like, Warrior is not good, but I will make sure that I'm watching the bleed stacks. This in particular, this dungeon, now granted, this is only a 12. It has no affixes. No affixes. Oh, my bad. The key has no affixes for some reason. My bad. My bad. It has no affixes. That was my key. Did I not pay attention and I do the wrong key? Oh, I might have done the wrong key. I was like, wait a second. This is not hurting at all. It has no fort or guile. We have to do it again. Played on for fun at 15 on live. You have to add affixes. I didn't realize I had to add affixes at this point. I didn't know that, actually. Did they change that this week? Oh, no affixes. My bad. I forgot about that. Did they change that? I didn't realize you had to add affixes. I don't have the affixes, though. Port me to org. Wait, I thought I just got the key, though. Is that weird? Can you port me to org, please? I have key 13. Halls? Okay. 13, I think, will be fine. We're going to see how bad these bleeds are. But the tank positioning and the tank skill in this dungeon, I think, is going to be pretty impactful. You learning this on PTR is going to help you on live an incredible amount. Ah, I'm lead. Shit. Sorry. What's up, Mr. Shum? Been like that? You must no. So you didn't have to do that for all of PTR testing until maybe today. Like, you didn't have to do that for all of PTR testing until maybe right now. This is going to be hard. We have a lot of decurses, so the curses won't be a problem. But the tanking here is going to be potentially hard. I have no idea how hard this is going to hit. Okay, good. Good. Let's go. I have no idea how hard this is going to hit. Basically, though, the main thing about this dungeon is your route will change depending on your comp, and that's something that's super interesting. I like dungeons that have different routes. It's actually so awesome in this season when you get to play things that are consistently different. Routes that are actually different. So, for example, when I was playing my Pally, if I parried the bleeds on the first pull, Yeah, an incarn. So I basically have to do every dog pull with incarn. Or kite them. There's one dog pull I know I'll be fine on just by kiting. The first one I'll be fine because big cooldowns. Basically, I'm going to be a giant meatball. And I'm not going to fall from the sky because it's not cloudy out right now. I'm looking and I see the sky. It's not cloudy enough for me to fall out of the sky like a giant meatball. That being said, cool. Let's go ahead and get this key done. I'm very curious to know. This will be a 13 now. I'm pretty sure on my bear I'll be chilling. I actually think bear will be good at this dungeon compared to some other tanks. My warrior, it was just like, with that holy pally, I could not figure it out. Ready? Ready? Not my key, not my key, not my key. Ready? Boom. Your key. Your key. He said use the key. My pre-incarn. Alright, well, rest in peace, incarn. Rest in peace, incarn. Ready? Let's go. Do. Shall we? So we wild charge flying bear, and then we're gonna go like here, etc. Thrash them for aggro, and then we go like this. I think you could do that. I think that as long as we have big burst damage, I think I would like to pull that patrol, so I don't have Incarn to settle just yet. I think as long as I feel comfortable with our big burst damage, I would rather just fight it all at once, to be honest. Okay, so the Loyal Beast cast goes. I have how many bleeds on me right now? This is going to be Vortex. I'm going to snap them back as well, and then I'm going to run. Shit, they didn't Vortex. They didn't Vortex. I've took 21 bleed stacks. Why didn't they Vortex? Oh, the cast went off. Are they CC immune when they do this? Do they get CC immune when they do that? My Vortex didn't... Do they get CC immune on the cast? Ah. So, Carecast. Carecast. I had 21 bleed stacks. The Enrage won't stop. So, no, they're... Yeah, basically, Guardian F tier. The Enrage won't stop him, like CC immune during the buff. Right. Okay, so they got Houndmaster called. I didn't realize it also makes them CC immune, though. Guardian going to F tier after this. F me, man. I already put it so low. So just watch the first kick there. Yeah. Well, it'll do something, though. I can link you after Incarn. Nah, just watch cast. I got a plan. I'll Vortex and reset on first each time. That's how I'm going to have to deal with it, though. Alright, I'm not going to have pre-Incarn here, but it'll be fine, though. I mean, like, really, you guys want to see? That's how hard. That's how hard. You guys want to see? Can you see the death log here? 31 million per tick. Just to clarify, 31 million per tick of the bleed. Yep. 31 million. Yeah. Isn't that insane? Yeah. 31 million is insane. 30 seconds for Incarn. 30 seconds for Incarn here. 30 seconds. DK, can you grip Houndmaster? And just watch that one kick. One kick. I think we can still do it, though. I got... Cool. Pull 20. Here we go. If we have a DK who can grip it, I'll feel comfortable doing it. If not, I could totally see myself CCing that or splitting it. For sure. I could totally see myself splitting it. Here we go. All right. Take 3 on the bear. Take 3 on the bear. Certainly this time, I won't die. This time for sure. So I didn't realize I get CC immune. The only way I would do it is if I roar. Maybe I save roar. One of the weird things about this dungeon in particular is if I was going to make a tip on how to tank this dungeon, this is one of the only times where the kite meta is kind of back. And the kite meta demands one thing from a tank. You must save movement speed abilities. Whereas before, I would use my roar and my movement speed abilities to collect this pull. This time, I actually won't be able to do that. I actually will have a hard time with that now. So I Incarn here. I watch my bleed stacks. I'm at 4, 5, 6. A Vortex. Yeah. And then from here, I'm going to Typhoon them back into the Vortex. I simply reset the bleed stacks here. Make sure they reset. I cannot take more. Cannot take more. I'm in Incarn still, so I just kick back. I'll watch my kick, and I'll come back. I have so many more of these bleed stacks. So here's what I do. I run. I have 15 of the bleed stacks. They're going to tick me about that much. But I have Incarn up, so I will live. I will live. Soothe. I will live. Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude, they stacked so fast because I think the cast did get off. I could see why you would CC that after having to go through what I just went through. That was heavy awareness on my part. I'm going to have to kite again, by the way, because it's not quite dead yet. I'm probably going to have to kite again. Dude, what the hell? You saw that? Look at my HPS. I'm at 5 million HPS. That is not going to be fun in the live season. That is not going to be fun. I am assuming that bleed gets a little bit nerfed. I think this pull will be okay for the casters. I think this pull will be all right at the end of the day. We'll find out because I don't have a ton of cooldowns. I'm going to Frenzied Regen here, and then I'll Bark Skin. And I shouldn't die through Bark Skin. We should be able to kind of do this here. As long as I get a Dispel from my healer and I don't have to take all these casts to the face. Dispel, maybe. I'm at 18 stacks. Healer, Dispel. Oh, thank God. Okay. I SI'd because I was scared. These guys now, one of the new things about this dungeon, fun fact, is I can decurse, which is very cool. Very nice that I can decurse for my group. This guys give a stacking just all damage taken debuff on you, and it stacks pretty fast if you pull a bunch of the Dark Blades. So you have to be careful. Your healer has to dispel you there. Fun fact. Thank you for the... Wait, what is your name? You have a math name. I'm very curious. Can you explain your name to me? Because I actually don't think I know. I don't understand your name, though. Yes, you could do that. You could do that. I think if I pull these Groundskeepers into the next pull, it'll be fine. I have Incarn. We have cooldowns. I actually think this will work. I'm gonna go Giga. I'm gonna go Giga. I think this will be fine. I think I'll be able to Vortex reset my stacks. Yeah? I shouldn't die through everything here. So I'm going to Vortex here. I'm going to reset one while I'm in Incarn. And I'm going to keep everything nicely grouped. Because that cast does go off. I have to be very careful now. I have to be very careful here. I can Soothe. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. That cast going off is like the worst thing. I can't let that cast go off. Can't let cast go. Oh. That cast going off is the most things, though. Yeah. Okay. I can split. I can split it. I thought it's fine if the cast doesn't go. It's fine if the cast doesn't go. I just actually have to do this, though. This plater is actually kind of nice. This one's Marcellian's online. It was actually, though. Times 1776 is taken. Ah. The Proclamation. You could play Bears. Yeah. I think it's just the cast. It's just that one kick. Do we want to keep going, or are we gonna... It's just that one kick, actually. Everything else is fine. Maybe Poly, then. I won't have Incarn now, so now I won't be able to do it, actually. To be fair. That group is Dog. Yeah, so basically, though, because we're learning the dungeon, you can't expect people, and this is a very good tip for week 1 as well, you can't expect people to actually be doing all the mechanics that you want them to do. So right now I have aggro, and I pretty much immediately kite. Like, I'm just going to immediately group them and then kite away, because I don't have big cooldowns. This is the way that Bear is going to deal with this. I'm fine. He Spirit Linked in melee because he panicked. Also keep in mind that my healer is doing his best, but he's not super confident in healing this. And I can tell you that because he just Spirit Linked in melee for me when I was not in melee. I can also Soothe them if I get the Frame, though. I shouldn't be pulling... If you see in your pugs, one of the skills I think is actually very important for a tank player. If you see that people are not kicking some of the original pulls and you're like, damn, these casts are going off, then you should not pull as if they're going to kick casts. Like, learn that early on. Learn to recognize the signs of a group who is either distracted, focusing on healing, focusing on something, and realize they're not going to kick. And then, boom, all you need to do from there. So that pull is fine. Now this is really sad. We totally could have done it on here. It's just that you as a tank are actually going to be playing like you did in Shadowlands. It's a kite meta. You are going to be kiting. Like, literally, that's what you're going to be doing. It's kind of weird for sure, but I for sure see that. That you just will be kiting. Arcane Mage go Burr still. But yeah, basically, like, it's PTR and stuff, right? No, but it's fine. Like, I also missed a few kicks. Like, I don't expect anybody to play perfectly, and that's totally fine. This is all testing stuff, right? The Declaration of Independence. I remember when I learned about American history. That was a weird history to learn about. Basically, though, the kiting meta is a very real thing at this point. Yeah? Like, you will actually be... I think we're going to go here. I think I want to go this way. And I want to pull that... Not this corner. Just this. We're going to go mid here. Because I need Incarn for the shard pull. There's no way that this kills me through Barkskin, Lunar Beam, among other things. So I kick this. I don't actually mind this Plater, to be honest. So then I Vortex. I Incap. I Typhoon out. And I'm just running for my life. This is the life of Bear in this dungeon. Hilariously, welcome to Bear's life. This is actually... I think that they don't want this play. This is actually how you're going to have to tank this with a lot of different tanks. A lot of tanks are just going to be doing this basically nonstop. Where you're just... Like, I have a bunch of bleed stacks now, so I'm going to wait for my group to CC. And then, yep, you're just going to be running the whole time. I don't think they want this gameplay. They normally don't like this gameplay, to be fair. I Barkskin now, so I can go back in. Like, this is... Like, you can try... Yeah, my prop Pally can at least bubble and dwarf. But I don't have a dwarf. So the only way for me to tank this on Bear would be like this. And I'm not going to... It feels really bad. Like, I do not like this. It's anti-fun. I do not like this as well. Yeah, basically, like, on prop Pally, I had so many ways to deal with this. And on Bear, I have 0 ways to deal with this. I want to go in here. I want to go into the... Can we go in? And then basically we're going to go like this. If those guys aggro, that's fine. We're going to go into the shard here. I can fight this. Well, can I fight this? I got to Incarn early. Can we kick this in? We have DKs and stuff. Dude, there's no way I'm going to die through Incarn, right? So I'm going to Bark then too. Maybe you can't do this pull on Bear. I have 10 bleed stacks. I Vortex them. And then I'm just going to be kiting out. Oh, we let the cast go off again. I Soothe them. I SI. I have 9 stacks on me. I'm going to die now. Ah, they're so fast. I can't see. Oh. Okay, I'll split. Is that kick? That kick is owning us. That kick is owning us. Okay, I can bring Pally. Druid is so tough, man. Druid is tough here. I have to kite so much. Nah, let me just bring Pally. I can face tank. Nah, let me just bring Pally. It's like there's no other way for Bear to do this. There's no other way for Bear to do it, though. Yeah, I know. There's no other way for Bear to do it. Like, actually, though, you know what I mean? Only saying it since you like said the other day you wanted pings. Yeah, so for sure. Slightly much yapping is overall very good. Thank you. Well, better. I appreciate that, though. Bear in the bin. This is why Bear is rough, though, yeah? Like, you know what I mean? It's just tough. Even Warrior would have a hard time there. We just... honestly, it's just the kicks. If we got kicks and no rage, the strat would work. If we got kicks. If we got kicks, but here, I'll either bring prop Pally. Okay. Basically, though, like, I had a hard time kicking that dungeon as well. Okay, I go Pally. Or you want me to heal? Can I heal then? The fact that you mentioned pugging issues and such, very, very good. Very, very... Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's tough. Like, technically, I could have made it work. If we didn't let that thing, though... If we didn't let that work, then I would have made it work, yeah? If we didn't make it bad, then it would have worked. I can DPS too. I can DPS with something. I can DPS with a hunter or whatever. I can DPS with hunter. Okay. Sorry, bear is so rough, man. Bear is rough on there. Halls of Atonement. I want to see how he tanks it on warrior too. I'm imagining you would have to just walk in and kite. Again, like the same way. Halls of Atonement is rough. Alright. Which to choose? Pekko's Ellie damage. What's overall here? Obviously, those poles got really messed up, and Ellie Shami hates the fact that I was kiting like this. No, I mean, because I have to kite out of his ground effects a lot. Like, I'm doing my best to Vortex and keep everything nicely grouped. But it's tough, dude. It's tough. Yeah. I think you would have to be Dwarf, though. When did you start taking M+ more seriously? Oh, I mean, when I moved to Thailand, yeah? When I moved to Thailand, Guardian's feeling squishy in Halls of Atonement only. Everything else is fine. Halls of Atonement is just rough for Guardian. Because it can't deal with the bleeds. There's no way. It doesn't have any tools to that, though. Like, I think they have to nerf the bleed in Halls of Atonement. At least nerf how fast it stacks. That's actually, if they nerfed how fast it stacks, it'd be fine. That felt so bad, dude. So bad on Druid. Everywhere else, but those bleeds are nasty. Those bleeds are nasty. They stack so fast. No parry, just stacks in 2 seconds. Like, actually, though, the only way, though. So they enrage, yeah, but the thing is that the thing about the enrage is technically a cast. That cast also speeds them up and makes them CC immune. That's the problem. And so I'm basically, the way I'm dealing with it is by constantly CCing them. I'm just literally nonstop CCing them without anything at all. Should I play the OP trinket? Do you think I should play OP trinket or just regular trinket? You want me to play OP trinket? There's a trinket for healing, which is actually unfair. They haven't nerfed it yet. It is the most... It's unnecessarily OP. You want me to play it so we can just do big damn? Here. It's the Twisted Mana Sprites trinket. It's not even... It's going to be a Delve trinket, so I don't even know if you would play it here. It's so good, though. Is it their cast? Yeah, so exactly. It's like it's the Houndmaster's cast. Correct. It is the Houndmaster cast. There's a lot of kicks in these pulls, so some people are basically just getting scared and missing the kick. And if you miss your kick, it's over. You know what I mean? If you miss your kick, it's over. That's the problem with it. Yeah? What's up, NATO? Is it NATO like... Or is it NATO like a horse's toe? I'm going to imagine it's the first one. It can't be the second one, yeah? Like, there's no way. I got it. I got it. I'll make the key. Do we have affixes on here, though? Out of curiosity, let me just make sure we have affixes. Okay. So, level 12. Like this. And... okay. How do I make sure... There's no affixes on here, though. Level 12. Okay, it has affixes. Good. I'm sure I could heal this on an even higher key level, especially if I'm using the actual OP healer trinkets. Halls of Atonement. Let's go. Do I have all my flasks and stuff? I do. What if it's NATO-ge? I don't know. I just woke up. Fair enough. No problem. What kind of Warlock are you going to be trying? I wanted to try some Warlock today, but I haven't set them up properly, and so it might have to be another time. I was going to try Demo, though. Can't you run Mud? I could run Mud for the bleed in this dungeon. That's a good point. Mud would technically be a good call here. Alright, I'm caught. Prez. I can caught you on every single dog pull. I can actually caught him on every dog pull. This is one of the best dungeons for Prez, except for the fact that I can't decurse. Aside from the no decursing, actually, this is an exact example of a dungeon where, like, this... Watch what Prez will do here. Look at Prez, okay? Look at Prez. I'm a good PI candidate. They should PI me. I will show you Preservation Evoker in this dungeon. I'm ready. Okay. I really want to see... I want to see how he handles it on Warrior, though. I want to see how he handles it on Warrior. Is he Dwarf? He's not Dwarf, by the way. He's playing the Thick Cow. He's playing the Thick Cow. It's going pretty good, Sleeping. I was playing some dungeons. This dungeon in particular just feels so rough to me. I don't like this one, though. Still shaking from now yesterday. Oh, I was like, ooh. Yeah, I mean, I did get to heal now yesterday. It was pretty cool. He said I did well, and I was like, you know, I was all hot and bothered. My only problem with playing with now, and when he said I did well, all of a sudden after that, I was just like, well, I'm going to be here for a little bit, and now my left forearm really hurts. Yeah, now my left forearm hurts. So that's the main issue from that. Get to 14. I can heal 14, pretty sure. Pretty sure I can heal 14, though. Playing with the big boys. I'm playing with Petco. Mr. Petco. So, yes. Tip the scales. All right, let's go. Is it my key or their key? They want to do 14? Let's do 14. All right, let's see if we can get 14 done. That'll be cool. All right, ready? Okay, 14, big key. Big key. Prot Warrior. No misdirect, no tricks. Do not heal the Prot Warrior when he gathers the first pull. Do not heal anybody. I can rescue. I cannot heal anyone. Do not heal. This is the most important thing. I see people mess this up all the time. You cannot heal until he's actually settled into the pull. Under no circumstances can you heal. Now I can heal. Okay, I don't know what that was. Go again already? It was an immediate go again? Damn, what was that? Is it an aggro issue? You would assume it's an aggro issue. Would you like to know why? I don't know what happened to me. I take Guardian Druid and Prez Evoker for you. Now I need to know where you going. I'll play my Prez for sure. Deathlog, please. Well, I think he said reset for the Shadow Priest. I don't know if I'm playing Guardian next season. At least this dungeon in particular. Curse of Obliteration. Just rapid fire on top of a Thrash. It was a curse on top of a Thrash on top of this, though. Am I paying for caught? Okay. Mage and Shami decurse, I say, for tank. Yeah, it's just a curse plus... Well, also plus a frontal from the Houndmaster. Which I also understand why people would want to do this, though. And reset him. From your tier list yesterday. If I don't get title, it's a tier list issue for sure. I mean, you know, I'm just saying. Hey, how do I get one of those bots that just flashes the Discord sometimes? I should get that. I should get one of those. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. He got owned. No, don't worry about it, though. I mean, I can external the Shadow Priest, or I guess I could rescue him if I didn't have to rescue the start. So, do not heal. Hands off the keyboard. Hands off the keyboard. Do not heal in Halls of Atonement. Not the first pull. Don't do it. Just resist the urge. Your tank will have to figure it out. You can external your tank if you need to, but do not heal him. Are we doing 14? 14, yeah? Yeah, perfect. Let's do it. Okay, so you can TA, because TA does not generate aggro, but do not reversion him. Just no aggro. You gotta let... I'm actually... It's such a big pet peeve of mine when people don't understand how tanking works. I have not hit anything. See, I have no aggro. So any ability he casts here, I'm going to rescue him in. Watch this. Boom. Got him. That actually might help him. I don't know if it will or it will not. I don't know. It might help him. It might not. Here's what I do know. Right? Big healing here. Boom. Big healing. Okay. I'm just going to caught him right away because I think he needs it there. That's where I would caught him. And then I'm going to dispel him here. And then I'm going to knock these up. But they're CC immune because we let the cast go off in the back. I would external him here. Cool. And then I would stasis this heal. I think he has so many bleed stacks. I don't know if I can get him. I don't know if I can get him. Okay. So he managed to reset here. Nice. Beautiful. And then I'll just push those away from him so he can kite a little bit. There we go. Okay. He managed to do it, though. Nice. Oh, he's going to die here. Oh, he got him. Oh, why can't I see those bleed stacks on my cell profile, by the way? Why can't I see the bleed stacks on my cell profile? For some reason, I can't see bleed stacks on here. It appears sometimes and doesn't appear other times. What's up with that? Yeah, I know for sure, though. I actually think you're going to have to be dwarf on a warrior here, though. You might need to manually add them. All right, where are we going? So I caught him once there. If I didn't caught him once, remember, he would have died way earlier on that pull. It showed me earlier, but didn't show me here. So just dispel your tank pretty much on cooldown here. Like, don't mess around with the dispel. Just dispel him on cooldown. So he wants to take this mob. Yeah. It's good to see a lot of... You're going to have so many tank deaths here, though. It's going to be insane. You're going to have so many tank deaths that you're going to... Like, I think they'll nerf this because if very, very, very skilled tanks are struggling with this, then, like, it's going to be a problem for most groups. Like, a lot of groups are going to struggle. And I think that I don't think they're going to be okay with that, actually. So dispel your tank on cooldown. Make sure he doesn't have to send any extra cooldowns that he doesn't want to send. And then do damage, which is fine. Oh, he got one-tapped. I don't know if you pull that big guy with that, though. That seems like a tough pull. Do-do-do-do. He got one tap there. Oof. Ouch. Okay, we're going to keep going. Now, 14, the bleed was 31. Yeah, exactly, right. I don't know how much it would be on 18. It would be impossible. Like, you would have to maybe take, like, a few things, though. The dogs. That was not a bleed pull. That was him either getting hit in the back or all the casts going off on him at once without any sort of help on top of maybe the frontal from that gargoyle. Can they be snared? They can be CC'd. So basically, it's a kiting meta. The plan for that, though, is just going to be that you kite. The problem is that when you kite... So I dispel him, and then I probably external him. So that frontal right there, I don't know if he got hit by that as well. The problem is, obviously, that when you kite, you end up doing significantly less damage. And aggro could be a small problem. Did we mean to pull this? So I'm going to have aggro on these. I'm going to external him. It's not that resto Prez is having a hard time healing this. It's just actually... So I'm going to caught him here. There's the bleed stacks right there. I caught him on those ones. Now they're showing up for some reason. It's going to be a kiting meta, though, for sure. I don't know how else you would do this. Okay, so I've already externaled him. I've already used everything else that I can use. How is he resetting his bleed stacks? It looks to me like he's resetting his bleed stacks. Okay, so this loyal beast cannot go off, or if it does go off, the tank already has to be very far away. So he reset his bleed stacks there. And then this is just a rapid fire ability, which you have to dodge. That's like a frontal you have to dodge. There shouldn't be any ambient damage there unless rapid fire. So it's just a frontal from things and that Houndmaster. Maybe you just CC the Houndmaster, though. Yes, I'm playing with Petco at the moment. I do not have caught. So my warrior tank has a bunch of these bleeds. I'm going to be healing him up. Healing him up. I heal him up with a reversion. Another golden hour. And he's good to go. Oh. Oh. Ouch. Yeah, basically, though, you just need to kick the Houndmaster, but when I was tanking this on my druid, keep in mind, I was gaming it, too. I was, like, playing really well on the druid, but it was actually physically impossible for me to tank the packs once it was engaged, though. Once they were engaged, and those things were enraged, it was actually impossible for me to do. So I'm going to rescue this. And then I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. But they're definitely nerfing the bleeds, right? Yeah, basically, though, on lower keys, it's still... So on lower keys, tanks are not going to be expected to kite and stuff. Tanks don't know how to kite in lower keys. There's no way. So I don't think that you'll expect tanks to be able to do that. Not at all. Like, that's not good. That can't be the expectation that tanks in lower keys are expected to, like, know how to kite and manage a bleed stack for something that shouldn't even be that impactful. My cell profile for sure is a little weird, because they're not showing up properly on dispels and whatnot. Mage food, whatever. Do. So where's he going here? Okay. The orbs on Gambit. What do you mean the orbs? The last boss or the second boss? I think the second boss of Gambit should get nerfed somehow or changed. I'm not sure exactly how they would change it, to be honest, because it's kind of like part of the design of the key. Like, it's like part of the design. So I don't know how they would nerf it. Whoops. I'll external him here. How is he getting... So that Loyal Beast cast right there is the one that cannot go off. We have at least some comps who can just basically nuke it down. So it doesn't live very long. Did he want this guy? Boom, 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 boom. Your party frames are some of the cleanest. If you want them, they're all in Discord. If you want any of my UI stuff, they're all in Discord. Do I caught him here? Or can he live this? I don't think I caught him. I think I save it for next pull. Just heal the tank up, heal the tank up. There you go. So when I was tanking this on my warrior, I had a holy paladin who didn't know how to heal me. And I was like, tanky, 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 but then I would just get giga clapped. That felt really bad because I actually needed healing in that. I will just caught him here so he doesn't have to kite this. And I wasn't getting healed at all. And that felt pretty bad. Boom. We let one curse go off. I can external him, but I have no more other things. Cool. I just heal him up like this. And again, all this healing is specifically for him. I can slow these guys, and I can even just knock them back one, and then he's good to go. I don't know what he's pulling here, but we'll find out. This is gonna be a tough tank dungeon. I don't remember this being so hard for tanks. I don't know if we were just better back then or what, but I don't remember this being so hard, to be honest. My memory of Halls of Atonement is mostly people dying to the beam on first boss, including myself. And I have caught for him, so I can caught now. He kited, but I actually had caught for him. Caught's so nice for this dungeon. Caught is actually so good here. So he shield wall now, which means that after this, he's going to need healing. So he just has to run around, though. Like, that's actually what he has to do, and it depends on how fast they die. Oof. You can see, I mean, my healing on the tank is higher than it has ever been in this dungeon, because I know how to heal him in this at the very least. Like, at least I know how to heal him, yeah? That at least allows me to do it. Yes, basically, warrior will need to be dwarf for this dungeon. It's not even a question. It's just something that needs to happen. You won't have an option. Like, you basically, as a warrior, you will have to play... You will have to play dwarf here. I don't think you'll be able to tank this without being dwarf. They're going to pull more things. I don't think we CC'd them well enough. Maybe in the corner here. So he basically, the route that he's doing went over here, though. Is Evoker better than Shaman? Okay, it's not better than Shaman. It's different than Shaman. I actually think, though, that relatively speaking, they're similar. Power level-wise, Evoker has more output than Shaman, actually. If you play Evoker very well, it has more HPS. Yeah, Dark Iron Dwarf would work, of course. It has more HPS, and it has more damage. Straight up, it has more damage. Because Threads of Fate is not being accounted for. Now, granted, if I'm massively healing the tank like this the whole time, then no. Are you stressing heal? Oh, yeah, I'm stressing a lot this dungeon. This dungeon is literally all about me being able to heal the tank. That's actually all I'm worried about this entire dungeon. Is just me being able to heal the tank. So, yes. To answer your question, absolutely, I'm stressing about it. I don't remember it being so stressful, but it absolutely is so stressful. So he wants to pull these guys in. Fair enough. We have to get in the circle. This boss is not too bad to heal. It really is just kind of like do a little bit of healing when you want to. Yeah, just as long as you have Hots as a healer and you don't get hit by one of these circles. The hardest thing about this, for me at the very least, is dodging the beams. I'm really bad at dodging the beams for some reason. I'm not really sure why, but for whatever reason, I'm bad at dodging the beams. Although, even though they made it so pretty. They made it so pretty. Look at this. What? That's one. That's what gets me every time. Every time that gets me. It gets me every time, I swear. It actually, I'm so bad at that, but I'm glad I didn't die. Because right now, I'm playing with Peko, and I would be so ashamed. I would bring dishonor to the preservation evoker community if I actually let that happen. If I let that happen, I would bring dishonor to the preservation evoker community. I would bring dishonor to the cow in my family. I would bring dishonor to that one sexy goat I was talking about earlier. I would bring dishonor to everyone. And I don't want to bring dishonor like this, right? It's a game that, as far as I know, is kind of overrated and maybe full of, like, I think it was like money transactions or something. It wasn't Dishonor like a game. Boom. Yeah, the beams were very hard to see, but luckily they did something about that, so I think it's a lot better now. I think these beams are significantly improved, and I'm glad that they are, because that was an atrocious thing before, and little things like that are some of the stuff that they can fix from old dungeons. There were so many little things, like you remember the last boss of Plaguefall? As a funny example, the last boss of Plaguefall, one reason it was so annoying is because you could just swear you were like, I was out of that tentacle. You remember? You remember those? You were like, I was out of that. And it's like, was I? Yeah, we need a bit more percentage, yeah? Right side easier, okay. So I like the fact that they've updated visuals or just made the game more friendly. At the very least, if you think about what's friendly versus not friendly, just ease of access in terms of visuals is a pretty big thing for friendliness, yeah? Oh, shit. Big healing here. All right. I don't understand the damage in this pack because I have only healed this once or twice on a resto druid. So I'm just going to be aware if this curse goes off on me. I have big healing. Do they jump? Is it a jump out that I can see? Is it a bolt? I'm just going to keep everybody fully topped because I don't understand exactly what's doing the damage right now. We can go like this. We can go like this. We can oppressive roar. I don't know if we can CC. I don't actually know what's doing the damage. So preservation evoker. This is... Everybody always talks about... They're like, yo, Prez can't deal with unexpected damage. The opposite. Prez is very good at dealing with unexpected damage. But you just need to have it prepped. If I don't know how the damage is going to be, then I'm going to make sure I have complete coverage on my group, which for me means everybody has reversions ticking. I double reversion the two targets I think are squishiest, right? Whoops. So he wants this pull? Okay. So I have TA ticking, because I don't know exactly what we're pulling here. I just watch my tank mostly. And then once we're settled... Oh, he wants this. Okay, I understand now. I will blanket people. I'll make sure that he has the gold... He has reversions ticking. Then I Spirit Bloom and just have the hot rolling. Because I can always Spirit Bloom again right after all this damage happens. So if any of them start running toward me, I will knock them away. Otherwise, it is just basically... The actual way to heal this is just basically have hots rolling. I'm going to break this, and I'm going to bring it back toward the group. If you don't know the damage patterns, I swear Preservation Evoker is actually good at dealing with it. Don't we need 81%? I thought it was 81% that we need. Yo, how about Rep Pally on Season 3? Rep Pally is just tuned kind of poorly right now. Do I have aggro on something? Oh, I do. Did I pull that? I might have pulled that. I'm so sorry. Oh. Did I pull? Did I pull that? I actually don't know if I pulled that, though, to be fair. Maybe. I might have. I thought I was on the right path there, but I might have been too far. I thought I followed everybody. Rep Pally, the numbers are a little bit low right now. That's the main problem with that, though, if that makes sense. Right? Ooh. Question. It's kind of late for me right now. What time is it for me? It's 6:30. Yeah. Yeah, so basically if the divine hammer gets better. Hold up. I want to see where the first death was. He got powerful swiped. Yeah, that's what I thought happened. It was a swipe on top of bolts and stuff. That's what actually happened there. It was swipe on top of bolts, and then we all died there. And then this one was just a melee just now. So actually, we've only had one death this dungeon. We've only had one death that I've actually let happen. I'm ready. Go for it. Boom, boom, boom. So if they fix the output of Prop Pally, of Rep Pally, I actually think that Rep Pally's in a really good spot right now. Mostly because the output, the utility of these dungeons, like Arakara being in the pool, among other things, is so good for Rep Pally. Like, Rep Pally is actually a really, really, really good pug specialization. Yeah? Oh! Okay, that's fine. I didn't realize. I thought actually I could rescue that. I'm not going to lie. I have big healing. It's okay. It's okay. Don't panic. Don't panic. I have big healing. Big healing here. That was my bad. I actually thought I could rescue him out of that, and I was very wrong. I thought I could rescue him out, and I almost wiped the group. That would have been bad. Luckily for me, I had big healing there. So I can't hover out anymore? I'm just a little confused. So you have to take this mechanic? I'm a little confused, because you used to be able to, like, decurse this or something. But apparently not anymore. Okay. Is he gonna go into the mechanic? Nope. So those guys will respawn, and then we have to be aware of the fact that they will respawn. Good, got him. Okay. It doesn't work anymore. Would a fizz comp be easier? I mean, yes. Basically, I think that a fizz comp would actually be really good for the sake of the game. To be honest, I actually think that a physical comp would be, like, excellent for the game. I could totally see a fizz comp being really good for the game. Well, the blood torrent. Because fizz comp has a few things going for it. Number one, it has more kicks. More kicks, always good. More kicks in keys equals more success, less miss kicks. Okay, where are we going here? Because I need to have big healing on this pull. I don't fully understand, aside from this rapid fire, where the damage would come from. I caught my tank, and I have my stasis. I have the caught in stasis. So when I activate stasis, he will get another caught, which will help him a ton. Because right now, I can stasis him again. Keep in mind, he would be dead, honestly, if I wasn't a Pres Evoker. I really think he would be dead a lot this dungeon, because I've had, like, so many good bleed dispels. I don't have much left for him. They're CC immune. I can stop them now, because they're little. Good. Echo reversion. Good. Whew. Yeah, basically, though, this dungeon is just going to be a tanking dungeon. The amounts of tank healing you are doing, though, is actually insane, though. I had double caught there. I think if I wasn't a Prez, I don't know how he would have lived. Okay, ready? Ready. I should be able to do this. Probably. I think I could do this with the boss. I just have to be very aware. Be very, 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 very aware of this. What? Oh, no, no, no. You can't do that with the boss, though. Not all of this, though. No, no, no. You can't do this. You'd have to fight this solo. Wait, because we needed percentage. I was wondering about this. Okay, so I dispel him. Here we go. Fizz comp is more consistent damage. More consistent damage is the type of damage pattern that you want in keys. I have to rewind this. That's exactly the type of damage you want in keys, right? You want a physical comp in keys. More consistent damage is better. On top of more consistent damage, you have more interrupts. Because right now, actually, although it's like, you know what's really good? You know what's really good? You're like, Arcane Mage, Boomy, etc. But if you don't coordinate those types of stops and kicks, they're actually quite tough. They're quite tough to play properly. Do, 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 do. Okay. Phew. Ow. This dungeon is hard. I don't know if... I think we could still kind of time it if we actually got through this boss. This boss, though, has changed a lot. Yo, question. So anyway, sorry. What time is it right now? Dude, it's late for me. So it's like around dinner time for me. It's like 6. I'll manage. So right now, it is something like... I have big healing here. It's okay. So this one, on these ghost casts, you have to actually ramp this. A, you have to dispel one target. B, I external him right away. And then when this ghost spawns, you need to do almost infinite HPS, which honestly, I am okay with doing. I like doing big HPS. I like doing big burst HPS. I get to kind of show off Pres Evoker as long as people don't get hit by a swirly, which is not ideal. So I stasis this because I need to heal him up now. I dispel him, and then we should be good to go. Just order grab? Hey, so you know. You know. So wait, where are you from then? I've been wondering. Basically, I'm from Thailand. And it's evening time here. And I got this cool statistic thing from Twitch yesterday. After my stream yesterday, I was looking, and it actually told me like where some of the people were from. The YouTube does this, right? You're the dude. Did you change your Twitch name? Wait a second. You're gonna move. Wait, did you change your Twitch name? I feel like somebody. Yeah, you mentioned that. I might have just straight up forgotten, and in which case, that's my bad. This does so much damage. Nope. Okay, in which case, my memory is not all there. I have only myself to blame. I have only myself to blame here, then. That would be on me. I have big healing here. Okay. Go through the tank, life-binded communion with full hots on the group, so we're all going to be just fine. Oh, see, so we missed this. We missed this. I'm still going to be able to heal it, though. Maybe. Bro, emergency healing. I managed to do that, actually. Oh, man, I managed to heal through that. Okay, cover him, cover him. I have more emergency healing here. Unbelievably, I'm healing all of that. Easy healing. Easy healing. Easy healing there. That was actually so hard to heal that. Whew. You're from Thailand. I'm in Vietnam, but I'm American. First of all, your YouTube name is hilarious. I would have imagined that you were Australian with that YouTube name because you might be clinging to a eucalyptus tree. Number 2, yes. How long have you been living in Vietnam? I wonder how many expats and people are like playing World of Warcraft. That sounds like, isn't that the dream? I'm not going to lie. I kind of don't want to tell too many people about it because it's literally the dream. You want to know what the dream is? The dream is basically living in a wonderful country like this and then just like playing World of Warcraft. You just basically get to spend your time enjoying like a foreign country like Thailand and you get to just play WoW. Like that's the dream, man. This Shadow Priest is so squishy. Unbelievably squishy Shadow Priest. Okay, so TA, reversion, here we go. It's pretty cool, man. I saw your tier list on YouTube. It's really amazing. Well done. Thank you, thank you. I worked really hard on it. I actually was working really hard on it. Oh, I'm in the puddle. Oh, the VE in the puddle. The VE in the puddle. No. The VE. The VE in the puddle. Always VE to yourself. Always VE to yourself. Just remember, Pres Evokers. Always VE to yourself. Oh, I didn't see the puddle. I didn't see the puddle. I felt so bad. Always VE to yourself. Never VE to your DPS. You have no idea where they are. It's a bad idea 100% of the time. Rewind. I got it. I don't have a ton of healing here. Oof. Oh. Yeah, I know. He's not using a lot of his utility. I can see that. Because I actually am tracking this, but yeah. Don't we not have percentage? Is this percentage? I figured we didn't have percentage from earlier. I don't understand how people are going to live this without a Pres Evoker a little bit. Yeah, we don't have percentage. It's okay. We won't time this, but we'll have to do it again, though. Is this Chrono Warden or Flame Shaper? Chrono Warden for sure. Chrono Warden and keys. I miss this dungeon. Dude, this dungeon, especially, like, the warrior is going to feel very proud of himself because he feels like he's been tanking this really well. But I have been hard carrying him, in my opinion. Because, like, when I was tanking this on my warrior, I was just like, damn, I'm really having a hard time with this. And then I realized, I was like, oh, my healer has no idea how to help me. Like, I checked the healing, and I was like, oh, he has no idea how to help me. I felt like I was doing a pretty good job. Okay, so I got big healing here. So we full top the group. If the warrior tank doesn't soak all of them, we just full top the group again, and then full top the group again, and then full top the group again. No problem. I think the other side was actually okay, although the bosses... The trash in the other side was fine. The bosses are not okay, though. Bosses were miserable on the other side. They did not scale very well. They removed the... So the gargoyles are still in. They made them worse. The problem with gargoyles now is... the main issue with gargoyles is they don't... Actually, you can't... They don't buff you. So I'm going to Spirit Bloom this. And then here, give or take. Okay, big burst HPS, no problem. Yeah, the funny thing is Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at our counts. Nah, I wasn't paying attention. No, this is basically, at the moment, this is the only dungeon I actually think is overtuned. The rest of the dungeons are fine. This one, I genuinely do feel like it's overtuned, to be honest. I think that this is just a straight tuning issue. I can't believe I got hit by that. I, of course, have never been hit by that until this exact moment. As it is. So there's a gargoyle somewhere here, yeah? There's a bat here. Watching a good Preservation play is such a beauty. Well, okay, aside from the fact that I got hit by that. Aside from the fact that I got hit there. I feel like I've been doing really good this dungeon. I don't know if he should have pulled the gargoyle here because he got overkilled like crazy. We have 30 seconds to do this with 18 deaths. Isn't Petco EU? Yes, but on PTR, EU and NA can play together. It's one of the best things about PTR. It is one of the best things about it, though. I need more salt. I need more salt because I am starting to make some mistakes this key, and I only ever make mistakes in keys pretty much when I am dehydrated. We did not need to pull all of this. Boom. Yeah, I think it's actually so cool. I get to play with people that I would ordinarily not get to play with. Like yesterday, for example, I got to play with Now. Like the actual Now, which was awesome. I've got him. I've got him. Whew. This dungeon is tough. I feel like there are some tanks who can just do this dungeon, and there are other tanks who can just not do this dungeon. Hiya. Hiya. You want to know how many bleed dispels I had on the tank that key? I need salt. I need like a lot more salt for sure. I'm on the setting that shows skills after you use this key. I need to download the add-on real fast though. I don't know how lives that without. What's up? What's up? How many shield slams do you do? For me, 0, by the way. For me, I just send. Because aggro issues. DPS don't wait. Warrior Gather feels so rough, though. Yeah, I could put all my skills. It's called Trophy GCD. I just need to download it for this, though. I need Trophy GCD for... I have it here, actually. I think the Gathering is the problem, though. Check Bleed Dispels. I don't know how you do this without Evoker. Here we go. I'm really curious how he does this, though. Okay, I use Trophy GCD. Let me just enable it real fast. I don't think I'm actually showing it at any point. It's not enabled at the moment. And slash or, it doesn't actually work on PTR. It's possible it doesn't work. Oh, there it is. Cool. So settings, it should be like right here. Let's see. I might have to enable it though. Dark Iron Dwarf, yeah, you're gonna have to play Dwarf. Honestly, the only actual way to do this is basically Dwarf. You're just gonna have to play Dwarf here. Like, it's gonna be so tough. Those bleeds do so much damage, though. Those bleeds do so much damage. Like this, like, I have 32 dispels. And so many bleed dispels on the tank. My mage didn't decurse at all. That's one reason that we were taking extra damage here too, though. Okay, what was I gonna do? I was thinking about it. I need more salt, first of all, because I know I'm starting to feel a little bit... When I start to feel lightheaded, I always need more salt. Just remind me. If you ever hear me streaming, you're like, huh, he's talking real funny. He's talking so weird. Yeah? He's talking so weird. All good. Sorry about that. I'm used to tanking. All good. Jeez. Okay, I want to go back and test something. Though. Call it 1-2 max. Probably I can do 3 to 4. I'm curious. I want to play my Prot Warrior again and actually be able to like play it better in this dungeon. I'm really curious. If I can actually play it again. The healing done in this dungeon, though, is going to be so much more on the tank than normal. Actually, not that much more overall. Okay, so I've tested a bunch of healers today. Well, Season 3 will be hard for tanks. This dungeon. Gambit's fine. Few pulls that are hard. Gambit's fine. Streets is kind of fine. Ecodome's fine for tanks. Priory sucks for tanks. You have to be good at Priory. Aside from those, there's not... Floodgate is not that bad for tanks. Got a few things in there. Yeah, I think this season... I think it's just Halls of Atonement. I think this season will feel like Season 2. There's going to be 1 or 2 bad dungeons for tanks and stuff like that, though. Yeah, it's not a drink. It's not just hydration. It's salt. Whenever I feel like this, it's salt, right? And I cry in Holy Priest again. It's tough. Holy Priest just doesn't give anything to the group. Like, it just doesn't give enough, basically. Okay, I want to potentially set up a warlock. That is one thing I wanted to try today, and I haven't really played that much. Season 1, it's not going to be as bad as Season 1. It will be... Okay, so copy character, 1 second. I'm going to need to fully... I'm just going to set him up real quick, though. What's up, Vlad? How's it going? No, Enhancement Shaman is one of the only specs that I have ever played. I think we were okay there. There was the one... Aside from the one wipe where there was like 2 bolts on you plus the Stone Crusher, the big gargoyle guy. Healing felt fine. I got distracted at the end. Healing felt fine though, pretty much. There was just a few other things, like Mage didn't decurse at all. So curses were going off. Shield charge your front. So I figured something like that happened. That's normally when warriors die. That's what happens. Okay, we need to find Farquaad. Farquaad the warlock. Copy. Right? Copy this character. Yeah, that's what I thought happened, yeah. Resto Shaman. The other thing I would play is Resto Shaman. I'd play Resto Shaman too, to be honest, though. It'd be Warlock or Resto Shaman right now. Resto Shaman is so chill comparatively. My Warlock is badass. I wouldn't mind either one. I wouldn't mind just playing Resto Shaman. Yeah, they always have to rename. If the name is taken on PTR, which it normally is, you have to rename the character. It's pretty tanky when it is, except that those bleeds, like, without me on Prez, like, I know how to heal you is the thing, right? Like, I know you're good, you're good. I was playing my Prot Warrior earlier with HPAL, and I literally just couldn't live. I just couldn't live. Like, I actually was like, I did the first pull, and we missed the kicks. My bear, by the way, was fine, Vlad. When I was doing that on Guardian, I was fine. If we didn't miss every one of the Houndmaster kicks, like, I was chilling. I just had to kite a lot, which sucked for his Earthquake and whatnot. But aside from that, everything felt fine. I just couldn't... Okay, so we want to buy the new gear and stuff, and then basically he's already set up. He's pretty set up already. On your Venetian tool, I mean, I was fine on my bear. I didn't notice it there. And on my warrior, it was okay. Yeah. It's just those bleeds. I think they got to nerf the bleeds. Vicman and a 15 Gambit. Okay, let me be right back real fast. Let me get a snack and decide what I'm doing for the rest of the night. Hello. I'm back. What is your prediction at the moment? Which tank will be really, really good? Oh, okay. There's a few. This was saying in general, I see from your Mythic Plus team. You live in Thailand? Oh, I do live in Thailand. Correct. Now, the only problem with living in Thailand is that Thailand is super hot. And whenever I start sitting here and I'm like, oh, I have a headache. And also, if you ever see me start dying to mechanics and keys, you gotta just be like, salt. Just be like, salt. Consume salt. Sodium. You're low on sodium. Your blood pressure is falling. Oh, woo. Take salt. Basically, just yell at me. Just literally be like, you died to that mechanic? Salt. Seriously. I always forget. I never have enough salt. It's like impossible for me to have enough salt. I already took like 3 just now, but I gotta take more. These are salt pills. They're just sodium. I'm not like doing drugs on stream. You know, it looks super suspicious because they come in these little plastic packages. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, guys. If I was walking around and I had this in my I had this on my person, it's suspicious. If I was walking around Thailand and I got pulled over with a bag of white pills, it's not looking great for me. But this is just salt, okay? Cannot express that enough. This is sodium chloride in a pill form. That's all this is. I just really want to clarify that because if you see me taking a bunch of random white pills from a small Ziploc bag, it's just salt. All right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Can you overdose on salt? Yeah, but all that happens when you overdose on salt is that you vomit. Your body just goes, sodium? You just go, like this, right? No, it's just salt for me. For me, salt is like the ultimate. It's just like, I just have sodium chloride in this, though. My water in my day has an actual electrolyte mix in it, but otherwise, it's like the amount of salt I need is in the thousands and thousands, not the hundreds. Okay, to answer your question, by the way, fellow 90, the best tanks right now clearly look like Prot Warrior. It's basically Prot Warrior, Brewmaster, and VDH. One of those 3, but if I had to guess, it's Prot Warrior. The tier list is out. You can hear me explain each one and why, but I think that Prot Warrior, aside from Halls of Atonement, is just so good right now. Like, aside from Halls of Atonement, I think that that's the main thing. There's a Brewmaster in this. No Curse to Spell in this comp. So we can play Resto Shaman. I kind of want to play Farseer Resto Shaman, and I'm not going to lie, I kind of want to play it in this. Is that like an aldosterone deficiency? Sorry, probably asked. I'm a med student, just weirdly interested. No problem. What's up, Soonizy? I just saw you. No, you can ask me any questions. Zyle, I don't know if you're new to my stream, but I am way too open and way too honest. Like, I'm glad that the openness comes from my personality and not my legs, because I would have a ton of other health issues if it was the other way around. But I'm just like a I share everything type person, so it's no problem. I have POTS. I have POTS and EDS, so I have a connective tissue disorder. And it means that all my joints in the body, they go like this. They go boop and boop, boop, like this, yeah? So this is the thing that sucks. All the joints in my body, they just like to pop out and whatnot, and it's a connective tissue disorder. The problem with the connective tissue disorder is that it also affects the inside of your body. So it comes with some other problems. And the main one is just POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It basically just means I need like so much more salt than the average person. Like literally on my desk, and I can't explain this, I need like give or take 20 times the amount of salt that you do. Give or take. So I have salt here. I have salt here. I have salt here. Like, it's just salt. Like this, yeah? They love to test us about EDS. All the effects on the vasculature, lungs, heart, etc. Would you like some personal experience? Because I'll share personal experience. You want some personal experience with EDS? Because I have medically gone through the ringer. The main thing, Zyle, is my whole life I was sick, and I just refuse to give up. I have this thing in me, and I don't know why, but I absolutely just refuse to be an unhappy person. And I refuse to accept the fact that I might be limited by an illness that I don't have to be limited by. I, like, literally refuse, though. I think you're faking this to fuel your salt addiction. JJ, I mean, look, it's real. You're real. JJ, you might be onto something, because I actually walk around outside with this bag in my wallet. So, you're not that far off, really. Okay, I do want to test Farseer, but I will not test Farseer in this dungeon, because there'll actually be a lot of this, though. It's because of my childhood. I know, because of the way I was growing up. Like, I was just really sick, so I was in the hospital all the time. I feel like everything in my life is bonus time. Like, I can't express the fact that everything for me is just, I genuinely feel like I'm living on bonus time. I don't take things for granted, because there was no guarantee I was going to be alive today. I don't know. There's some people I feel like they never had to fight for their life. Not me. I had to very much just work so hard for everything. That's me. You know, I just had to work so hard for things. Hey, doesn't this ring not scale? Did I buy PvP rings? I better have bought PvP rings, because otherwise I don't have the right ring. I don't think this ring scales, dude. It's a Season 1 crafted ring. Does this ring scale? Wait a second. I don't think these things scale. Wait. Wait. Start key, let me make sure. I might need to replace two things. If we start this key and my item level does not go up, that means that the neck piece... Okay, I should be scaled. Everything should be scaled. Yeah? 119. No, Season 1 gear does not scale properly. 100, I got 5 more primary stat. Okay, good. This is scaling. That's scaling. This... Okay, we're good. Yeah, no problem. All good, then. Okay, so he's going to do the big pull, I imagine. Right? He's going in. Cool. I'll just pass him 1 heal. I shouldn't take aggro with that. Remember, Earth Ellie is going to be your best friend for your tanks here. Earth Ellie is going to make such a difference. I will dispel him prio. There's a world where I actually Earth Ellie basically right away. So, Shadow Priests notoriously just fucking die on this pull. Like, I don't know if it's just because they stand and stuff, or because they're just so clothy. But Shadow Priests actually just die. My Brewmaster is going to die next, so I Spirit Link for him. This dungeon is so unfriendly right now. This dungeon is so incredibly unfriendly. Amazing. I was at 5 million HPS, just to clarify. It's not like I was doing no healing there. I had that feeling earlier today after watching a former MMA fighter fall. Come with a video today being in the hospital. It's sad how suddenly life can change for somebody. Yeah, right? Like, it changes so fast. So, yeah. How did the Shadow Priest die? Like, what was the actual death do, out of curiosity? That feels like it means more DR. I mean, it's not... So, did he... The curse went off on him because I can't dispel... Right. So, I'm going to have to not dispel the tank. We only have 1 D curse, huh? Yeah. I was about to say, if the curse... But the thing is, the tank is going to die. You saw how he was on that pull. He was so spiky. How are priests dealing with these curses? You have to have somebody in your group who can decurse. I mean, you can technically live it if there wasn't the double thrash damage on top of it. The timer here is easy, although you don't really want to pull so sad, because that feels really sad, right? I kind of want to play Farseer, but like I said, I think this dungeon will require enough HPS where I have to actually play it. Shaman buff, yep. Yes, there are no more ghouls in this dungeon. You cannot get assisted. But yeah, as a med student, you want to know some things about EDS? This is so random. Do you know what the actual main symptom and how I got diagnosed with EDS is? You want to know? What's up, buddies? Good morning, buddies. It's a really interesting thing. You would never expect it unless you're a med student, and then maybe. Let me guess. You think you can guess? It's so it's complicated. You think you can guess? You think you can guess this? You think medical information is that easy? You are wrong. Also, let me just Spirit Link the first one so that nobody dies. Boom. Boom. Get in my Spirit Link, please. Get in my Spirit Link, please. He's gonna die. Okay. Trust me, it's not that I'm doing low HPS. You know a thing or two? I do believe you might. Dude, I literally can't heal this without another decurse in the group. I can't heal Brewmaster, I don't think, though. I want to play Shami, but I won't be able to heal it without decurse. I don't think... Without second decurse, I don't think I can heal this. Straight up. Because I need to dispel tank. With a Brewmaster, at least. With a Brewmaster, I actually straight up don't think I can heal it. Because the curses are just going to kill everybody on the first pull. Unless they have gigantic DR. But, like... If I don't dispel the tank, he dies. If I don't dispel the tank, he dies. I literally can't dispel the decurse, even if I want to. That's actually going to be really, really tough. Probably you're super flexible. Ah. My lungs didn't, in fact, not work very well when I was younger. But I was not diagnosed, though. But I was not diagnosed when I was younger. I was diagnosed when I was 23. Tell the tank to swap to druid. Yeah, Brewmaster needs so much healing on a pull like that. I was not diagnosed until I was 23. So although I did have all the symptoms when I was younger, we did not know until I was much older. We didn't know until my stomach shut down and I could not eat. And they tried to figure it out. And they did all these tests on me, very invasive tests. And I had to try to figure out why was my stomach not working at the ripe age of 23. I had the stomach of your grandmother, which is super weird because I guarantee you that every time you think of your grandmother, you've never once thought of her intestines until this exact moment in time. Now, you are picturing your grandmother's intestines. That is what you get when you come to my stream. The unexpected. The unexpected, right? Amazing. Am I? See me thriving now? Yeah, I'm good now. But it took me many years to learn how to stabilize my joints because, like, the main thing, I remember at one point, I wanted to learn how to run. I wanted to learn how to run. I was just like, you know what seems really great? Being like a dog. Dogs can run. I want to run. I bet you I could run. So I wanted to learn how to run, right? And I wanted to learn how to run. And I was, like, determined, too. I was like, look, I'm not messing around. I'm going to train every day. I'm going to start running. I'm really bad at running. I was like, no matter. No matter. I figure if I work hard at it, I can do it. So I started running like half a mile, give or take, like every day. And then I started running 1 mile, and I was just like in blinding pain every time I went for a run. I was like, whoa, man, you know what I mean? I was like in blinding. I got this raging headache. My eyesight was just like, whoa, I can't see anything. I was just like, man, I was really tough. And then I couldn't figure out why. This is right before I was diagnosed, right before my stomach was had a problem. And I was like, dude, how the f do people run? You ever wonder that? You ever look at people like, how do people run, man? This shit just seems so hard. It seems really hard to run. Anyways, turns out that my shoulder was dislocating every single time. And the blinding pain that I had was just a dislocated shoulder jostling on a run. And you can imagine that that's not the most pleasant of feelings, yeah? Earth Ellie for the tank now. So that was me, like, all the time. Pretty much any time I wanted to do something with my life, this would get in the way. Eventually, though, I was only diagnosed because my stomach shut down. And I was in the hospital trying to figure out, like, why my intestines didn't move. But eventually, I learned that if I am very strict with my food and I don't eat outside of the things that I should eat, which is a very strange diet that I would not necessarily recommend for anybody, but it works for me. If I eat within the realm of what I should eat, and I'm good about that, then, yeah, I'll be fine. And I also learned how to stabilize my joints, so now I'm good. Now I'm strong, right? But I was not always, for sure. But I certainly... It took me a long time to find that strength. And it's not something I take for granted. Oof. But it's also why I have a pretty unique perspective on fitness in general. Like, my perspective on fitness is a little different than other people's. I think a lot of people, they view fitness as... There are many different ways to view fitness as. I think a lot of people don't know that. I'm going to decurse this one. I'm going to kick this guy in the back. I'm going to get ready to heal this. Boom. If you want to help your shamans, you can be in my downpour. Dive healing. Yeah, of course, I'll share. Just remember that this is what works for me. So, for example, one of the things that we all find, I don't know if you follow any like fitness people or health people. Everybody always is looking for, they're like, what's the best type of thing? And also, thank you, by the way, Zyle. I appreciate you saying that. I'm actually pretty new to Twitch. I've been streaming. I just hit a year, and the first part was a little sketchy, but basically like this year is when I really started streaming, and it's like so cool to me that I can do this. This is already like, trust me, this is like such a cool thing that I'm here and I'm streaming and that people want to come hang out with me because I'm an introvert and I don't really like going outside and I don't really want to have to make like new friends out in the real world. So this is like super fucking cool that I can like, this is my social life and I can get to hang out with people like this is amazing. Trust me, it's so much cooler than you think it is. Like this means more to me than you know, that like people can just come hang out and they like hanging out with me. Like that's super cool. It is like super fucking awesome. Very, very, very cool. So thank you for that. I figure that Twitch will end up being whatever it ends up being over time. I'm going to show up. I'm going to share my random ass stories about my life and about things, and then we'll go from there. And that's pretty much what I got. So defensive here, big healing here. You see, Shaman can heal. Shaman is actually so chill at healing, man. Like, Shaman is such an easy time. I will say that occasionally I have a problem healing on evoker and being this interactive with chat, because as much as I love evoker, the shit is calculus. It's so hard. It's so hard to play Prez so well, so sometimes I have a hard time with healing and playing Prez. But Shaman is very simple. Shaman would be like a much better healer for me, to be honest. Okay, we're going. This is a hard dog pull. These dogs are overtuned right now, so if you pull them, you better have a plan as a tank. 1 heal, 2 heal. My tank has to figure out a way to live this. I can decurse this one. Boom. Be in my downpour. Oh, that's not good. A bunch of extra stuff just pulled. Oh, okay, so I double cooldown. I can get through this, but we're going to die after this. And almost certainly my tank is dead. I don't have Earth Ellie for him. I have a cap totem. I'm nature locked. Yeah, we're dead. That was an accidental pull. Probably pets, I think. Should I accept a guild invitation? Oh, Kitty, if you want to, yeah. I can imagine you're having a very outside perspective on fitness, which is unique for your clients. Yes, Pain. So basically, I'll share with you the diet in a second. Basically, though, for your first video, I was like, this guy's cool. Thank you, Grimlock. I appreciate that. Basically, though, like, for me, when I work with people, people try to find the best thing. They want to know what the best workout is, what the best diet is, what the best this is. And the truth is, we are so genetically dissimilar, although we're both human beings. Like, we're not that similar. You know that, right? Like, our genetic sequence is very different. Like, where are you from? Are you a different ethnicity than I am? Do you have different genes? Do you have different this? We're individual people. And the fact that we treat fitness like this weirdly global thing. Ouch, no defensive. If I had big cooldowns there, it'd be okay, but I don't. Oh, he's dead, yeah. Without big cooldowns, this pull actually sucks. Oh, we missed the kick as well. That's probably my fault. So we're not the same people. So when I work with people, right, it's all about, for me, yeah, there's just no defensive, yeah. Well, I first understand when you learn your body, my first thought, right, Brew is sus. Brew is super sus when played poorly. I'm doing my best to heal him. But that was without cooldowns. When I have to heal the group, it can be tough like this, though. Okay, so he's going to just try this pull again. I will technically have a Spirit Link for him. But so, see how he's already taken 3 stacks? The only way for him to do this is to not take this many stacks. Yeah, so, but when you work out, you really have to think about your goal. So I'm going to downpour for him. I'm going to start sending healing cooldowns just for him. Okay, he had a way to reset. Nice. Yeah, Brew is super sus. If a good brew, but we don't know who this brew is, and this dungeon on 12, right now, Halls of Atonement on 12 on PTR is like harder than the other ones. You got to learn what works for your body. The only answer is, hey, should I take this supplement? Does this work for me? Is the only answer that you need to know. Not, is this something that I need to take? But rather, do I need this? Should I do this workout? Does this fit my goals? I'm going to Spirit Link. I think he's actually going to do this, though. Basically, trial and error. Yeah. There's a few ways to know. I mean, you can get blood work and get, like, medical information and then have that inform your decision. But yes, trial and error. For my diet, I can't eat fiber because my digestion goes super slow. So I'm not really allowed. He's probably... I can see if I can heal him through this. I can't eat fiber. No fruits, no vegetables, no seeds, no legumes, basically no grains, although I have learned I can have a very small amounts of grains, and that ends up working for me all right. But yeah, basically, like, a very strict no fiber diet works for me. It's fairly restrictive. Was that an extra something? Was that a melee? That felt like an extra hit on him. I felt like I had another tick to heal. Let me see. I gotta keep the death logs up because I want to see what killed him there. So this is a healing tide. I probably won't have decurse, so I just send the defense. Like, this doesn't do that much damage, so I figure if people are dying here, there's probably some other reason they're dying. Does that make sense, though? Yeah, that's the diet that I have. So, effectively, like, I only cook food. I only eat food that I've cooked at home myself. Aside from me having cooked the food at home, I will not eat outside. I never eat at restaurants. I don't trust how they've made their food, for me, personally. I believe inherently the human body is, like, super resilient. And, like, most people can have whatever. For me, I cannot. I'm resilient in other ways, but not my digestion. You know, like, the only thing I am upset about, to be honest, may I tell you? May I tell you what the only thing I'm upset about is? Where the fuck is my dragon? Because my intestines are such a sensitive little princess, and there's supposed to be a dragon guarding the princess. And I'm upset about the fact that there's no dragon guarding my sensitive little princess digestion system. And I feel like I'm completely missing out. The whole point of having a princess is that you have a dragon to guard the princess. And I'm just like, man, you know what I mean? Like, where, you know? Have I checked? Well. That's a fucking good comment. Well played. I really have no good response to that, Payne. That is an amazing comment. Well played. Genuinely, that is a fantastic comment. Okay? I technically have 2 dragons outside. I do actually have 2 dragons outside. Carly said hi on stream yesterday. Yeah, dude, that's exactly what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Shrek and Donkey. Do you know why I think of that as my reference for dragons, though? I need mana before the boss. I hope he knows that. Can I tell you why I know that as my reference? Because that dragon's kind of thick with it. You know what I mean? So if we're going to have this conversation, I feel like we have to have this conversation. That's all I know. That's all I'm going to say. Is I'm just saying, if we're going to have this conversation, I kicked that. So this is going to be hard. He needs to probably Spirit Link for him. If that cast goes off, your tank is basically just dead. Okay, I really need mana, please. Mana. Oof. Did I just save my tank's life? He might still die, actually. Hold up. I have no mana. Okay. Whew. She got done by a donkey. Donkey pulling above his weight. Yeah, that's true. That gives me hope, right? If she'll take a donkey, she'll probably take... If she'll take a donkey, she'll probably take this jackass. Hey! Alright, we'll play. I'm ready. I just need a little bit of mana, not like too much. Yep, got it. Is monk the most stressful to heal? No, a bad monk is the most stressful to heal. And keep in mind, we're not exactly doing mechanics this key. For example, my priest doesn't know that he has to be in the circle, so he just got feared out there. So we're not exactly doing mechanics at this point, you know what I mean? Hey, Zyle, thank you for the sub. What are you studying in med school? Also, have you ever actually been to Thailand? You mentioned it earlier. So we're not doing the mechanics of this dungeon right, and that's super important to know. I think that, I mean, actually, to be honest, like, sometimes the actual most stressful tank for me is a VDH, just because, like, they shouldn't die, but they do. I don't think he knows how to tank this, by the way. That's one reason. So it's not just that Brewmaster is feeling so. You got to remember, you have no idea. You have no idea how what the experience level of the people you're playing with is. So it's possible that this guy on live, the highest key maybe he's ever timed, the highest key he's ever timed could be like you don't know, right? I'm just saying the highest key he's ever timed could be like a 5. And you're like, well, okay, you know, then he's punching above his weight here, much like the donkey with the dragon. So you don't know, and it's important never to make assumptions on PTR and just be like, all right, we're just testing stuff. I'm just seeing how it feels to heal. If he, by the way, if he is genuinely struggling, he's like, look, this is a tough dungeon for me. Guess what? This is what healing pugs will feel like. This is a good experience for me, right? Because if he's really struggling and he's inting his own rotation, he's not purifying correctly, he's not using his buttons, etc., guess what? I get to practice healing what a pug tank will feel like in my weekly 10. When I'm playing this, because this will be an alt, I'm not going to main resto shaman. So when I play resto shaman, then this is going to be fun. This is what it would feel like. Does that make sense? So sometimes when you're like, oh man, I wish this tank knew, it's like, it's okay. We're not here for score. Nobody cares about your IO on PTR. I'm much more interested in actually testing the classes. And this is an example of like, I can tell you that based on the tier list, the whole point of it, so he's going to die here. You see how I just know he's going to die? Because I know how hard this pull hits, and if you don't know how to game this as a tank, you're just going to die. So he's going to end up kiting out. I'm going to Spirit Link for him right away. I'm going to get out of this slow, and we're probably dead here. I can use everything that I can use, but I'm going to dispel this curse. So this is, if you know this as a healer, you might be able to save your tank. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, it's really helpful to know all this, yeah? Because I might have just saved his life. He might have actually just gotten back to his fort brew. I'll kick this on him, and then I think I just saved his life. Because I'll Ascendance right now, and should I have to Ascendance this? Not necessarily. But I'm going to downpour for him. I see him over there. He's trying to kite it out. He's desperate right now. So when a tank starts kiting like this, they're just desperate. They know they're going to die because he doesn't understand that these guys hurt real bad, and he did not have a plan for it. So I'm dumping all my mana into him. I'm full healing him. This is an example of how you as a healer can really save your tank. Because I had a cap totem, a knock-up, I had everything for him there, and a Spirit Link when I knew he was going to die. If I didn't do that, he was dead. Right? So he'll be like, oh, okay. Man, he was totally dead if I didn't know how to heal him there. That's that knowledge. Yeah, basically... Oh, so he's just going to... So example, you would never pull this pack. Like, this is a relatively banned pack. I mean, because that guy's going to pat back, and then I'm going to... Oh, shit. Yeah, we're dead. So now, although I managed to save him on the first pull, there's pretty much nothing. I can Earth Ellie for him here and try, but we're just going to start chain pulling stuff because you can't be in the middle here tanking this. You just wait for the pat in the future. He gets stoned. He's going to die. Yep. It's just behind on stream on YouTube when you mentioned it a while back. Oh, gotcha. He has no more cooldowns? Yeah, exactly. So he's dead for sure. There's only so much you can do at some point. No problem. Yeah? There's a route for this place. I'm only halfway through med school, still being taught basically everything in medicine. Not at the point yet to specialize. Be so careful when you specialize in medicine. Be so careful. I mean, so much of the medical things that I've learned in my life and that have helped me have come at the sake of generalization, not specialization. I think that one of the big issues with Western medicine is that you go to a heart specialist who knows nothing about your brain, or you go to an ophthalmologist who knows nothing about this. And so when you have a condition like me with EDS, nobody knows shit because EDS affects everything. So nobody knows how to help me because the heart specialist doesn't understand how it would affect my heart, and the stomach specialist and this guy doesn't understand, and nobody understands because the body works as an integrated unit. Like, you don't really actually have just a single organ doing its thing. Like, everything affects everything. And so I feel like it's a giant flaw. Like, some Western doctors are like really aware of this, and they'll be like, cool, we want to check all the systems, or we want to check this. Some people, though, will literally just be like, you got this kidney problem. And then they're just like, cool. I forgot about that in Shadowlands. I forgot that that he does that. I forgot if you're standing in the middle, he will straight smack you immediately with no remorse, no warning whatsoever. No mercy. This is no mercy smacking here. There are those who would appreciate this level of no mercy smacking, but those are few and far between, and they are certainly not in my chat right now. They're out there in the real world in some deep, dark, dungeon-esque place. They're doing their thing, living their best life. Meanwhile, I am just trying to heal this Halls of Atonement. I am also doing my best. Yeah, so the problem is, you see how, like, so, like, if I say, you know, EDS is interesting, you should study it. You'd be like, yeah, but then I'll have to specialize in genetics. And that's such a weird thing, because EDS, although it is genetic, you don't treat it with genetics. You know what I mean? Like, you don't, that's not how you treat EDS. So, why do you have to be a geneticist just to treat EDS? You know what I mean? The people who I know who can treat EDS, like if somebody was like, look, my EDS is so bad that I can't walk, and I'm in a wheelchair, and I can't live my life, I know exactly who I would send them to if I can't help them, because there are some forms of EDS I would not be able to help, right? And if I can't help them, I know exactly where I would send them. So the tank is going to die on this pull. If he pulls both of these, the tank is almost certainly dead here. Just so you know. I can do everything I can for him, but he's almost certainly dead. So he's going to probably pull this back, hopefully. Oh, my game just crashed. Yeah, my game also just crashed, which is less than ideal. How does Resto Shaman feel? Resto Shaman feels fine. Oh, I think, did everybody on PTR just get DC'd? Did the Realm just have a... It's not a reset, it's only 7:30. It wouldn't be a reset here. Looks like PTR maybe just got reset for a second. Maybe they're stealth nerfing the dogs in here. Yeah. I only got... Remember, I was diagnosed with EDS in Thailand. I wasn't diagnosed in the US. I was diagnosed in Thailand. Sunisi, you're back on? It looks to me like we are waiting a second, which is okay. PTR Gaming. Resto Shaman feels good. Playing with a group that doesn't know mechanics feels rough. But that doesn't matter what healer I'm on. I think that Resto Druid would be able to save this tank a lot more. Like, there's only so much single target healing you can do on a Resto Shaman. Like, you can heal your tank and you can help your tank, but there's only so much you can do, you know what I mean? Zyle, where are you from right now? Where are you in the world? The world, this timing is weird. So 7:30 p.m. for me probably means it's quite late for other people. It's either very, very early for you or very, very late for you. And I wouldn't know. Yeah? I wonder where people watch from. Kind of curious. And I'm glad that people are enjoying the tier list. I'm getting a lot of comments on it right now, and I kind of want to be responding to the comments, but I forget because I'm on stream. Frozen, I know you're from Turkey, though. Kane video in there. No video in the... What's this? I overlooked this in your studying, but in your view, saying there's like classical type EDS. Yes, there's vascular type, depending on which gene is affected. I don't actually know which gene is affected, to be honest, but the vascular EDS is the one that is a little bit more like you're at risk for you know. Windwalker or DPS warrior? Sweden. I did learn some Swedish, but I told you this before. I still only know the few things in Swedish. I have not learned anything new in Swedish. I have not learned anything new recently. Watching from Denmark. Las Vegas? Vegas. I went to Vegas once. Do they still have the cards on the street in Vegas? That's all I remember. I was 13. Give me a break. Give me a break. I was 13. I was in Vegas for one night. It was like 1 or 2 nights. I was just stopping. I was just there for like a night or two, and I was like 13 years old, and I was 14 maybe. And all I remember is the cards on the street. That is literally all I remember from Vegas. I have no other memories, except for the strip, the cards on the strip. Do they still have that 1776? I honestly don't know since you stay away from the strip. That is a fair idea, genuinely. That seems like a smart move. Not my place. I'm in the U.S. I live in New Orleans. It's 7 a.m. I finally got your sleep schedule fixed after doing 24. Oh, man, the med student thing, right? They're like, I wonder if you can function if we torture you and sleep deprive you until there is nothing left in that brain. Like, what are you going to do from that point? Texas here. Papa B. I will say that, honestly, your name alone suggests that you could be from Texas because that's a very Texan name. If you told me you're like, I'm Papa B, I'd be like, what's up? That seems like a very Texan name to me. I had a layover in Dallas one time for an hour. I remember back at that point, I was searching the airport because I knew I had celiac. I was like 17 or 18, right? And I was trying to find something that wasn't fried in butter and like stuff in the Dallas airport, and I couldn't. I walked around for like 45 minutes. Just a dad with the last name that starts with a B. It really feels like that. I don't miss America. No, I really have zero desire to go back. I've been in Thailand now for over 7 years. I love it here, and I really have no idea to go back. You know? I guess I miss my family. I miss some of the connections I used to have. Because, like, I grew up in LA, and my family all lives in America. So I miss them. Like, it's hard sometimes, because especially with how this last year has gone for me, I wanted as much support as I could have gotten for myself this last year. But, like, my family doesn't live here. And I'm literally across the world. Like, it is 7:30 p.m. here. Do you know what I mean? You have a hard desire to go back to an Asian location? Where were you before? I was in South Korea. Oh, South Korea. Yeah, it's a totally different vibe. It's a totally different culture, and it's a different world. And to be honest, I couldn't imagine not being in this culture. Yeah. I honestly couldn't imagine not being here. Should we do something that isn't halls? Could we do something that's like, you want to do on my shaman, could we do something like Gambit? Right now, of the 3 dungeons, I can tell you, Halls sucks. Gambit's fine. We can do Halls. Like, I can heal Halls. It's not that bad, but you need a tank who really understands that dungeon. Halls is going to be... You want more key? Yeah, for sure. Come. I spent a year there. It's hard to live here and then go back to America. It's just tough. It's like a totally different life. Let's go buy one of the trinkets that our people are using. Control, you want to come in your warrior? I bet. Come on the hunter? Solid. Can I try Farseer? Would you mind if I'm not going to troll, hopefully, but I want to try Farseer. I'm very curious about Farseer right now. A fire mage. He's decent. I would play with a fire mage and see what a fire mage can do here. Let's do that. We know how these specs are, right? We know how to Frosty. We know Frosty K. We know Warrior. I've only seen a few Fire Mages perform well. I've seen a few perform very not well. And that is the interesting thing to me. Okay, so we want, basically, I think you play Undulation. Like, I actually think you play Unleash Life here, just for your ancestors now. Sam, obviously I'll take you if you want to come game, but I was going to take a spec I don't know. But obviously you can come. Wow. So you're from New Orleans. Have you ever been to Asia before? Mr. Or Zyle. I don't actually. Mr. Alright, let's buy some stuff here. So this is like crit verse. Actually, these stats are better. I can look at stats real quick and see if there's anything that's better. Also, it's not like required, but if people are if people are actually playing with avoidance on their gear, I do think it helps. Obviously, it helps. So, should probably do that. Whoops. And then I want to everybody who is playing right now is using this particular weapon and trinket. Every healer. The only problem with this is that on live, you're not going to have access to this. And that's the main issue with it. Is that you're not going to have access to this OP healer and this, but every healer on PTR that you're seeing is using this combination of things. It's very, very, very OP. Like, it's so good right now. This extra 2-set thing here from Raid. No, I might not have said it to Mythic. I'm so sorry. Here. There you go. Let's do it. So this ring, we wanted the other one that was like this one or something. We had... I think we were just using Circlet still. We'll try again. Should be good now. There are a few items that are quite OP, in my opinion. Let's put it that way. It's very, very, very OP. Oh, sorry, YouTube chat. I forgot. I didn't have you open. Ah, sorry, YouTube. I forgot. I asked you a question, and then I didn't have you open. Hi. We're watching from Australia, Texas. Oh, there you are, Papa. I see. When did you become a Papa? I think of every now and again, I'm like, I check in with myself. I'm like, do I want kids? And I'm like, I don't think so. I think about that. I mean, I never say never, but I'm pretty sure I don't want kids. I'm stuck in the loading screen. Yeah, I might have reset right as you entered, so that could have been a thing. Med school? You mean Russian sleep studies that you pay for? Devin, that's actually a clever thing. Sorry, I missed that. Morocco. Never been to Morocco. I'm not a traveler. I have to go to Laos in like... Oh, fuck. I have to book my flight to Laos. Dude, next time you see me, you gotta remember. You just be like, bro, tell me, okay? You gotta be like, did you book your flight? I'm supposed to book my flight, okay? For me, if it's not a hell yes, then it's a no, especially something like kids. I've texted you my response because it's not stream friendly. All right, what am I doing? Okay, sounds good. I want more milk. And more salt. Okay, on the way. We are doing gambits. Let me buy the key, and then let's go play some resto shaman. Resto shaman, super chill. I would not mind actually playing this for a season. The truth is, I love my Pres Evoker, but the amount of attention I have to give to Pres Evoker is very high, and I need to clean up some bag space. So let's clean up some bag space here. We don't need any of this. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. And then we're going to buy the key, Gambit. Gambit is the most fun key to do. I think halls and streets. Streets is not particularly fun either, mostly just because it's hard and we have to actually learn it. And I don't think people are very interested in learning it right now. Okay, let's go. Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. Okay. Ready? Check. I wonder if you play Cloudburst as well. With this, the tier set for Farseer is actually interesting. Okay, let's go. I want to see the damage of Farseer. Okay, combat's being logged. This is going to be a logged key. I actually want to see how much Farseer can pump out. I know that you can do the healing on resto shaman, but I haven't seen many farseer. Every farseer that I've seen is not as good. Like they're not able to actually do that much damage because they're too busy healing. You have to actually min-max quite a bit. If you want to be playing farseer, you have to really, really, really work hard at min-maxing. So we're going to go like this. Oh, I'm still using undulation. I forgot to change the talent, speaking of which. Ancestors, heed my calls. Oh my god, look how much damage I'm doing. Yes. Okay, so Farseer is much better than... Farseer is so much better for damage. Holy shit. Amazing. Farseer is actually so much better for damage. If you can be doing damage, but it's so much harder to min-max, and you're going to have so many shamans who let you die because they're playing Farseer. I will say, you're going to have a ton of shamans where you die and you're like, oh, that's so weird. Resto shaman should have been able to heal that. That's because Farseer is the play. Like, if you're trying to do damage as a resto shaman, especially in, like, let's say lower keys, I'm not even playing the right talent, too. I'm not even actually playing the thing I'm supposed to be playing. I'm assuming he's going to go into the next pack. Yes, he is. This is awesome. Wow, this feels so much better. This actually feels so much better for damage. In a key like Gambit, where technically it's okay, because there's actually not that much to do in Gambit. I can knock this up. Remember, I have knock and cap totem, so we don't even have to get this. Easy does it. Wow. This is a lot more damage. This is not a little bit. This is a lot more damage. This is like way more damage for Shaman. Okay. But I'm also, if I change one talent, it would be even better. Because I want as many ancestors as possible. And like here, I want to proc the undulation. But if I had Unleash Life, I would be able to just hit Unleash Life and get my other ancestor immediately. This is kind of fun. Now, if you can pass healing checks with this is the question. Because it is rougher on healing. It's not like that hard, but it's rougher on healing, to say the least. I don't actually know if you can chain CC these fish sticks forever. Like, I can cap totem, and then I can basically knock up. But I don't know if you can... I mean, on 12, you can probably do it until you actually kill it. That would be an interesting little type of mechanic of, like, can you do that on your key? And that would be, like, a really giga way to save time. But I don't know if that actually would work or not. I genuinely don't know. He wants to skip this. Okay. Excusez-moi. Boom, 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 boom. The single target of this must be really good as well. Well, like I said, I can only summon an ancestor when I hit Undulation. So I have to cast 3 healing surges, which is not worth the globals, unfortunately. Because now I won't have an ancestor out. So if you need to do healing, it's fine. But here I can get my ancestor out. Okay, the big question here is how much is my Fire Mage actually going to do? In this level key, Fire Mage can't do that good. They need targets to live a lot longer than this. They need targets to live so much longer than this. I mean, things are dying so fast. On like this pull, for example, he's actually pretty even. I want to see a single target then in particular. The other nice thing about Farseer is that it doesn't go but I'm literally not healing. Like if I had to be healing, like my HPS is like, you know, very little. But in dungeons where there's technically not a lot of HPS to do, this could work. I could see this working in some dungeons where there's not a lot else to do. Interestingly, this could totally work. Boom, 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 boom. Yellow is here. Ancestors, heed my calls. Very interesting. Very interesting, this Farseer build. Because just remember, effectively, I'm not healing, but I'm almost not healing. I'm almost doing 0. Oh, fuck. I didn't move in time. If I reincarnate this, they probably need to rebirth me. There we go. I'm super interested. I do with, like, cuts and stuff. Look at some of my notes. Some affects wound repair. I have a lot of scars on my body. Because I'm clumsy, among other things. I'm going to need to try to incarn this. Oh, I got it. Nice. I hovered over my Twitch chat, so I stopped moving in-game. That is why I died there. So my wound repair, like, I still can, like, I don't have the most affected wound repair, but I take a long time to recover from things. So one of the things, for example, is obviously I like fitness, right? It took me a long time to learn how to be strong. A bit. No more than normal. It's normal lag for me. This is what I play with always. Playing from Thailand, you have to get used to, like, big lag. Do, 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 do. So basically, yeah, like it affects me a little bit. When I did fitness, it took me a long time to stabilize my joints, but the main thing is that it takes me forever to recover from workouts. Like a long time. Like it takes me, if I do 5 sets of bicep curls, I pick something easy, yeah, to understand. If I do 5 sets of bicep curls, it'll take me like 3 to 5 days to recover from that. You're like, five sets of bicep curls. I'm like, yeah. Like, genuinely, if I go to the gym, like, let's say I went to the gym tonight, which I'm not going to do, but let's say I was going to do it, yeah, because we're responsible here, and that's what we should do. Okay, so let's say I went to the gym tonight, and I worked legs. My legs would be very sore for several days. And, like, there are some people who are like, oh, I could work legs, and then, like, the next day, I'm just chilling. It's like, no. That's not me. I can tell you this. That's not me. That makes sense. The muscles just need more time to repair. Correct. Do you think of how it affects that? It's super good from for future patients. Oh, dude, please, if you ever have EDS, so I actually know most of the EDS specialists in the world. I know, like, literally. Like, if you find an EDS specialist, there's a very good chance I know them. So if you ever have somebody with EDS, just let me know. Like, I'm genuinely serious. If you ever meet anybody who's, like, struggling with this, just, like, let me know. Whoops, I don't think we meant to pull the boss here, but that's okay. Maybe we can make this work. We might be able to make this work. If we don't miss the frontal, we could totally make this work. Oh! Unfortunate. Oh, I have an ad on me. That's why I'm dying. I was like, oh, that's so weird. Taking a lot of damage here. I mean, if we have a res, we could technically keep going. What? Well, I'm dead. Okay, never mind. I've seen one rare condition so far. What was the rare condition you saw? Oh, it was an accidental. I think it was like an accidental, just close to the boss, like AoE effect. Ugh. All right, I'm not releasing a YouTube video for tonight. Just build more single target heal though. Single target a fair bit. I mean, I'm not healing, right? Like I'm doing a fair bit of healing. Yeah. I guess we can go again. I think that this build does a lot of damage in particular, Kina. Single target healing can be big burst healing. I'm not playing the right talent. I forgot to swap this to Unleash Life. That's actually a pretty big deal, to be honest. If I had swapped to Unleash Life... Okay, tech. Tech. This is actually huge tech. Did I just bait the fire over there? Okay, no joke. That's like borderline tech for this fight, because one of the hardest things about this fight is space management. Did I actually just bait any fire over there, or was that just my thinking? That was almost weirdly this, though. Try the other healers yet. Resto Druid, Resto Shaman. Resto Druid, Resto Shaman. Pres Evoker. And Holy Paladin. I have not personally played Priest. I have not played Oracle or Holy. Didn't feel the need to test those. And I haven't played... What's it called either? Oh, it does big... I mean, it does big burst single target healing, though, right? Let's use this button here. And I haven't played Mistweaver myself. I would want to try Mistweaver out of curiosity. At some point, I'll try Mistweaver, but not today. Yeah, you can see, I mean, when I have Ancestors out, right? Like, if I hit this button... and I do a single healing surge, that guy is full health. You know, he arrived even more rare. Like athletes? Damn. That is pretty crazy. The human body is wild, huh? The human body is such a crazy thing. How big is my screen? My screen. It's at least 8 inches. That's the only measurement I know how to use. It's at least 8 inches. No, I think it's about 24. 27. I think I bought a new monitor at the end of last year when I upgraded my PC at the end of last year. Yeah, it's yeah. Feels weird how much your UI fills your screen. I don't think I could be any wider than this. I thought about it at one point, right? I thought about it at one point if I like wanted a bigger screen, and the truth is I was like, I don't think so. Because I realized I was like, I think if I got a bigger screen, I wouldn't be able to focus on mechanics and stuff. How long am I healing this for? Maybe taller? Could be, but I already have a hard time looking up and down. Like I guess my UI is not set, right? Like normally my action bars are much toward the middle of my screen and a lot cleaner. This is PTR, so we don't have like the cleanest UI here. That's obviously a thing. But if you take a look at my damage, like I'll hit over 1 million on these pulls pretty easily. I'll send a cap totem just in case we miss. Yeah, it feels weird to be playing without your UI too, especially if you're like super used to it. I missed my knockup. If you're super used to it, it feels weird. I used to raid with my PC plugged into your TV. I'd be super curious about that. I've always wanted, you know those people who play WoW on a projector? That sounds so cool. That sounds amazingly cool. The main thing I need is a plater because I can't actually see spellcasts and stuff. And I'm a shaman. I actually have a kick that I should be using. But yeah, if you see like the damage on this pull, I'm at 1.8 mil, which is unheard of for shaman. But I'm also, to clarify, not healing. And it would be a lot better. It would be like so much better if I actually had the right talents. I could do definitely, I'll do another key like this at some point because I'm very curious about it. Boom, 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 boom. Tomorrow, by the way, sorry, tomorrow, I will say everything in Discord as well. I'll update this in Discord. I forgot to say it earlier. Tomorrow I'm off. I was invited to a real life social event, which I will go to, actually. I was invited. These people are like, hey, we want to see a movie with you, and like, do you want to hang out? And I was like, okay. So tomorrow I'm going out into the real world. Wish me luck. I'm doing my best. Trying. I will be going out into the real world tomorrow, so I will not be here tomorrow, but I will be back on Saturday, give or take. And then, believe it or not, I might have another real life thing to do, which is, who am I? You ever wonder that? You ever look in the mirror sometimes, you go, who is that girl I see staring straight back at me? An amazing song, by the way, which I can't sing, and I get very self-conscious about the fact that I just tried to. So bear with me. That was a great movie, huh? What's up, Aluso? That's okay. I can do it as a healer. It's not that bad for me to do. Like I said, I can do healing as... Like, Farseer can still do the healing. It's a little bit harder, right? To be fair, he is a Beastmaster Hunter, and he probably could do it, but that's okay. As a healer, you should plan definitely just to do everything yourself. Do everything yourself. How are you today, Aluso? Is this 11? Yeah, sorry, this is, yeah. This is 11.2 Mythic Plus testing. We are on the PTR. Basically, for the next month, this is mostly all I'm going to be doing. I want to have a very good idea of, what these dungeons look like, what pugs are going to struggle with. I want to know what specs are doing well. I want to know in particular, when I go into my plus 12s on week 1, or when I try to get all of my vaults on plus 10, where is my group going to die? That's what I want to know. It's a very important thing to know, because you can actually learn that early, yeah? I have it on some characters. I actually didn't even get it on my shaman, to be honest. The funny thing is, I didn't actually get it on my shaman, so, you know. You were able to get your 3k yesterday? Nice. Very cool. Solid accomplishments. Well, oh, that's the problem with me doing that mechanic. I couldn't get back in time. I should have let 2 go off and then just healed the 2 in the future if that happens. Because if I'm right in the middle like that, it's impossible to dodge. I'm gonna get there. Run. Oh, beautiful. Do you see that? That was a beautiful save. That was an amazing save, actually. You're welcome. I'm glad that you got your 3k. So, the question is, what's your next plan, Aluso? You got your 3k now, so what's next? What would be next for you? If you learn the dungeons now, though, Totemic, yeah, Totemic is definitely the play. I'm just trying. I've played Totemic already, so I'm just trying to see what Farseer would look like. I kind of like how Farseer, though. That was your goal for the season. Now what you do, though? Now it's alt time. Fair, fair, fair. Farseer felt pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I just didn't really do a ton of healing, especially to my tank. So... But it felt fine. It felt fine. In AoE, it felt much better. On single target, etc. So, Discord's there. I will respond to all the YouTube comments on the tier list. Thank you for everybody who enjoyed it and watched it. I really do appreciate that. I will make more content. I already know what I'm going to make. With 6.4, yeah, for sure. Yeah, they can barely, yes. But you do need dungeon knowledge. It's not about your item level going into the first seat. It's not that. It's actually just dungeon knowledge. Dungeon knowledge is everything. Frost is not overtuned because actually in the meta comp, you'll play it because it's good, but it doesn't have a group buff. It's just very tanky. It has everything you want. It's got pretty consistent damage. Frost is very good right now. I wouldn't call it like high giga meta. I would just call it very good. It's definitely S tier at the very least, etc., etc. But you don't need item level going into week 1. What you need is, you don't need item level though. You need dungeon knowledge. specifically. Yeah. Knowing when to exactly everything you need basically brains. You need to know what's going to happen in the dungeon, what the mechanics are, how to do the bosses, where to position as a tank, where to do this or whatever. I will play Farquaad A4C4C whenever I get a chance. Yeah, no, wow, don't worry. That was good. That was a good run. You're super tanky. Yes, the route, the dungeon, the mechanics, like when you need to worry about this, when you need to dodge, etc., etc. Okay, so the tier list has been pinned that whole time. I'm going to leave that up for a few days. After this, though, one of the things I will work on that is coming soon, all right, when I learn how to do more video editing, one of the things I'm going to work on is, indeed, dungeon guides. Very specifically, dungeon guides. I'm actually super excited about it. I think it will I can make them really good. I already have ideas for how I'm going to make them and how I can help people learn the dungeons, because that's all I'm going to be doing for a while. So I'm going to make sure I get footage and just get like really simple. It's like you don't need to know everything about everything. Just, hey, week 1, you're going to go into Halls of Atonement. As a DPS player, here's what you need to know. As a healer, this is what you need to know. And as a tank, this is what you need to know. Like, I really want just people to understand. I'm like, this is the thing. If you just know this about the dungeon, you still might need to do it a few times to get reps, but you'll have a much easier time with it. Like, it'll be so much more impactful for you in your dungeon runs if you just go, boom. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you just walk in and you know what to do, I think that will be very, very impactful. That's kind of the whole thing. I think that a lot of people don't realize the competitive advantage you get in PTR is, yeah, you got to know the specs and all that stuff, but really the biggest advantage is dungeon knowledge, the routing, the everything, and you're going to have questions, because trust me, you remember what happened today? You know what happened today. Have you been watching? Halls of Atonement has been fucking owning everyone. Halls of Atonement has been owning pretty much every single tank, because goddamn, it hurts right now, dude. It's hard. Halls of Atonement is really tough. There's definitely going to be some. You're going to have a lot of wipes to World of War. You're going to have a lot of. You're going to have a lot of wipes to Halls of Atonement. In particular, that is going to be something where you're going to want the knowledge before you go in there. It's not even. You know what I mean? You time to 14 on Halls with your prot today. I think that prot Pally is good at Halls of Atonement because you can reset bleed stacks though. Late this season, all your friends quit playing. Learning the dungeon was the hardest part. Right, and you want to know immediately, because also Priory Floodgate's going to be in there, but Arakara and Dawnbreaker are back, and everybody already knows those dungeons. So if you're returning, especially if you didn't play Season 1, it's so important now. It's like very important that you actually get to learn and get to do those things. Do you know what I mean? Super important that you get the chance to do that. So I think I can make some good content for that. I think I'd be able to actually help with that. I think routes are going to be similar in Season 1. No. Actually, the routes have changed a lot, Big Doob. They changed Arakara a ton. They changed Arakara to an extent that is almost unreasonable how much they've changed it. They have changed it a lot. So, no. Arakara is quite a bit different. Maybe not that different, ultimately. But Arakara is different. Dawnbreaker is also different. They buffed Arakara. Arakara is much harder. Dawnbreaker has a few things. They've added a pat in the courtyard, which you have to dodge now. You cannot pull that under pretty much any circumstance. Like, pulling that is almost a nightmare scenario in like the end of the world. There's a bunch of stuff like that. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you have to be very careful of. You have to be very careful about this. Yeah. So that's like one thing. You already disliked Arakara. Pretty much everything that's bad with Arakara is now worse, which is kind of wild to me because it's not like it needed. It was already going to be hard. You know what I mean? It was already going to be hard. How much have you tested Brewmaster? My Brewmaster, I've tested her a few times, and I'm not the best brew, so I'm not exactly the best type of person to ask about this because I'm just not the best brew. Yeah. Pulling a lot less. The first area in particular, those bleeds, the way they stack right now is kind of wild. The way they stack is tough, right? They're going to be the hard part of that. Dawnbreaker is just the trash. Actually, I could see it killing tanks. These are the PvP axes. Actually, some of the sets look pretty badass. Like the warrior set, I don't know. I kind of mess with this. This is kind of cool. Like this is awesome, right? Like this is cool. I think this set looks pretty nice. There are a few okay sets. I had transmog these guys back already, but like the warrior set I feel like looks pretty cool. Hunter set looks decent. It's just a hunter set. It looks like every other hunter set, to be honest. I think my warrior looks good, though. The chains dangle. Yeah. They dangle. Don't look. It's rude to look at people's dangle. It's rude to look at people's dangle. Don't do that. That's rude. Rude behavior. It is incredibly rude to look at people's dangle. Don't do that. We're going to go raid a holy priest. She's really nice. Go say hi. She plays holy priest. Go basically just be like, I'm so sorry for you. Tell her that we're sorry. Have you tried warrior DPS? I haven't tried it myself, but I've played with a bunch of warrior DPS. It's looking a little bit rough right now, to be honest. It's looking a tiny bit rough, to be honest. Like, it's not as rough right now. They might buff it a little bit, I think. They could buff it by like 5%. Warrior buff is excellent, so that's what it's got going for it. Okay, go tell her to reroll off Holy Priest. Like, don't convince her to do it. Don't be rude. But just let her know that Holy Priest is in the bin tier, unfortunately. Okay. Good night. I will not be here tomorrow. I'll not be here tomorrow. Remember, Discord's available. I'll be back on Saturday or this weekend. Okay. Bye-bye. Bow, 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 bow. Hello.
Alright, there
it is.
Welcome to my stream.
Bow, bow,
Did you guys have a nice stream?
No, H-Freeze is not good. Alright, bye guys.
Was it PTR testing and stuff?
Soon. Thanks for